Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Harem Naruto Got Pokemon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the realm of the Pokemon world, Arceus and his children, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, were filled with rage. They had witnessed the suffering of Pokemon at the hands of humans, who treated them as mere tools. Their chosen child, Ash Ketchum, had perished due to an attack from villainous teams, and his friends and family had also fallen. Unable to bear the pain any longer, the legendary Pokemon decided to use their powers to transport all Pokemon from that world to a new one, free from humans. As for the corrupt humans, Arceus delivered his judgment, erasing humanity from existence and marking the end of the Pokemon era. "I can't believe our chosen child is lost," Dialga lamented. He did his best, but there was too much corruption for one to handle. Even with his friends and family, they still failed, and the Pokemon suffered until we intervened, Palkia added. "Those corrupt humans. I should have known they would do this. It's a good thing we finished them off," Arceus stated. "But what do we do now?" Palkia questioned. "I've heard of another boy from a different world called the Elemental Nations, who is being treated poorly by his friends and family," Giratina revealed. "Right you are. I need all of your help." An unknown man suddenly appeared before them. The four legendary Pokemon turned to see an old man with a staff. "Who are you, mortal?" Arceus demanded. "I am Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of the Six Paths," he replied. "And why are you here, seeking our help?" Dialga inquired. "I see that foolish toads are trying to manipulate the prophecy for their own gain, and I cannot allow that. My two foolish sons failed to bring peace to the world and are now trapped in limbo," Hagoromo explained. "That's your fault, Sage. If you hadn't given these foolish humans the power you call chakra, none of this would have happened," Giratina retorted. "I agree. Why should we help you fix your mess? As you can see from the previous ruined world, humanity has caused nothing but trouble," Arceus added. "I'm not asking you four to save this world, as I can see the shinobi world is beyond saving. I only ask for your help for a child named Naruto Uzumaki, who is being abused by his family and the villages," Hagoromo pleaded. "We already know about the boy, but how can we help?" Dialga asked. "By becoming his Jinchuurki," Hagoromo suggested. "I've heard about those foolish humans who place beasts inside of others, treating them like weapons," Palkia remarked. "I know it was that idiot man and his wife from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, not to mention Madara Uchiha from the Uchiha clan, who started it all," Dialga said. "That's why they are in limbo for good, but I can't let the chosen child suffer. If he does, the world will be lost," Hagoromo insisted. Arceus and the others looked at the boy who was crying and decided they would help. "Very well, Sage, we will help," Arceus agreed. "How will you help?" Hagoromo asked. "Easy. My three children will become the Jinchuuriki of the boy, but we will see if he's worthy of their power," Arceus explained. "But what of your world? If you're gone, how will they be protected?" Hagoromo questioned. "Foolish old man, their world is already protected by the eradication of the human race. It is safe, and they need to have some fun, so I will let them become the boy's vessel," Arceus replied. "However, only he will decide if his world should be saved or not. We can't interfere," Giratina added. "Okay, then that's agreeable. I will allow that," Hagoromo said. "By the way, he will have his four lovers helping him, as they have a strong bond with him. One of them is from your clan, so do not interfere with her or the others, as we sense they have a deep affection for him," Palkia warned. "I understand, but I can live with it," Hagoromo said as he departed, wishing to grant the chosen child his power when the time was right. Naruto's perspective. At the age of 5, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had not experienced a happy childhood. His siblings, Menma and Mito, who possessed the Kyuubi, were treated like royalty, while he was regarded as a disgrace. His parents focused their training on them, pushing Naruto aside, leaving him in tears of frustration. Menma and Mito reveled in their favored status, smirking at Naruto as he glared at them before walking away. The situation worsened as the villagers cast disdainful looks in his direction, blaming him for the family's misfortunes. Jiraiya and his family had made him a scapegoat for the twins, allowing them to live normal lives while Naruto suffered in silence. Things took a turn for the worse at the playground when Menma and Mito's friends approached him, attacking him mercilessly. Despite his training, he was outnumbered and soon found himself on the ground, barely conscious, as his siblings and their friends laughed at his plight. However, someone was watching him in pain, feeling anger towards those who hurt him. How dare they hurt my Naruto-kun? They will pay, a female voice echoed in the shadows as she left. In the depths of his mind, Naruto awoke in a void, surrounded by 3 enormous creatures. Fear gripped him momentarily. Hello, chosen child. I am Dialga, the Pokémon of time, Dialga introduced. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki. I am Palkia, the Pokémon of space and dimension, Palkia added. Hello, Naruto. I am Giratina, the Pokémon of distortion, Giratina said. Hi there. So, what is this place and why are you here? Naruto asked, curiosity overcoming his fear. Well, Naruto, you see, we are the legendary creation trio that rules all Pokémon, Dialga explained. Pokémon? What are Pokémon? Naruto inquired. Pokémon are creatures with special abilities that allow them to do extraordinary things, Palkia clarified. But I've never seen you before, Naruto said, still trying to comprehend the situation. That's because we are from another world, Giratina replied, setting the stage for a new adventure. In a world where humans and Pokémon coexisted, a dark turn of events unfolded. Humans became corrupted, using Pokémon as slaves after the death of their chosen hero. Dialga, one of the legendary Pokémon, revealed that they needed to intervene to save their kind and the world from destruction. Giratina added that the Sage of the Six Paths was enraged at the Toads and the prophecy they were attempting to manipulate. Naruto, having heard of the troubling prophecy involving a toad, felt a surge of anger. He was frustrated that his life had become a pawn in someone else's game. Dialga explained that Naruto was made a scapegoat for his siblings, as their parents had told everyone that he was the one with the demon fox sealed inside him. Palkia continued, stating that the Toads wanted Naruto's siblings to have a normal life, treating them as heroes or gods. Giratina revealed that Naruto was intended to be a sacrifice for the greater good, a plan agreed upon by his parents. Fury ignited within Naruto as he realized the betrayal from his own family. His chakra flared, and he shouted in rage, vowing to take revenge. Dialga reassured him that they were upset too, and the sage wanted to grant him power. An orb of energy entered Naruto, filling him with immense strength that he would need to learn to control. Eager to train, Naruto asked when they would begin. Dialga informed him that he would be using their powers in the void, learning his own abilities. The training would take 800 years in the void but only 8 hours in his world. With determination, Naruto agreed to start. Palkia mentioned that 4 girls would come into his life, each sharing a similar pain and possibly falling in love with him. Naruto sensed someone watching but decided to focus on his training. Fast forward 800 years in the void, Naruto emerged stronger, taller, and more muscular, with a mark on his arm representing the 3 Pokémon. He had achieved Kage-level chakra, mastered every chakra nature, and acquired a powerful dojutsu called the Rinnegan. He also learned Sage Mode and wielded a sword made from celestial spirits. As his training concluded, Dialga told Naruto he was ready to face the challenges ahead. Thanking the 3 Pokémon, Naruto left the void and found himself back in his village at night. Unbeknownst to him, 4 girls were watching him with interest. At home, Naruto faced his mother, who glared at him with anger. When she demanded to know where he had been, he caught her hand when she attempted to strike him, crushing it in a display of his newfound strength. He shouted in fury, declaring that he would not tolerate her lies before heading to his room, leaving her in shock. Minato, Naruto's father, rushed to his wife's side, concerned about her injury. Kushina recounted how Naruto had reacted with anger and hatred. Minato was troubled by this revelation, realizing that Naruto might know the truth about the real Jinchuurki. Jiraiya suggested that they needed to take action, as Naruto was disrupting their plans. Minato decided to ground Naruto, unaware of the smirk that crossed Naruto's face as he heard the order. The next day, Naruto walked downstairs to find his family enjoying themselves, which only fueled his resentment. As he wandered the village, he encountered hostility from the villagers, who called him a demon. However, he met their glares with his own, instilling fear in them. At the playground, he noticed a girl sitting alone, her red eyes filled with sadness. Approaching her, he asked why she was alone. She explained that her brother was the reason no one wanted to play with her. Offering his companionship, Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki. The girl, Tsuki Uchiha, revealed her disdain for her clan and her brother, Sasuke. Naruto empathized, sharing his own frustrations about feeling overshadowed. They bonded over their shared experiences, and as they played together, they heard a scream nearby. Rushing to the source, They found a group of bullies tormenting a pale girl with horns. Without hesitation, Naruto charged in, driving the bullies away. Afterward, he approached the girl, ensuring she was okay. She nodded, grateful for his intervention. Naruto, feeling a sense of purpose, vowed to protect those who were bullied, determined to change the narrative of his life. Because of her horns and her eyes, the girl spoke hesitantly. "Well, you don't have to worry about it anymore," Naruto said, trying to learn more about her. "I'm Mira Otsutsuki," she replied. "Well, Mira, do you want to hang around with us?" Naruto asked as Suki approached. Mira nodded in agreement. "Okay then, let's go," Naruto exclaimed. What Naruto didn't realize was that both girls were blushing as they admired his taller, muscular build. As they walked, Naruto was curious about Mira. She shared that she wasn't a Hyuga but an Otsutsuki from another world. She had run away because she was treated unfairly by others, particularly the Hyuga clan, who wanted her but she escaped. Naruto and Suki felt upset about how she had been treated and hugged her, making Mira happy. While Naruto, Mira, and Suki were playing, two more girls approached them, eager to join. Naruto and the girls welcomed them and asked for their names. The girl with mint green hair introduced herself as Fo, explaining that she had been kicked out of her former village because she was deemed useless. She was also the Jinchuurki of the seven-tailed beetle. The other girl, with black hair, introduced herself as Velvet Crow, sharing that she was an orphan because her parents had been killed by bandits and shinobi from IWA, leaving her in the Leaf Orphanage. Naruto and the girls felt sad for them and hugged Fo and Velvet, who were moved to tears and thanked them. Throughout the day, Naruto and his friends enjoyed themselves, despite their difficult pasts. The girls looked at Naruto, each feeling a blush as they realized they had developed crushes on him and were willing to share their feelings. Noticing their flushed faces, Naruto approached them and asked what was wrong. They confessed that they liked him. Surprised, Naruto admitted that he liked them back. The four shared sweet kisses on the cheeks as the day came to an end, and they all headed home. Later, Naruto was at home when Menma and Mito confronted him with disdain. "Hey loser, we saw you playing with that Uchiha and that Otsutsuki freak. Have you no shame?" Menma sneered. "I can't be seen with the disgrace of our family." "You better leave," Mito added. Naruto had enough. He punched them both in the face, sending them crashing into the wall. "Never talk about my friends like that again, or you'll regret it," he warned, before heading upstairs, leaving them on the ground. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade heard the crash and rushed in to find Menma and Mito. "What happened?" Minato asked. "Naruto did this. He punched us so hard." Mito cried. "That bastard made me bleed." Menma exclaimed. "What? Naruto did this to you both?" Tsunade asked, and the twins nodded. "Minato, did you train Naruto?" Tsunade inquired. "I didn't. We agreed that Naruto shouldn't train until the academy," Minato replied. "It's just like my hand, he's getting stronger, but something else is going on with him," Kushina said. "I think someone else is training him," Jiraiya suggested. "But who?" Kushina asked. "We'll find out later. Let's heal the twins," Tsunade said as they left, while Minato wondered what had happened to Naruto. Naruto was growing stronger, and soon he would have his revenge. With the help of his friends, he was determined that this village would fall. The end of chapter. Naruto's POV, age 8. It had been 3 years since Naruto met and trained with the 3 legendary Pokémon. He had new friends and girlfriends, and the 4 were always together. Whenever someone insulted their beloved Naruto, the consequences were dire, as many civilians had fallen to an unknown assailant. During the years, Naruto trained diligently to maintain his strength, and the girls trained alongside him, gradually improving and almost matching his abilities. One day, Mira surprised everyone by unlocking her dojutsu, the Tensigen. She was thrilled but eager to master its powers fully. Fo had also made significant progress by learning to control her Biju powers. She formed a bond with her beast, Chomei, and the two became good friends, supporting each other in their journey. Then there was Suki, who had unlocked her Sharingan and mastered it, unlike her brother, who had yet to awaken his own eyes. Suki faced her own challenges, including the painful experience of losing her mother in a genjutsu, which pushed her to confront her fears. With Naruto's encouragement, she found the strength to overcome her struggles and grow even stronger. Velvet was trained in sword techniques and possessed a unique ability, a demonic hand that could scratch enemies and absorb their chakra. She had a fiery temper, which Naruto found endearing. Alongside her combat skills and agility, she was determined to seek revenge on the bandits and the village of Iwa for the loss of her parents. Morning, Naruto woke up and prepared for the academy, eager to test his powers and confront the villages that had tormented him and his girlfriends. After completing his morning routine, he noticed his siblings in their bright orange jumpsuits, which embarrassed him. He headed downstairs, where his family was having breakfast. With a glare, he left before his mother could stop him, leaving them in shock. As Naruto approached the academy, he was greeted by 4 figures who hugged him tightly. His girlfriends were excited to see him. "Hello, girls. Are you ready to begin our revenge?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Let's show those arrogant fools who they're messing with," Velvet replied. "I can't wait to put that Hyuga in her place," Mira added. "We're stronger than them now," Fu chimed in. "Since we've been training nonstop with you, we've become much more powerful," Suki said. Naruto felt a surge of happiness at their support, recalling a pivotal moment from 2 years ago. In a flashback, Naruto was training with his friends when a portal opened, revealing a horse-like creature. The girls were shocked, but Naruto reassured them that the creature was a friend named Arceus. "Hello, Naruto-kun. What's going on here?" Velvet asked. Naruto knew he had to explain everything. He used a jutsu to pull the girls into his mindscape, where they were astonished to see 3 giant creatures. "Ah, Naruto, I see you brought your girlfriends here," Dialga said. "They look shocked but not scared," Palkia observed. "It's because this world has giant creatures," Giratina explained. "Enough, children. We need to discuss your girlfriend and the proposal," Arceus said. "Naruto-kun, who are they and how do they know you?" Suki asked. Trusting them, Naruto shared his story about being the neglected son of the 4th Hokage, who had deceived everyone about the QB inside him. He explained how he had been a scapegoat for the village while his siblings enjoyed a better life. The girls were moved to tears, angered by the injustices he faced. "We're sorry you had to suffer because of your Hokage and his family," Velvet said. "Amend them for hurting our love," Fu added. "I will make them pay for what they've done," Suki vowed. "It's okay, girls. I will have my revenge and rid the world of corruption," Naruto reassured them. "Naruto-kun, we want to help you with your conquest," Velvet said. "Yes, we will do anything for you because we love you," Fu declared. "The leaf will pay, so let us help you," Suki insisted. "I will do anything for you, my love, as you are our future husband," Mira said. Naruto was taken aback by their devotion and kissed each of them, grateful for their support. "Anyway, we want to make your future wives the vessels of our legendary Pokémon," Arceus announced. "But why?" Naruto asked. "It seems my children want to help you by becoming your Jinchuurki. Since you already have 3 within you, they agreed to become vessels for your girlfriends," Arceus explained. Naruto considered this, and the girls eagerly agreed. Before they could become Jinchuurki, they needed to train, and they spent 500 years honing their skills in the void. Fum stred her earth and water chakra, becoming the vessel of Lugia and Ho. Velvet excelled in earth, fire, and wind chakra, becoming the vessel of Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem. Suki mstred fire, wind, and lightning chakra, becoming the vessel of Tornadus, Thundurus, and Lendoris. Mira mstred earth, fire, wind, and water chakra, becoming the vessel of Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. Naruto was thrilled that his girlfriends were now Jinchuurki of legendary Pokémon. They thanked Arceus, who nodded in approval before leaving. "Are you ready to start your rule with us beside you?" Velvet asked. "Yes, girls, we will rule this world and eliminate corruption," Naruto declared, and the girls cheered in agreement. As they entered the classroom, other students glared at them, but Naruto and his girlfriends returned the glares tenfold, intimidating their peers. Menma and others approached with smirks. "Look at our so-called brother and his loser girlfriends," Menma sneered. "I can't believe that loser Naruto and his outcasts think they own the place," Mito added with disgust. "Suki, how dare you come here after Dad didn't want a useless girl in the family?" Sasuke said. "Yeah, Sasuke-kun is right. Leave losers. This class is for the elites," Sakura chimed in. The tension in the room was palpable as Naruto and his girlfriends stood united, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, spoke with confidence. "Forget them, Hinata-chan. They are nothing against a real alpha," Kiba added. "Ino, you and your friends should leave this classroom," Naruto said, clearly fed up. He grabbed Menma and Mito, pushing them against the wall, leaving everyone in shock. "Listen carefully, I don't care what any of you think. You are all weak compared to us, Naruto declared, kicking Menma to the ground and tossing Mito to the corner, both of them visibly hurt. Naruto, how dare you hurt Menma-kun? Hinata exclaimed, ready to retaliate, but Mira intervened, pushing Hinata aside. Nobody hurts our lover, especially not you, Hyuga failure, Mira said firmly. Sasuke reacted angrily, how dare you hurt Hinata? But before he could act, Suki, filled with rage, punched him. Don't touch my friend with your filthy hands, brother, she shouted. Leave Sasuke-kun alone. Sakura and Ino chimed in, but they were swiftly silenced by Velvet, who shot them a cold glare. Silence, you pathetic fangirls, she said, as tensions rose and it seemed a fight was imminent. Just then, Irika and his partner Mizuki entered, witnessing the chaos. Irika used his authoritative voice to calm everyone down. Enough. Everyone back to your seats. The classroom fell silent as students returned to their places. Naruto and his girlfriends settled at the back, ready for the school day to begin. The day dragged on with lessons about the history of shinobi, which many found tedious. Irika then introduced a kunai throwing lesson. Menma and his group scored the highest with a 9 out of. However, when Naruto and his girls took their turn, everyone was astonished as all 5 of them hit the target perfectly, earning a score of 10 out of. Menma and his group were furious at this unexpected turn of events as the school day came to an end. Naruto was about to leave with his girlfriends when he was stopped by his parents and godparents, a furious expression on his face. What do you want? He asked, irritation clear in his voice. That's no way to talk to us, Kushina replied, her tone firm. I don't care. Just speak, Naruto insisted, his frustration boiling over. As Kushina raised her hand, ready to reprimand him, Velvet intervened. Naruto-kun, we were waiting for you, Velvet said, as the others arrived and noticed the tension between Naruto and his family. It's fine, we're done here, Naruto said, glaring at them before walking away, his girlfriends following closely behind. The Namikaze family was left in shock. Did Naruto just use the Shunshin? Jiraiya asked, bewildered. Yes, but not just him. Those girls did it too, Minato replied, concern etched on his face. Kushina, the kids told me that Naruto slammed Menma and Mito against the wall, and his girlfriends beat their friends up. They had the highest scores, she said. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged worried glances, eager to understand how Naruto and the girls had grown so strong. We need to ask Naruto to help the twins, Jiraiya suggested. I agree. We'll do it tonight at the twins' birthday party, Minato replied. That night, the Namikaze compound was alive with celebration for Menma and Mito's birthday. Friends cheered as they presented gifts, but Naruto chose to stay in the backyard, feeling overlooked on what was supposed to be his special day. He gazed up at the sky, embraced by his girlfriends, who each handed him a present. Happy birthday, Naruto-kun, they exclaimed as he opened their gifts, revealing photos and new jutsu for him to learn. He thanked them, and they blushed, sharing sweet kisses. Meanwhile, some classmates watched in disgust. How did they score higher than us? We're the elites, not them, Menma complained. My sister is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said bitterly. That girl has the same eyes as me but refuses to join our clan, Hinata added disdainfully. That green-haired girl doesn't belong here, she should leave, Sakura chimed in. And that orphan girl will pay for slapping me, Ino declared. Just then, the 4th Hokage raised his glass, calling for everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming to the twins' party. I'd like to thank you for the gifts, but there's one more announcement. Menma, you are now the heir to the Namikaze clan, Minato said. Mito, you are now the heir to the Uzumaki clan, Kushina added. Also, Menma, you will be the next Toad Sage, while Mito will be the next Slug Sage, Jiraiya and Tsunade announced, prompting cheers from the crowd, except for Naruto and his group. Naruto felt a surge of anger. As the oldest, he felt robbed of his birthright. He stormed off, tears of frustration in his eyes, with his girlfriends trailing behind. Just as they were about to leave, Menma and Mito blocked their path. So, loser, since we're now heirs, you have to obey us. Start by giving us all your jutsu and that weapon, Menma commanded. Yeah, Naruto, give us everything you have, Mito added. Naruto and his girlfriends were taken aback, their anger palpable as a dark energy filled the room. How dare you demand anything from me? I will never give anything to arrogant brats like you. Naruto shouted, his voice filled with rage. I'm disappointed in you, Naruto. Can't you see that Menma and Mito are now heirs? You should give them everything for world peace, Kushina said, tears in her eyes. Shut up. You don't get to talk to me like that. Naruto retorted, shocking everyone into silence. You BSTD. How dare you say that to mom? Mito yelled, but Velvet swiftly punched her in the face. Shut your mouth. Velvet snapped. Are you okay? Menma asked Mito, concern in his voice. I'm fine, she replied, glaring at Velvet. Naruto, that was uncalled for. Apologize to your mother, Minato insisted. Forget it. You and your family can go to hell. Naruto shouted, leaving everyone stunned. Tsunade, furious, prepared to confront him, but Mira intervened, kicking her away as Fu and Suki defended her. How dare you? Menma shouted, but Naruto retaliated, landing a punch that left him gasping. That's what you get. I'm leaving this family, but first, you all need to hear the truth about the Kyuubi, Naruto declared, shocking Minato and the others. The Hokage lied. The real Jinchuurki are Menma and Mito, Naruto revealed, showing them his chest, which bore no seal. Gasps filled the room as the truth sank in. So, you're saying the real Jinchuurki are your brother and sister? A civilian asked. Yes, and they're not my siblings anymore since I've been disowned from that fake clan. I'm free now, Naruto stated, his voice resolute. And so are we, his girlfriends echoed. Suki, you can't leave the Uchiha clan. Sasuke shouted. I will take the Uchiha clan funds and all jutsu since mom named me the clan heir, Suki replied, shocking Sasuke. That's a lie. Mother would never do that, he protested. Wrong. Mikoto named me the heir after Itachi killed the clan. I'm the second oldest, so I'm the heir while you're nothing. Suki declared, angering Sasuke, who lunged at her but was stopped by Fu. Okay girls, let's leave this worthless party, Naruto said, and the girls nodded. As they made their way out, Mito, Menma, and Hinata rushed at them, but Mira cut Hinata's face, leaving a scar, while Suki used a shadow clone to subdue Menma and Mito. Naruto looked back at the Namake's family, disgust evident in his gaze, before walking out the front door with his bags. Please don't go. We're sorry. Kushina pleaded. Forget it. You're all deserters. Naruto shouted, leaving Kushina and the others in shock as he and his girlfriends exited the Namake's home. Jiraiya was frustrated that his plan had been ruined, and now the entire village knew who the real Jinchuurki was. In you Naruto, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Naruto and his girlfriend, Suki, were at the Uchiha compound, where they lived in a large house. Are you sure we live here? What about your brother? Naruto asked, glancing around. It's fine. He doesn't even come to the clan anymore since the massacre. He's been living in the wealthy district, Suki replied. Mira, another friend, chimed in. Are they really kissing up to your brother? Yes, they are, Suki confirmed. It doesn't matter. When the graduation genin exams come up, we will show them our power, Naruto declared confidently. Right, Naruto-kun? The girls agreed, their spirits lifted by his determination. So, we have about 6 years to train with our new powers, Fu said. Yes, it will be tough, but I believe in all 4 of you, Naruto replied. We won't let you down, our future husband, Mira declared. I know you won't, because you 4 are my wives and my yandere queens, Naruto said with a smile. The girls blushed, but all 4 of them giggled and smiled, their eyes sparkling with determination. Let's begin our training, Naruto announced. Right? The girls yelled in unison. The end of chapter. Konoha 6 years later. It had been 6 years since the shocking revelations at the Namake's party, which had sent ripples through the village. The biggest surprise was that the Hokage's children, Menma and Mito, were the true Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi. Despite their status, they were often treated poorly, while Naruto, the 4th Hokage's older son, was labeled a demon. He now lived with his girlfriends in the Uchiha clan, where tensions were high. Sasuke confronted his sister about bringing commoners into their elite clan. In response, she fiercely defended her choices, reminding him that the Uchiha clan was no longer what it once was and warning him never to insult Naruto again. The other girls glared at him as he stormed away, anger etched on his face, vowing to reclaim the clan's honor. Over the past 6 years, Naruto and his girlfriends had trained relentlessly, honing their Pokémon powers and chakra. Mira and Suki had developed their dojutsu, and they often tested each other's skills. Some girls had teased their blonde prince, but those who bullied Naruto found themselves in the hospital, serving as a warning to others. Attempts by shinobi to attack them had ended in failure, with 5 shinobi losing their lives. When the Hokage tried to intervene, Naruto stood his ground, asserting his strength and demanding that Minato leave them alone. Naruto had grown stronger, spending time with his girlfriends, who were devoted to him. He appreciated their loyalty, and they often expressed their affection for him. Menma and his friends attempted to assert their demps over Naruto and his group but were consistently defeated, which only fueled their frustration. Hinata, trying to defend Menma's honor, often clashed with Mira, who made it clear that Hinata was no match for her. As graduation exams approached, Naruto and his girlfriends prepared, having consistently topped their academy scores while Menma and his group struggled due to their arrogance. Despite being favored by many, Naruto and his lovers remained unfazed by the opinions of others, though it did annoy them to be labeled as losers. "So, my future wives, are you ready for the genin exams?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Let's show those fools who they're messing with." Fu replied eagerly. "I can't wait to put that Hyuga girl in her place. She's always insulted our Naruto with her weak boyfriend, Menma. Now she'll know despair," Mira added, determination in her voice. "That brother of mine always steals jutsu with his eyes, but I've worked hard for my abilities. I've gained more power than him," Suki chimed in. "And that daughter of the Hokage, Mito, thinks she's better than me. She's just a fangirl with weak chakra chains. Thanks to Naruto, I've discovered my own unique black chains, and I will surpass her," Velvet declared confidently. "Good. Let's go," Naruto said as they left the compound, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Academy POV. Naruto and his friends entered the academy and made their way to their classroom. As they walked in, they noticed Menma and his group glaring at them. The tension escalated when Naruto approached Menma and punched him in the face, causing him to bleed. "Don't ever glare at me like that again," Naruto warned. Menma, angered, retorted, "How dare you, demon? Because of you, some people give me strange looks. I will make you pay." "Please, you're weak compared to the rest of us," Naruto shot back. Hinata stepped in. "Menma, don't listen to that weak brother of yours. I'll always be by your side." Mira chimed in. "Oh look, the stalker who's always trying to get into Menma's good graces instead of training. No wonder your little sister and cousin call you weak." "How dare you? At least I'm from a noble clan," Hinata exclaimed. Mira smirked. "You mean a clan full of arrogant fools who rely on their eyes to spy on others?" "Shut up," Hinata shouted, raising her fist, but Mira grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly, causing Hinata to cry out in pain. "How dare you hurt the Hyuga heiress?" Hinata protested. "Who says you're the heiress? You only became the heiress because of an arrangement between your father and the Hyuga clan head," Mira replied. Just then Mito intervened. "Hey! How dare you hurt my friend like that?" "Quiet, tomato girl. Leave my friend alone and go back to simping over that weak Uchiha," Velvet said dismissively. "What did you call me? How dare you insult Sasuke-kun? He was supposed to be the next heir, but his sister took it from him." Mito shot back. "It was mine to begin with. Look at the weak Uchiha. He hasn't even unlocked his Sharingan yet. He's nothing but a failure who our father favors," Suki added confidently. "Shut it, sister. Dad will always love me more than you because he would never let a woman run the clan. Once the graduation exams start, I will take you down and claim the Uchiha clan heir title," Sasuke declared. "As if you could beat me, weak Uchiha." Fu laughed. "Shut up, outsider. You're nothing but an ugly bug freak who hangs around with that loser Naruto," Sakura sneered, but Fu retaliated by kicking her against the wall. "Never insult my Naruto-kun, you disgrace," Fu shouted, angered. At that moment, Irika and Mizuki entered the classroom, instructing everyone to prepare for the graduation genin exams. They began with basic skills in kunai throwing. The civilians scored an average of 3 out of 10, while the clan heirs scored 7 out of Menma, Mito, and Sasuke each scored 9 out of 10, earning cheers from their fans. Irika and Mizuki were impressed by their performance, while Naruto and his group watched, unimpressed. Velvet was the first to go up. Mito mocked her, claiming she was nothing, but Fu silenced her with a punch. Velvet focused on the target and threw all 10 kunai, hitting the same point perfectly and scoring 10 out of 10, leaving everyone in shock as she walked away. Next was Fu, who faced jeers from the crowd due to her Jinchuurki status. However, no one dared to attack her. She stepped up and replicated Velvet's success, scoring another 10 out of 10, which left the audience stunned. Naruto glared at them, demanding silence. Then it was Suki's turn. Sasuke glared at her, urging her to quit, calling her a disgrace. Mira intervened, kicking Sasuke, who fell to the ground in pain while Sakura, Ino, and Mito rushed to comfort him. The girls shot daggers at Mira as Suki smirked, grabbed 10 kunai, and threw them at the target, scoring 10 out of. Finally, it was Mira's turn. The entire Hyuga clan watched her closely, their eyes filled with expectation. Hinata called her worthless, but Naruto stepped in, glaring at Hinata and defending Mira, who was visibly upset. Mira smirked as she joined her friends, successfully passing with a perfect score. The last participant was Naruto, whose family watched with disappointment, hoping to see him fail due to past events. However, Naruto remained unfazed. He confidently grabbed a kunai, closed his eyes, turned around, and threw it at the target. The entire village was left speechless as he hit the target perfectly, passing with flying colors. Soon, everyone was practicing the replacement jutsu, achieving passing grades, but Naruto and his friends excelled even further. The final event was a sparring match, where clan heads, civilians, and elders gathered to witness the next generation's abilities. Menma and his group were eager to challenge Naruto and his friends, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Irika announced, "Since Lord Menma and his group want to fight Naruto and his friends, we will have a special match," earning glares from Naruto and the girls. "Who wants to go first?" Mizuki asked. Mito stepped forward, eager to fight Velvet, who accepted the challenge. The two glared at each other, tension rising. "Why don't you quit? You've improved over the years, but you're still a weak nobody from no clan," Mito taunted. "Shut up, tomato fangirl, so I can finish you off," Velvet retorted as Irika began the match. "Let me show you the power of the daughter of the fourth Hokage. Water style, water ball jutsu." Mito exclaimed, launching a water ball at Velvet. Velvet dodged effortlessly and countered with earth style. Hounds of Hell, summoning earth hounds that buried Mito in the ground. Velvet laughed, but she wasn't finished. She used her fire jutsu to create fiery ropes that bound Mito, causing her pain before throwing her out of the arena. The crowd gasped at Mito's defeat, and Velvet looked down at her with disdain. "You did it, Velvet." Suki cheered. "You showed her who's boss." Fu added. "Thanks, guys, but she wasn't even strong," Velvet replied modestly. "Next match is Mira versus Hinata," Irika announced. Mira smiled, ready to face her opponent. Menma was furious about Mito's loss and cheered for Hinata. "You can do it, Hinata-chan. Show that fake Hyuga who's boss." Menma encouraged. "I will, Menma-kun," Hinata responded confidently. As Irika started the match, both girls activated their Byakugan. Hinata charged at Mira, who easily dodged, clearly toying with her. "Stand still!" Hinata shouted in frustration. "Wow, you're still that same weak failure who does nothing but follow Menma and claim to be better." "Let me show you my true eyes," Mira said, closing her eyes before revealing her Tensigen. The crowd gasped in shock. "What are those eyes?" Hinata asked, bewildered. "These eyes are the Tensigen, and I will show you their power," Mira declared. She summoned a massive boulder and slammed it down on Hinata, causing her to scream in pain. But Mira wasn't done. She used a fire jutsu to create flame knights that rushed at Hinata, burning her before she fell unconscious. Mira looked down at Hinata and spat, calling her worthless before walking away. Hinata's father and clan were enraged at her loss, shocked that Mira had unlocked the Tensigen. Hayashi considered bringing Mira into the clan but realized she wouldn't fit in. Menma was furious that his girlfriend had been burned and was about to attack Mira, but Sasuke and Kiba held him back, equally angry but unable to act. Naruto smiled at the defeat of the stalker and kissed Mira, thanking her for her victory. The girls cheered for Mira, celebrating her success. The next match was between the Uchiha siblings, Suki and Sasuke. The arena was filled with fangirls cheering for their prince, but Naruto remained calm, knowing Suki had trained her eyes to perfection and her chakra was growing denser. Suki glared at her brother, resentment in her eyes. Ever since childhood, their father had favored Sasuke, despite Suki's strength. Mikoto always cared deeply for her children, though at times she seemed to favor her daughter, Suki, wanting her to develop her own skills rather than simply copying her brother, Sasuke. This often led to tension between the twins, with Sasuke scoffing at Suki's efforts. One day, as they prepared for a match, Sasuke proposed a wager. "If I win, you and your friends will be banished from the Uchiha clan, and you will give me all your jutsu," he declared, prompting cheers from the onlookers. Suki, however, merely smirked at his arrogance. "Very well," she replied confidently. "But if I win, you will never set foot in the Uchiha compound again, and you will be banished as well." The crowd reacted with boos, but Sasuke wore a victorious smirk and agreed as Irika signaled the start of the match. Prepare yourself, weakling. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted, launching a fireball directly at Suki. She swiftly dodged the attack and activated her Sharingan, shocking both the villagers and her brother. How did you unlock your Sharingan? Sasuke exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. I trained hard, Suki replied, determination in her eyes. Now let me show you a true fire jutsu. Fire style, flame of the phoenix. Flames erupted in the shape of a phoenix, soaring towards Sasuke. He attempted to escape but was ensnared by a fiery rope, the flames causing him immense pain. Sakura and Ino watched in horror as their friend was engulfed in flames. When the fire finally dissipated, Sasuke lay on the ground, burned but still alive, having lost the match. As he was taken away to the hospital, Suki approached the gathered crowd. You can keep your eyes, but you are banished from the clan, she declared, her voice steady despite the glares from the fangirls surrounding her. The crowd erupted in cheers as Fu celebrated her victory over her brother. Blushing, she shared a quick kiss with Naruto, which surprised everyone around them. Next up was Fu against Sakura, a match that seemed destined to be one-sided. Sakura, known for her fangirl tendencies, had never truly trained, and it showed. As the match began, Irika called for the start. Fu took to the air, using her water jutsu to create a swarm of water bugs that she sent cascading down towards Sakura. The pink-haired Kunoichi dodged the attack, her frustration boiling over. Get down here, bug freak. I'll make you pay for what you and your friends did to Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted, her determination evident. Fu landed gracefully, unfazed. Who cares about your boyfriend? He's weak. Suki is the true Uchiha, not that failure who can't even unlock his eyes. Sakura charged at Fu, but in a swift move, Fu tripped her and sent her tumbling out of the arena. That was pathetic. Getting tripped so easily? You're a disgrace to all Kunoichi, Fu remarked as she returned to her group, a satisfied smile on her face. The final match of the exams was about to begin, Naruto versus Menma. The two boys stepped into the arena, and Naruto regarded Menma with a bored expression. Menma, on the other hand, was seething with anger, having watched all his friends fall before him. He glared at his brother, whom he blamed for everything. So, loser, it's time to show everyone that you're nothing but a failure, Menma taunted. I don't care about you, your family, or this village. To me and my friends, everyone else is weak, Naruto replied, brushing off the glares directed at him. He was ready for the match to begin, signaling Irika to start. You will lose here. Menma shouted as he charged at Naruto, channeling the power of his 9 tails. However, Naruto quickly froze Menma in place and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending him crashing to the ground. Wow, you're still that weak, Naruto taunted, a smirk on his face. Menma's anger flared as he tapped deeper into the Kyuubi's power. Naruto laughed. You and Mito called me a demon, but you both have the Kyuubi inside you too. That makes you demons as well. Shut it, loser. That's why you're nothing but a failure to the family. Menma retorted, his frustration evident. Who cares about a fake clan that relies on that ridiculous prophecy that controls my life? Naruto shot back. He had been instructed by Dialga to harness his power, and with that, he unleashed a flash cannon attack on Menma. The attack hit, but Menma remained standing. What was that power? How does it belong to a demon like you? Menma demanded, bewildered. Figure it out, loser. You'll always be dead last, Naruto replied, watching as Menma's rage intensified. Menma summoned 7 tails of chakra and prepared to fire a Baijidama. In response, Naruto opened a portal using Palkia's power, causing the Baijidama to vanish. Minato and his family watched in shock as Naruto activated the portal. When did Naruto learn to do that? Jiraiya asked, bewildered. I don't know, but Menma might be in trouble, Minato replied, concerned. Kushina was astonished by Naruto's ability to make the Baijidama disappear. She considered asking him to teach Menma, Mito, and their friends. Naruto, determined to end the match, unleashed a lava wave attack towards Menma. Menma quickly acted an earth wall to defend against it. Seizing the moment while Menma was distracted, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind him, grabbing him by the neck and throwing him out of the arena. Menma lost the match. The entire Namikaze family was stunned, not just Mito, but everyone was shocked that Menma had lost. As Naruto stepped down and returned to his group, they embraced him with hugs and kisses, which he reciprocated. Though some spectators accused Naruto of cheating, he had followed the rules and emerged victorious, prompting grumbles from the crowd. As the exams concluded, Naruto was named Rookie of the Year, while Velvet, Fo, Mira, and Suki tied for Kunoichi of the Year. The group was about to leave when Minato and his family stopped them. "What do you want? Can't you see we're busy?" Naruto asked, slightly annoyed. "Naruto, we want to ask about the strange jutsu you have and how that girl unlocked the Tensigen," Minato said. "That's none of your business, so leave," Naruto replied firmly. "We want you to help your siblings train in that jutsu you learned," Kushina insisted. "Never. So back off." Naruto shot back. "Listen, brat, those two are important to the world, so you will train them," Jiraiya said, but Naruto kicked him against the wall. His girlfriends, now fiercely protective, confronted Jiraiya. "How dare you order our Naruto-kun to train those weaklings?" Velvet exclaimed. "We will never let you live for this outrage." Fu added. "It's time for the pervert to face the consequences," Suki declared. "Yes, for our devotion to Naruto-kun, as we are his wives," Mira said, leaving Naruto stunned at the revelation. Kushina looked at Minato, her expression filled with concern. "Is this true?" "Yes, now leave us alone and go back to your favorite children," Naruto replied, his tone sharp as he and his friends walked away, leaving them in shock. "What are we going to do?" Kushina asked, turning to Minato. "We will try again to convince Naruto to help his siblings. They are his family," Minato said firmly. "But don't you remember what happened? He was kicked out by us," Kushina reminded him. "We will find a way to bring him back. It is his duty to support the twins' destiny," Minato insisted. "I just wish Naruto would stop being a brat and help his siblings," Kushina sighed. "Don't worry, Naruto will come back to his senses in time. But for now, let's go to the hospital for our children's injuries," Minato said as they left, leaving Jiraiya on the ground. Naruto and his friends were celebrating their victory. They had just become genins and were one step closer to their goals. "So, girls want to have some fun upstairs?" Naruto suggested, and the girls eagerly agreed, pulling him along for a night filled with laughter and joy. At the academy, Naruto and his friends waited for their team placements, wondering who their sensei would be. They were aware that many in the village disliked them, which made them anxious about their assignment. "What do you think? Who will be our sensei?" Naruto asked. "It doesn't matter, but I hope it's not that pervert who reads those books all day," Velvet replied. "I heard your former mother is also a jounin. Do you think she might take you away from us?" "First, she better not. Naruto is our future husband. He will never be her student," Suki declared. "If that Hokage even dares to separate us, we will raise hell in this village," Mira added. "Don't worry, my queens. No one will ever separate me from the four of you. You mean everything to me," Naruto reassured them, and they shared a warm embrace. Meanwhile, Menma and his group watched from a distance, disgusted by Naruto's success. "Look at them together, it makes me sick," Menma said. "I can't believe we're the dead last while that Naruto and his friends are the rookies of the year," Mito complained. "I'll make sure that girl with the Tensigen pays for taking my clan heir title," Hinata said with a smirk. Irika entered the room, announcing that his partner Mizuki had died while attempting to betray the village. Everyone was shocked, except for Naruto and his group, who had encountered Mizuki earlier and dealt with him. "Now, I will announce your new teams," Irika said. Team 7 is Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai with Kakashi. Team 8 is Kiba, Hinata, and Shino with Kurinai. Team 10 is Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji with Asuma. Team 11 is Menma and Mito with Kushina. Team 12 is Naruto, Velvet, Fo, Mira, and Suki with Yugao. "Look at that, the losers all in the same team," Menma sneered, and the classroom erupted in laughter, except for Naruto's group. Naruto approached Menma and punched him, causing him to fall to the floor. "Shut up, you dead last," Naruto said as he returned to his friends, who glared at the rest of the classroom. Mito and the others rushed to check on Menma, who was now crying. "Naruto, how dare you hurt Menma-kun?" Hinata shouted, preparing to strike, but Mira stepped in front of her, grabbing her by the neck. "How dare you try to hurt my Naruto-kun?" Mira growled, her grip tightening. "Do you fools want to die next?" Velvet warned, blocking anyone who tried to help Hinata. "Enough of this," shouted an unknown voice, and everyone turned to see their sensei. Mira released Hinata, who gasped for breath. "What is going on here?" Kushina demanded. "Naruto hurt Menma, and Mira choked Hinata while the rest of us were blocked," Mito explained. "Is this true, Naruto?" Kushina asked, her anger palpable. Yes, and that crybaby Menma started it. Are you going to defend his actions as always? Naruto retorted. You and your friends will apologize to Menma and the others, Kushina ordered, but to everyone's surprise, it was Velvet who slapped Kushina. Naruto is right, you are a terrible mother who can't control your own children, Velvet taunted, causing Kushina to seethe with rage. Which one of you is our sensei? Suki asked. That will be me, Yugao replied, leading them to the forest of death. As they walked, Naruto and his friends shot Menma and the others a look of disdain before moving on. In the forest of death, Yugao gathered her team. Before we start the test, we should introduce ourselves to get to know each other. Why would we do that? We already know each other, Velvet replied. Sorry, but as your sensei, you all have to listen to me, Yugao insisted. Let's just get this over with, Suki said, eager to finish the task at hand. Naruto looked at his friends, excitement bubbling within him. Let's do our thing, he exclaimed, causing the girls to blush but nod in agreement. Yugao stepped forward first. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. I enjoy sword fighting, spending time with Hayate, and cherishing our village. I dislike drunken idiots, perverts, and traitors, she introduced herself. Suki Uchiha followed, her cheeks flushed. I'm Suki Uchiha. I like Naruto, Mira, Velvet, and Fu. I can't stand Konoha, the Hokage and his family for making Naruto suffer, the Uchiha clan except for my mom and Itachi, my twin brother Sasuke, and his fangirls. My dream is to be Naruto's wife. Naruto blushed at her words. Velvet Crow chimed in, my name is Velvet. I like Naruto, Fu, Suki, and Mira. I hate the Hokage family, especially Mito, Konoha, Iwa, and the bandits who killed my parents, along with Sasuke and his fangirls. My dream is to avenge my parents and be Naruto's wife. Fu introduced herself next. I'm Fu. I like Naruto, Suki, Mira, Velvet, and my friend Chome. I dislike Konoha, the Hokage family, Sasuke, and his fangirls. My dream is to destroy my former village and be Naruto's wife. Mira Otsutsuki smiled as she spoke. I'm Mira. I like Naruto, Fu, Suki, and Velvet. I dislike Konoha, the Hokage and his family, the Hyuga clan, and Sasuke with his fangirls. My dream is to get revenge on my former home, the Otsutsuki, and to be Naruto's wife. Naruto finally introduced himself. I'm Naruto for now. I like my queens, Velvet, Fu, Mira, and Suki. I hate the neglect from that family, this village, Sasuke, his fangirls, Jiraiya and his prophecy, and the council. My dream is to erase the corruption and rule the world with my queens. The girls leaped onto him, showering him with kisses. Yugao frowned at their shared disdain for the village but admired their bond. Listen up. You haven't become genin yet, but you'll be placed in the forest for 6 hours. During that time, you 5 need to survive, Yugao instructed. Then let's start the test already, Naruto said eagerly as she led them into the forest. As the time began, Naruto scanned the area. Are you ready? I see many creatures coming at us. What should we do? First, I think we should use our new powers, Velvet suggested. Great idea. Mira agreed. Then let's split up, Naruto declared, and they separated into the forest. Velvet encountered a swarm of creatures. Channeling Zekrum's power, she unleashed a thunderbolt, stunning 20 of them. Then, using Reshiram's flames, she scorched another 20 before freezing the last 30 with Kurum's dragon breath. Fu faced a group of giant insects. Transforming her arms with Hoa's power, she unleashed a fire blast, burning them. When more appeared, she called upon Lugia's hydro pump to wash them away, finishing with her own Biju powers to blow the remaining creatures aside. Suki activated her Sharingan, deftly cutting down foes with her kunai. Surrounded by 80 bugs, she summoned the forces of nature, using gusts of wind to scatter them, followed by thunder shocks and a powerful bulldozing attack to finish them off. Mira used her Tensigan to summon rocks from the air, taking down 30 creatures. When more appeared, she unleashed Kyogre's surf, washing away another 30, and then used Groudon's earthquake to create a massive tremor, sending creatures tumbling into a hole. Finally, she unleashed Rayquaza's hyper beam to obliterate the rest. Naruto wielded his sword, cutting down the advancing bugs. He unleashed a flash cannon, eliminating the last of them. Using Giratina's Shadow Claw, he slashed through 80 more, followed by Palkia's Hydro Pump to blast away 70 creatures. Finally, he called upon Dialga's Iron Tail, slamming down on 100 bugs and worms. After 6 hours, they regrouped with Yugao at the safe zone. She watched in shock as they had managed to destroy half of the forest with their strange abilities. How did you 5 manage to destroy half of the forest? Yugao asked, astonished. Secret, they replied in unison. Yugao was curious but decided not to pry into their secrets. Well, you 5 passed the test. You are all now genin, she announced, and they celebrated. I'll report this to the Hokage about your passing, Yugao said as she left them alone in the safe area. Mira, are you ready for the promise you made? Naruto asked, noticing the eager looks in the girl's eyes as they grabbed him and flew up to their home. Yugao watched in amazement. They can fly too? Incredible. I need to report this to the Hokage, she thought. At the Hokage's office, Minato gathered all the jounin to discuss the results of the teams. Teams 1 to 6 had failed, which was expected. Team 7 passed, but there were concerns about Sasuke's arrogance and Sakura's fangirl tendencies. Team 8 passed, though Kiba was reckless and Hinata was shy. Team 10 had mixed results, while Team 11 passed with ease. Then Yugao spoke up, surprising everyone. Team 12 passed. Really? How? Minato asked, intrigued. I sent them on a 6-hour survival test in the Forest of Death, but it was a mistake. Those 5 possessed strange jutsu that destroyed half of the forest and eliminated countless creatures in one go, Yugao explained, leaving everyone in shock. How strong are they and who trained them? Asuma wondered aloud. Kurenai expressed her curiosity, I want to know too. Yugao replied, but there are more issues at hand, Hokage-sama. They have no loyalty to this village. When I asked them to introduce themselves, they expressed their disdain for this village, the Hokage and his family. They even harbor negative feelings towards Kakashi and your 2 students. Kurenai, your student Hinata needs to stay away from my students. And tell Hinata that her clan is on that girl Myra's list of enemies. One more thing. Their dream is to be with their prince, Naruto. But Naruto doesn't even share his last name with me. Everyone in the room felt a wave of concern, but Yugao continued, Kushina, Mito needs to stay away from the girl Velvet as well. Velvet despises her even more than she does IW. Minato then dismissed everyone except Kushina and Yugao, leaving them alone in his office. Yugao, is there any chance that Naruto will help his siblings? Minato asked. I doubt it. They hate everyone, even me, because they know my loyalty is to Konoha. But there's something else. When I sense their chakra, I feel another power within them, like a Bijuu's power but more intense. I even saw them fly, Yugao said, leaving Minato shocked as he dismissed her. When did Naruto and his girlfriend become this strong? Kushina wondered aloud. I don't know, but what concerns me is that they hate this village and might go rogue, Minato replied. Kushina, do you think we made a mistake neglecting Naruto? He added. I'm not sure, but it seems he and his friends harbor resentment towards us, our family, and the village. We can't let this happen. I will try to talk to them, Minato resolved. Okay, then I will keep Menma and Mito away from Naruto's group. Given what Yugao told us about the Forest of Death, I fear they might be in danger, Kushina said before leaving Minato to his thoughts. 1 month later, Team 12 was frustrated that they had to complete D-rank missions, which felt like chores for lazy civilians. I swear to Kami, if we have to do one more pointless D-rank mission, I will resign and leave this place, Naruto declared. We agree, we're ninjas, not servants, Velvet added. Enough. This is part of being a shinobi, Yugao interjected, though she too was weary of the tasks. The team headed to the Hokage's office, glaring at Minato for assigning them such trivial missions. Team 12, are you here for another D-rank mission? Minato asked, sensing the tension from Naruto. Naruto refused to accept any more work for the civilians, and Yugao informed the Hokage that they were ready for a C-rank mission. Just as Minato was about to inform them that there were no more C-rank missions available, a message arrived stating that Team 7 and Team 11 needed help in the Land of Waves. Minato decided to send Team 12 to assist them. Well, it seems you're in luck. The mission I gave to Team 7 and 11 has turned into an A-rank mission because the client lied about the details, Minato explained. Are you kidding me? Those useless teams will never survive. Let them fend for themselves. Naruto exclaimed, and the girls nodded in agreement. Naruto, enough. They are our comrades, we must help them, Yugao insisted. Screw that. But since the weak team needs help, I say we should go and assist them, Mira suggested. Agreed. Team 12, you will head to the Land of Waves. They are at Tazuna's house, Minato instructed, and the team nodded before leaving. Yugao stayed behind. Okage-sama, I think this is a bad idea. You know my team might clash with Kushina's children and Kakashi's students, Yugao warned. I know, but what choice do we have? Hurry, your team is waiting for you at the front gates, Minato urged, and Yugao nodded before departing. At the leaf gates, Fu asked, how long until we get there? It will take around 3 days to reach the Land of Waves, Naruto replied. 3 days? By the time we get there, those idiots might be dead, Suki remarked. That's why I have a friend who can help us, Naruto said, performing some hand signs to summon a dragon. What is that? Yugao inquired. That's a friend of mine named Giratina, Naruto introduced. Hello, Naruto. How can I assist you? Giratina asked. We need your help to get us to the Land of Waves, please, Naruto requested. Of course. Get on, and I will take you all there, Giratina replied. Naruto and his team climbed onto the dragon, soaring into the sky. Konoha's civilians and shinobi watched in shock as Naruto showcased his powerful summon. As Naruto and his team approached the Land of Waves, they prepared for the challenges ahead. The end of chapter end. Team 7 and Team 11 perspective. When both teams received their first C-rank mission, they discovered that their client, Tazuna, had deceived them. They decided to send a message for help while they continued on their mission. On their way, they encountered Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kakashi and Kushina managed to hold him off, but they were trapped in a water prison. The genin felt Zabuza's killer intent, which frightened them, but somehow they managed to survive. Just then, a mist hunter used her sunban needles to strike Zabuza, defeating him and allowing Kakashi and Kushina to escape the water prison. Upon reaching Tazuna's house, they met a woman with black hair and her son. They introduced themselves as Tsunami and Inari as both teams entered the living room. What should we do now? Zabuza will return, Kushina said. That's why I sent a message to Minato-sensei for backup, Kakashi replied. Why do we need backup? We can handle ourselves, we are the Hokage's children, Menma declared. An Uchiha elite would never ask for help, they would just get in my way, Sasuke added. This is not a normal C-rank mission. We need all the help we can get, but it might take 3 days for her to arrive, Kushina explained. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from outside, shocking everyone. They rushed to the window and saw a massive draconic creature land nearby. 6 figures emerged from the dragon, revealing it was Team Menma, and the others glared at them, while Kakashi and Kushina were astonished by the dragon. Naruto assured Giratina that he could leave, and the creature disappeared. We came at your request, Yugao said. I'm glad you came, but how did you get here so quickly? Kakashi asked. It was Naruto. He summoned that huge dragon and carried us to Wave in minutes, Yugao explained, shocking both teams. How does that dobe have a dragon summon? Sasuke questioned. That guy has a better summon than me. That power will be mine, Menma exclaimed. Naruto and the others glared at them and walked past, treating them as if they were insignificant. Hold it, loser. That power you have, give it to me. It belongs to a true shinobi. Menma shouted, but was quickly slapped by Suki, while Velvet, Fo, and Mira kicked him to the ground and left with Naruto, who looked at Menma with disdain before going inside. Yugao worried about how her team would never work with the others. She and her teammates entered the house, where everyone was discussing their next steps. Kakashi looked exhausted from overusing his Sharingan. We should train so that the next time we face Zabuza and his hunter Nin, we will be ready, Kushina suggested. How pathetic. Both teams think they can handle a C-rank mission with your skills. Let us handle this swordsman and his associate, Naruto said confidently. I agree, we can handle it, Mira added. Enough. This is a joint team mission, which means we all have to work together. Starting tomorrow, all 3 teams will train in the forest, Kushina declared. Why would we work with them? Mito protested. I agree, they will just get in our way, Menma said. Please, you two are nothing but weaklings who lost to Naruto and Velvet, Suki retorted. Shut it. I will make you pay for harming Sasuke-kun. Mito shouted. Try it, tomato girl. I'd be glad to send you to where the rest of the worthless fangirls are, Suki shot back. Enough. All of you. Kushina shouted angrily. Yugao had reached her limit with her students' behavior and wanted to scold them, but they left, leaving her alone. I knew this was a bad idea, Yugao muttered. Why do those kids hate each other? Tsunami asked. It's a long story, but they were treated well in the village, Kakashi replied. That's not our fault that they are losers, Mito said. Same goes for that loser Naruto. He should know his place under my feet, Menma added. That's enough, you two. We are all tired now, so let's get some rest, Kushina said. They were assigned rooms, but Naruto and his girls refused to be separated. They chose to stay in a small wooden house that Naruto had built using his wood style, leaving Kushina and Kakashi astonished. When did Naruto learn wood style? Kakashi wondered. I don't know, but we need to inform Minato about this, Kushina replied. Next day, Team 7, Team 11, and Team 12 gathered in the forest as their senseis prepared for training. Okay, everyone, today we will be doing some tree walking, Kakashi announced. Then we will spar to help each other's skills, Kushina added. Naruto and the others were taken aback by this basic training. He and his HRM stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, where are you five going? Kakashi asked. If you think we are going to do this basic tree walking and spar with them, then you must be crazy. We already know this stuff from 6 years ago, Mira said. It's pathetic to think 3 Jounins suggested this idea, Suki added. We're going to do our own thing, Fu stated. And we don't work with arrogant fools, Velvet concluded. Let's go, ladies, Naruto said. You 5 stop. As your sensei, you need to work with them. Yugao commanded. Never. The 5 of them yelled as they walked off, leaving Yugao feeling frustrated with their attitude and stubbornness. Kushina approached her, considering a different approach. Maybe I should talk to them, she suggested. That's not a bad idea. You are Naruto's mother, perhaps he will listen to you, Yugao replied. You forget, Naruto hates his family for making his life difficult. He will never talk to you, Kakashi interjected. I will try to convince him to help his siblings, whether he likes it or not, Kushina declared as she walked away, leaving the others behind. Menma and Mito were furious that Naruto wouldn't help them, and Sasuke glared at his sister for calling him an arrogant fool as they continued their training. Naruto's POV. Naruto and the girls had finished sparring with their new jutsu and were taking a break, enjoying a peaceful moment together. As they cuddled, they sensed someone approaching. It was Kushina, and the 5 of them glared at her. What do you want? Naruto asked, irritation evident in his voice. Naruto, you and your girlfriends need to work with the others and tell us where you got the dragon summon, Kushina insisted. Forget it. Leave us alone. You're interrupting our peace, Naruto replied, his tone sharp. Kushina, frustrated, raised her hand as if to slap him, but he caught her wrist and pushed her back, causing her to stumble to the ground. Never touch me again. Now leave, he warned. How dare you push me like that? I'm your mother, Kushina exclaimed. Please, you haven't acted like a mother since you and the Hokage made me a scapegoat for this village, Velvet said. What kind of mother would do that to her own child? Fu added. A mother who betrays her own motto, Naruto retorted. You have to understand, Menma and Mito are the destined ones who will save this world, while you are just a sacrifice. Why can't you see that? Kushina argued, but she felt the intense anger radiating from Naruto and his friends. Mira stepped forward and slapped Kushina hard, making her scream in pain. How dare you say that to him? You're nothing but a traitor to the Uzumaki clan. Mira shouted, her rage palpable. Mira, calm down. Let me handle this, Naruto said, leaving a shocked Kushina behind as he walked back to his friends. Naruto glared at Kushina and told her to leave and never bother them again, or there would be consequences. She left, glaring back at them, determined to make Naruto help the twins. Unbelievable, Naruto muttered. I agree, she should never have been a mother if she was going to act like that, Fu said. But aren't you worried she might report this to the Hokage? Velvet asked. Let her try. We might get less pay since they might falsify the mission, Naruto replied. Besides, we know what's happening in the Land of Waves. Everyone is suffering under a tyrant named Gato, and we know where his base is. I say we attack and take him down, Mira suggested. Agreed, but what about the others? They might notice we're missing, Fu pointed out. We'll do it at night while everyone is asleep, Naruto decided, and they all agreed, spending the day relaxing as the 4 girls cuddled him, which he loved. Nighttime at Tazuna's house. Everyone was having dinner, grateful for the food Naruto and his girls had helped provide. Menma and the others boasted about their supposed training, laughing and talking. Inari, however, asked, why do you even try? You're all going to die anyway. His mother scolded him, but he ignored her. Naruto, tired of Inari's whining, told him to stop complaining. Why are you upset? I bet you have a great life while we suffer, Inari shot back, but a cold chill filled the air as Naruto and his friends had enough of his attitude. Naruto stood up and slammed Inari against the wall. You crybaby! You know nothing about suffering. I was neglected, abandoned, and tortured by this village because I was used as a scapegoat. So shut up. Inari, frightened, ran upstairs, and Naruto lost his appetite, preparing to leave. But before he could, he heard laughter from Menma and Mito. Wow, loser! That's what you have to go through? You were made to be the scapegoat for us, Mito taunted, only to be punched by Velvet. Shut up! Velvet snapped. Mito, get away from her! Sasuke shouted, but Suki kicked him against the wall. I can't believe you defend that girl. You're a disgrace to the clan, Suki said. Shut up. Once I kill you, the clan head title will be mine, Sasuke declared. Please, you're weak, just like the others in your team, Mira said. Enough of this, Velvet said, turning to Mito. You heard what this girl said to my Naruto-kun. Velvet exclaimed. It doesn't matter, she's your comrade. Surely you and your friends will forgive her, Kushina said. Be quiet. You always defend those Jarkus, but no more. I will never apologize to her, Velvet said defiantly. How dare you? You're just an orphan while we are from a clan, Menma said, moving to hit her, but Naruto stepped in front of him and punched him in the stomach, causing him to double over. Never hurt my girlfriend, or you'll regret it, Naruto warned, his killer intent evident. Demon, you demon. Menma spat, but Kakashi intervened, scolding Naruto. Naruto brushed him off and left with the girls, leaving everyone at the dinner table in shock. Is what Naruto said true? Sakura asked Kakashi. Yes, and it seems he and his lovers want to leave Konoha, Kakashi replied. Who cares? Let them leave, we don't need weaklings, Menma said. I agree, but I will kill that girl for this, Mito added. Damn it, you five? Why do you hate everyone in Konoha? Yugao questioned. Naruto's POV. Naruto was still furious about what had happened, and the girls were equally upset. However, they had a plan. That night, while everyone was asleep, they donned their ninja gear and headed to Gato's hideout. Upon arrival, they found it guarded by numerous bandits and shinobi, smirking as they searched for Gato, who was nowhere to be found. As the plan unfolded, a loud boom echoed through the air. Bandits and shinobi were on guard, but Naruto swiftly dispatched them with his sword, urging the girls to unleash their powers while he searched for the safe. Fu unleashed her Biju power, combining it with Hoa's flames, creating a Bijidama engulfed in fire that obliterated 60 bandits and 50 shinobi. She laughed triumphantly as she moved on. Velvet drew her hidden sword, swiftly cutting down 10 bandits. Then her left arm transformed, crackling with Zekrum's lightning and Rishiram's ice. With a powerful blast, she eliminated 70 shinobi and 20 bandits. Suki activated her Sharingan, predicting their movements and throwing a flurry of kunai that took out 40 shinobi. She finished off 60 bandits with Thunderous's lightning before moving on. Mira activated her Byakugan, shutting down the chakra points of 50 shinobi. She unleashed Groudon's Fire Blast, incinerating them, and used Kyogre's Whirlpool to trap 70 bandits, finishing them off with a poison she had learned. This is fun, but Gato still isn't here, nor are those 2 shinobi he hired, Velvet remarked. They must be at the wave to finish the job. We should go after them, Fu suggested. But first, we need to wait for Naruto-kun, Mira added. He's still looking for the safe. Gato must have hidden it well, Suki said, frustration evident in her voice. Naruto's perspective shifted as he finished off the last remaining shinobi and bandits. He noticed women and children held captive and freed them. They thanked him, and one of them pointed him toward Gato's office. Grateful, he left to find it. Upon reaching Gato's office, Naruto broke the lock on the safe and discovered a fortune. He sealed most of the money in a scroll for himself and his companions, leaving the rest for the people of Wave. Satisfied, he returned to the others waiting for him. All right, everyone, we're done here. Let's destroy this corrupt base, Naruto declared. The girls nodded in agreement, placing bomb tags around the compound. They activated the explosives, and with a resounding boom, Gato's base was obliterated. They then headed to the bridge building site. Meanwhile, Team 7 and Team 11 encountered Zabuza and Haku. Yugao was searching for her student but had to deal with the two first. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted them as Naruto and his group arrived, shocking everyone. Looks like we made it just in time to face the swordsman and his partner, the ice user, Naruto said confidently. I agree, but they look weak. How should we handle this? Fu questioned. I'll take on the swordsman alone. You four handle his partner, Naruto instructed, and the girls nodded in agreement. Wait, we want to fight them too. Menma protested, but Naruto ignored him and created a barrier, preventing the others from joining in. Just wait, Sensei. We'll handle this quickly, Naruto assured Yugao. Are you ready to face us? Zabuza challenged. Yeah, Naruto replied, drawing his sword and clashing with Zabuza's blade. Meanwhile, Haku trapped the girls in ice, smirking at their predicament. Haku unleashed a snowstorm, but Mira countered with a lava eruption that melted the ice. How did you do that? Haku asked, surprised. Training. Now watch this. Mira exclaimed, summoning a fire dragon that charged at Haku. Haku blocked it with an ice dome, but Suki shocked the dome with lightning, causing Haku to grunt in pain. These girls are too strong. Haku exclaimed, struggling to keep up. Team 7 and Team 11 watched in disbelief as the girls displayed their impressive abilities, while Menma, Mito, and Sasuke seethed with envy. How can they be this strong? That power should belong to me. Menma fumed. Don't worry, brother. We'll tell Dad about this and make them give us their power, Mito said confidently. Sasuke glared at Suki. How are you so strong? That power doesn't belong to a weak girl like you. Naruto, how are your girlfriends this strong? Yugao questioned, astonished. Haku, now on her knees and bleeding, looked up at the girls as they approached her. Do you surrender? Velvet asked. I can't beat you. But I'm just Zabuza's tool, so I will take you down. Haku declared, rushing at them. Fu swiftly stabbed her with a kunai, and Haku fell lifeless to the ground. This poor girl lost her life, Fu said solemnly. Let's burn her body. Suki used a fire jutsu to incinerate Haku's remains, turning her into ashes. Now, what is Naruto-kun doing? Mira wondered. I think he's almost done with that swordsman, Velvet replied. In his battle with Zabuza, Naruto gained the upper hand, cutting into Zabuza's body. When Zabuza saw his partner had been killed, rage consumed him, and he charged at Naruto. Anticipating the move, Naruto executed a sword technique, unleashing flames that engulfed Zabuza. The screams of agony echoed until Zabuza was reduced to ashes. Naruto claimed Zabuza's sword as a trophy and moved on. Team 7 and Team 11 were left in shock, witnessing Naruto's decisive victory over Zabuza. Just then, they spotted Gato approaching with a large group of men. It seems Zabuza has failed. No matter, I wasn't going to pay him anyway. Those girls will make a nice addition. Get them. Gato ordered, but Naruto swiftly grabbed him and lifted him into the air as his girlfriends fought off Gato's men, chaos erupting around them. Please, let me go. Gato begged, fear in his eyes. For your crimes in Wave, you will be sentenced to death, Naruto declared, slicing off Gato's head and incinerating the body before dropping it to the ground. He landed beside his girlfriends as the barrier was lifted, and Team 7 and Team 11 approached, filled with questions. But Naruto and his companions ignored them and left, leaving everyone in shock. The following day, news of Gato's death spread throughout Wave. The bridge was completed and named the Great Naruto Bridge, with statues of Naruto and his girlfriends erected in honor of their bravery. They were happy but knew they had to leave. Inari approached them, apologizing for his earlier complaints and promising to become stronger. Naruto nodded, acknowledging his resolve, and then they departed. In the aftermath of their mission, Naruto's girlfriend generously provided the villagers of Wave with the funds needed to rebuild their homes. The villagers expressed their gratitude, assuring the Konoha team that they would always be welcome in their village. As Teams 7, 11, and 12 made their way back to Konoha, Yugao felt a sense of sadness, wondering why her comrades didn't trust her. Kushina suggested that perhaps it was because they were wary of everyone except each other. Menma and his group were frustrated, feeling overshadowed by Naruto and his friends, who had become heroes in Wave. Menma vowed to confront Naruto and take his power for himself. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato reviewed the reports with disbelief at the skills Naruto and his team had displayed. He wanted to speak with Naruto, but the teams had already left. Minato decided that Team 7 and Team 11 would receive minimal pay, while Team 12, having defeated 2 S-rank shinobi, would be compensated more generously. This decision angered Menma and his friends, who stormed out in frustration. Minato pondered how Naruto had become so powerful, while Kushina expressed her anger over a previous encounter with Naruto and his girlfriends. With the Chunin exams approaching in a month, Minato instructed everyone to prepare their children for the upcoming challenges. A month later, Naruto and his HRM arrived at the academy to register for the Chunin exams. They navigated through a genjutsu and reached the third floor, where they encountered many shinobi from other villages, including some of their former classmates. Ignoring them, they focused on the first test, which proceeded similarly to the original events, with Naruto already knowing the answers and his teammates well prepared. In the Forest of Death, Anko explained the rules of the survival test, emphasizing that it was every team for themselves. As they began, Naruto suggested they explore before heading to the tower. His teammates agreed, eager for the adventure ahead. As they waited for other teams to appear, they sensed a group of Sound Shinobi approaching. The Sound Shinobi, noticing Naruto and his team, plotted to attack them and capture the Uchiha girl. Naruto, sensing their intentions, prepared for a confrontation. His teammates were eager to fight, and they quickly engaged the enemy, overwhelming the Sound Shinobi with their skills and teamwork. After defeating them, Naruto collected the Earth Scroll they needed and praised his teammates for their efforts. As they made their way to the tower, Suki sensed a dark presence nearby, prompting Naruto to stop. They observed Team 7 and Team 11 in distress, facing a formidable opponent. Despite their initial reluctance, Naruto decided to help them, driven by curiosity about the enemy. Team 7 and Team 11, armed with their Earth Scroll, were confronted by a mysterious kunoichi who revealed herself to be Orochimaru. He exuded a menacing aura that frightened them. As Orochimaru attempted to attack, Naruto and his group intervened, landing dramatically to confront the threat. Orochimaru, intrigued by Naruto's potential, offered him power in exchange for abandoning his teammates. However, Naruto firmly rejected the offer, expressing his loyalty to his friends and refusing to let Orochimaru harm anyone. In a desperate move, Orochimaru cursed Sasuke with a mark, claiming it would grant him power for revenge. Sakura was horrified, and Suki, witnessing Sasuke's plight, prepared to fight back. The stage was set for an intense confrontation, with alliances tested and the true nature of power revealed. Naruto and his team were determined to escape, knowing they couldn't defeat their pursuers. As they prepared to leave, a kunai was thrown at them, which Naruto caught. It was Menma, who confronted them, insisting they hand over the Heaven Scroll and all their jutsu and weapons. Sakura, frustrated, demanded they heal Sasuke, blaming Naruto's team for Orochimaru's attack. Having had enough, Naruto and his friends unleashed a wave of energy, sending their attackers crashing against the wall, unconscious. Pathetic fools, Naruto remarked. Let's go, Mira agreed. Suki kicked her brother, calling him a failure, and they ascended to the tower, unaware that Team 8 had witnessed their departure and were angered by their abandonment of comrades. Forest of Death Tower. Naruto and his team reached the tower, having secured the 2 scrolls they needed. When they opened the scrolls, they were surprised to find their sensei, Yugao, waiting for them. She was astonished that they had arrived first on the very first day. How did your team make it here so quickly? She asked. Easy, we got both scrolls and flew here. We encountered Orochimaru, but he left after biting Sasuke, Naruto explained. Yugao's concern grew as she asked if they were all okay. We're fine. He saw us and left, but can we go in now? Suki replied. Yugao nodded and led them inside, where the other Jounin were equally shocked to see Team 12 arrive first and unscathed. Minato and Kushina were taken aback, having expected Menma and Mito to be the first. How did you get here first? Minato asked. We flew here while your kids were still in the forest, Naruto responded, surprising them. Kushina was upset to hear they had left others behind, but Minato calmed her. 5 days later. After 5 days, all teams had arrived, including Teams 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, as well as Oto, Suna, and IWA. Team 8 informed their senseis about the events in the Forest of Death, glaring at Naruto's group for abandoning their teammates. They were shocked to learn about Orochimaru's attack on Sasuke. Minato announced that the preliminaries would begin, with Hay-8 serving as the referee. The first match was between Velvet and Sakura. Sakura glared at Velvet, who radiated a menacing aura, causing Sakura to feel a bit intimidated. As the fourth match began, everyone watched as Mira faced Niji. Niji will win, he's the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hinata said confidently. Menma questioned how Mira could have the same eyes as Hinata. I don't know, but she refused to join our clan and called us thieves, Hinata replied, revealing that Mira belonged to the Otsutsuki clan and harbored resentment towards the Hyuga. Ten expressed concern for Niji, mentioning Mira's possession of the Tensigen, a legendary dojutsu. Hinata vowed to reclaim it for the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Naruto's group speculated about the match. That Hyuga fool will regret this. I heard Mira hates their clan, Suki said. Fu reminded her that the Uchiha and Hyuga were rivals. That's true, but I don't care about clan rivalries. My clan is gone, while the Hyugas still exist, Suki replied. As the match began, Niji smirked at Mira. It seems fate has brought us together. You may have beaten Hinata, but I'm stronger, he taunted. Mira, unfazed, promised to send him to his father in defeat. Heiate signaled the start of the match. Niji activated his Byakugan, launching a series of strikes at Mira, who skillfully dodged each one. Is that all you've got? No wonder the Hyuga clan is weak, Mira taunted, revealing her disdain for his clan's practices. Niji questioned her hatred, but Mira declared, I'm not one of you. Your clan enslaves its own members, and it disgusts me. She insulted Menma, causing laughter from those not from the Leaf Village, which only fueled Niji's anger. Mira unleashed her power, revealing the Tensigen, shocking everyone in the stands. So, it is true, Tenten remarked, recognizing the legendary dojutsu. The tension in the arena escalated as the match continued. Mito expressed her confidence, stating that Niji wouldn't lose to the girl. Kushina, observing the situation, wondered how this girl had such power. Yugao mentioned that whenever she asked about the girl's abilities, she and her friends would only respond with cold glares. Tsunade reassured them that they would eventually find out the truth. Jiraiya suggested that the girl might help them train Mito to HRSS her power, but Minato was skeptical, reminding them that the girl despised Mito and her friends and would never assist them. Meanwhile, in Naruto's group, Velvet wickedly anticipated the downfall of Niji, eager to see him suffer. Fu encouraged Mira to make Niji scream, questioning why she hadn't used any Pokémon powers yet. Suki wondered if Niji was truly that weak, but Naruto insisted they just needed to wait. In the arena, Mira taunted Niji, asking if he still believed in fate. Niji declared that he would defeat her, convinced it was his destiny to win. Mira responded by unleashing her water-style technique, summoning water knights that attacked Niji, causing him to bleed and scream in pain. She followed up with a wind-style attack, creating a dragon that trapped Niji in a tornado, laughing as he begged her to stop. Mira cruelly remarked that all Hyuga would meet the same fate, and Niji's father would see him in hell. Despite his injuries, Niji stood defiantly, calling Mira an outcast of the Hyuga clan and criticizing her relationship with the son of the fourth Hokage. He expressed disdain for her group, claiming they were weak. Mira's killer intent filled the arena, instilling fear in everyone present. Naruto and his friends were furious, wanting to retaliate against the arrogant Hyuga, but they trusted Mira to finish the fight. Hinata, on the other hand, believed in Niji's strength, confident he would prevail. Mira continued her taunts, declaring Niji weak like his cousin. She reveled in the despair of his father's death and prepared to finish him off. With a powerful surf technique, she sent a massive wave crashing toward Niji. He tried to escape but was caught in the water. Mira then unleashed a hyper beam, sending him crashing against the wall. The horror of the moment struck everyone as Niji lost his right arm and leg, prompting Hinata to scream in tears. The rookies were devastated, with Hinata crying out for her brother. Tenten expressed her outrage at Mira's brutality, while Ino lamented the loss of so many friends, calling Mira and her group demons. Mito vowed that Mira would pay for hurting Niji, and Menma remarked on her insanity. Kurenai felt the urgency to stop the match, but it continued unabated. Yugao was worried about her team potentially facing Naruto and his group. She felt a sense of dread at the thought of her student getting involved in such a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, in Naruto's group, Fu couldn't help but gloat. It's amazing to see him without his arm like that. Mira's confidence was evident as Suki remarked, I knew Mira had this match in the bag. In the arena, Niji found himself disarmed and frightened as Mira approached him, wearing a sinister smile. So, are these your final words, or do you still have some skills left? She taunted. Niji, filled with anger, replied, I'll see you in hell. Mira smirked. Oh please, that's what everyone says. But I guess it's over for you now. Goodbye. With that, she unleashed a powerful attack, and Niji's body fell lifelessly to the ground, turning to ash. The spectators were left in shock at the sight of Niji Hyuga's defeat. Mira had emerged victorious, soaring back to her group. Hinata was in tears over her cousin's loss, her heart heavy as she glanced at Naruto's group. In a moment of anguish, she rushed at them with her kunai, but her sensei intervened, reminding her that violence was not the answer. Hinata collapsed into her sensei's arms, sobbing, and the atmosphere was thick with sorrow. From Naruto's perspective, Suki remarked, "Hey Mira, it seems like Hinata wants to confront you." Mira smirked confidently, "Let her try. I'll face her in the finals and show her what I'm made of." Naruto chimed in, "You did great out there, taking down that fate-loving opponent." In a moment of excitement, Mira grabbed Naruto and kissed him. He returned the kiss, causing Fu and Suki to pout, wishing for their own moments. Suddenly Yugao shouted, "Mira, what was that for?" As she approached Naruto and the girls, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Mira confronted her friend with a fierce determination. "I took care of that weak Hyuga. Is there a problem with that?" Yugao shook her head, her expression serious. "You know we don't harm our friends like that. Even if you dislike the Hyuga, you should have spared him. What you did to Sakura was wrong. She may have been a fangirl, but she was still one of us." Mira felt the intensity of Yugao's words, but the atmosphere was thick with tension as the others urged her to leave. Fear crept into her heart and she stepped back. Velvet crossed her arms defiantly. "Who does she think she is? I won't let anyone insult my family or our Naruto-kun." "I agree," Mira added. "She has no idea what we've been through. She should just go back to NBU." Naruto stepped in to redirect the focus. "Forget about her, girls. The next match is about to begin." Despite the lingering unease, everyone moved forward as the fifth match was announced. The board displayed the matchups, Temari vs Tenten, followed by Suki vs Sai. As the competitors made their way to the arena, the Konoha rookies booed at Suki, particularly Mito and Sasuke, but her fierce glare silenced them. In the arena, Suki noticed Sai smiling in a way that made her uneasy. "Why are you smiling like that?" she asked, crossing her arms. Sai shrugged casually. "I heard that you're Sasuke's twin sister and that you dated a boy with a bigger pole." Suki's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Did my brother tell you this? You pervert." "Yes, and I think he's right. You're a disgrace to the clan," Sai replied, a smirk on his face. Fuming, Suki turned to the referee. "Start the match," she commanded, and Heiei nodded, ready to begin. "I don't care about that loser Sasuke," Suki declared, her focus now entirely on the fight ahead. Suki threw 6 kunai at Sai, who skillfully dodged them. "I have one question for you. Why do you hate your brother?" Sai asked. "Because my father always favors him over me," Suki replied, frustration evident in her voice. "He's always so arrogant and moody just because he's from the elite. It means nothing to me. I'm actually glad my brother Itachi killed them, but I was upset he killed my mother." "So if you faced Itachi, would you kill him?" Sai inquired. "For killing my mom, yes. For everyone else in the clan, no. They can burn for all I care," Suki said resolutely. "That's good, but I will defeat you with the Super B scroll," Sai declared, but he was soon caught off guard by Suki's power as she froze him in place and burned his scroll. With no options left, Sai accepted defeat, and Suki emerged victorious, only to be confronted by Sasuke. "Listen here, I will kill Itachi, not you," Sasuke said defiantly, but Suki's punch sent him crashing into the wall. She glared at him fiercely. "Never talk to me again, ugly duckling. You're an embarrassment to the family. I don't know why Itachi spared you, but I'll see you in the finals," Suki declared, leaving Sasuke on the floor. Suki returned to her group, where Naruto celebrated her victory. She kissed him, and Fu eagerly awaited her turn, but Naruto reminded her to focus on winning her match first. The sixth match began with Hinata facing an IWA shinobi. The shinobi taunted her, but Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan and struck all of his chakra points with her Juken technique, knocking him out cold. She glared at Mira, who laughed at her. The seventh match was Shino against Zuko, following the same course as in canon. In the eighth match, Menma faced another IWA shinobi, who decided to quit, declaring Menma the winner. As the ninth match was about to begin, Heiei announced Fu versus Ino. Ino looked nervous while Fu was excited. "Let's go, fangirl. I'm waiting," Fu called out as she flew down into the arena. "I'll make you pay for hurting Sakura," Ino shouted as she followed. In the stands, the rookies cheered for Ino. "Defeat that green-haired girl for Sakura-chan," Menma urged. "Kill her," Mito added. "Avenge my cousin," Hinata chimed in. "Ino, you can do it," Choji encouraged. "Troublesome, but be careful," Shiza Jinchuurki. "Be on your guard," Shikamaru warned. Asuma and Kurinai observed from the sidelines. "So, Asuma, Did she get rid of her fangirl phase? Kurenai asked. Not entirely, but she has been training hard and wants to focus on her career, Asuma replied. She needs to be careful. That girl is a Jinchuurki, and she has strange skills like the others. Plus, she's Naruto's girlfriend, Kurenai noted. In the arena, Fu looked at Ino with disappointment. Ino noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared to face me?" "Not really. I just want to fight someone powerful, not a kunoichi who spends her time chasing boys instead of training," Fu retorted. "How dare you? You're just mad that Sasuke-kun doesn't like you, so you have Naruto as a backup boyfriend." Ino shot back, angering Fu. "You think I like that, Uchiha? Please, he's weak and useless. He can't even unlock the second stage," Fu replied dismissively. "What do you mean, second stage?" Ino asked, confused. "Forget it. I doubt you would understand. Ref, start the match so I can teach this fangirl a lesson." Fu commanded as Hayate signaled the start of the match. "Prepare for your first lesson. Water style, water shuriken barrage." Fu announced, launching a flurry of water shuriken at Ino. Ino dodged some but was hit by others, sustaining minor scratches. Is that it? Your jutsu aren't that strong. Let me show you my clan's jutsu, mind transfer jutsu," Ino declared, making hand signs and aiming at Fu. As the jutsu activated, Fu's body fell limp, and Ino's consciousness entered her. In the stands, the rookies gasped. "It's over for her. Ino will mess her mind up badly," Menma said. "I hope she crushes her brain." Mito added. "Win this, Ino." Hinata cheered. "Once Ino possesses Fu, she will make her forfeit the match," Shikamaru stated. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged worried glances. "I'm sorry, Yugao, but my student has already won the match," Asuma said. "Agree, Ino has possessed Fu's body, and there's nothing she can do about it," Kurenai confirmed. "But wait, I sense something isn't right," Kakashi warned. Yugao added, "Don't forget, she's a Jinchuurki. It won't be that easy. I sense 2 more strange energies within her." The others were shocked. "I forgot she's just like Menma and Mito," Kushina said. "But what do you mean by 2 more strange energy sources?" Tsunade asked. "I don't know, but it's not just her. The others have the same energy as well, but Naruto has the strongest of all," Yugao explained, causing Kushina to ponder if Naruto was also a Jinchuurki. "Tsunade, we need to talk to Minato about this," Kushina insisted. "I'll bring Jiraiya as well," Tsunade agreed. In a different location, Minato contemplated the implications of Fu being a Jinchuurki. Minato sensed something unusual within Naruto and his friends. Jiraiya, observing Minato's expression, spoke up. "Minato, you don't think Naruto and his girlfriends have tailed beasts inside them, do you?" Minato shook his head. "No, that's impossible. The other tailed beasts are in different villages, and the only Jinchuurki we have is that girl who was cast out by her own village, along with my children. There's no way Naruto is a Jinchuurki." "I know, but Naruto and his friends can use strange jutsu, and they all have the ability to fly. How is that possible?" Jiraiya questioned. "I'm not sure, but we need to talk to Naruto and his girlfriends. It will be difficult, though, since they only trust each other. The girls are fiercely loyal to him," Minato replied. Meanwhile, within Fu's mindscape, Ino wandered around, trying to cause some chaos. Suddenly, she heard 3 menacing growls. Turning around, she was met with the sight of 3 large creatures glaring at her, causing her to pale in fear. "How dare you, mortal, enter my little larva? Body, you will leave at once." Chomei roared. "This girl has no right to be here. Begone, worthless human." Ho-Oh added. "You're trespassing in our home. Leave, or we will send you out with pain and suffering." Lugia warned. "What are you 3 and where is Fu?" Ino stammered, but the creatures continued to growl, ready to unleash their wrath. Ino screamed as they tormented her, and Fu, perched atop Chomei, laughed at the chaos. When Ino pleaded for help, Fu glared at her and expelled her from the mindscape, leaving the 3 beings satisfied. Outside of Fu's mindscape, Ino was moved back into her own body, where she saw Fu and screamed, shocking everyone around her. "What are you? How do you have 3 creatures inside you?" Ino shouted, her outburst leaving everyone confused. "That's none of your concern, weakling. You shouldn't invade others' bodies," Fu replied coolly. In the stands, Tenten turned to the others. "What does Ino mean by 3 creatures?" "I'm not sure, but my mom told me she only had the 7-tailed beast inside her," Mito said, recalling what she had heard. Meanwhile, in her mindscape, Kurama sensed powerful beings that frightened him. That foolish girl and her brother are doomed, he muttered. Gaara, warned by Shikaku to stay away from them, felt drawn to the situation, intrigued despite his siblings, Temari and Kankuro, watching closely. Guys, I don't know why, but I have a feeling Naruto and his lovers are not normal shinobi. Think about it, they can fly and use odd jutsu. And what Ino said about that girl having 3 creatures inside her. I think she and Naruto's group are like Menma and Mito, Shikamaru suggested, causing gasps around him. That's not possible. Only Mito and I are Jinchuurki, not those losers. Menma protested. Right? My failure of a sister is not a Jinchuurki. Besides, the other tailed beasts are in different villages, except for the 3 here, Sasuke added. Actually, Shikamaru is right. When I used my Byakugan on Mira, I saw 3 huge power sources in her and Naruto's group. But Naruto's power is stronger than his girls and even Menma and Mito's, Hinata revealed. Everyone was shocked, especially Menma and Mito, who looked at Naruto's group with a mix of fear and anger. Demon Naruto, what power do you have? Menma exclaimed. Brother, I will find out your secret, and you will tell me how to get it, Mito vowed. The Jounins overheard Shikamaru and Hinata's conversation, astonished by the revelation about Naruto's group. Kushina, is Naruto a Jinchuurki? Kurenai asked. No. When Minato used the forbidden seal to summon the Shinigami, he only sealed half of the fox inside Menma and Mito. Naruto is just a normal shinobi, so it's impossible for him or his girlfriends, except for Fu, to be Jinchuurki, Kushina explained. But look at Ino. She's not lying. She went inside Fu's mind and came out screaming. Asuma pointed out. Yugao, did you know about this? Kurenai pressed. No, as I said before, Naruto and his lovers never trusted me or anyone, so I had no idea, Yugao replied. I will have a talk with them, Tsunade declared as she left. Naruto, what are you and your girls hiding? Kakashi wondered aloud. Minato turned to Jiraiya. I think Naruto is a Jinchuurki, he said. I agree, but how? When did this happen? Minato asked. My guess is it happened when he was 5, after we put him through so much, Jiraiya replied. Jiraiya pondered whether the toad had any information about Minato. I'll check after the preliminary rounds are over, he replied. Naruto's group perspective. It won't be long until everyone finds out what we are, Suki remarked. It doesn't matter. What matters is that Fu will win this match, Naruto stated confidently. Naruto, a voice called out, and the group turned to see Tsunade approaching. What do you want, old hag? Naruto asked. Tsunade's expression shifted to anger, but she maintained her composure. All right then, brats, tell me, are you Jinchuuriki? Maybe, but what's it to you? Suki responded. Because I and the rest of Konoha want to know about your powers, Tsunade said, but before she could continue, Velvet kicked her against the wall. Listen, we don't care about this village or anyone else, so leave us alone if you want to see your family members again, Velvet warned, glaring at Tsunade as she walked away, visibly upset. That woman can't mind her own business. Besides, we don't reveal our secrets to anyone, Suki added. That's true, but it may be too late for that, Naruto said. In the arena, Fu unleashed a whirlpool on Ino, trapping her as flames engulfed the water. The audience watched in horror as Ino screamed in pain, her body scorched. She collapsed to the ground, unconscious but alive. Hey-8 quickly declared Fu the winner, and she cheered, flying up to join her friends. Well done, Fu. You beat her, Velvet exclaimed. You did great out there, Mira added. Excellent job, Harem's sister, Suki praised. Thanks, guys, but I feel bad about her getting inside my mind. Now everyone might know about our tenants, Fu admitted. It doesn't matter, it will happen sooner or later, Naruto reassured her. Fu looked at him and kissed him, finally feeling a sense of victory. Rookie's perspective. Shikamaru and Choji stared in shock at Ino's burned body. Dang it, that girl burned Ino, and now she's lost, Mito said, frustration evident in her voice. She will pay for this, Menma vowed. We'll wait for the finals, Hinata suggested. Jounin's perspective. Asuma watched with concern as medics rushed to take Ino to the infirmary. Damn it, she didn't have to go that far, Kurenai said, shaking her head. Why are they so intent on hurting our shinobi? Did the villages hurt them so much? Kakashi wondered. I don't know, but it proves 2 things. Naruto and his group are not normal shinobi, and we underestimated our students, Kushina replied. How unyouthful of that girl to do this, Guy remarked. All right then, the 10th match will begin, the announcer declared, revealing Sasuke versus Yoroi. The match unfolded similarly to canon, but Lee was upset as Sasuke used a technique without permission. Suki glared at her brother for stealing a move. The 11th match began, featuring Choji against Dosu, which also followed the canon events. The 12th match commenced with Mito facing Kuratsuchi as the two prepared for battle. Kuratsuchi stood determined, ready for revenge. "It's time for our fight," she declared. Mito smirked, her confidence unwavering. "You Iwa Nin are weak. No wonder my father defeated you all in the war. I'm glad he did." Kuratsuchi's anger flared as she signaled for Heiei to start the match, and he nodded in agreement. "You will regret this," Kuratsuchi shouted, summoning an enormous Earth-style wolf that charged toward Mito. With agility, Mito dodged the attack and countered with a wind kunai jutsu, shattering the wolf. "Is that all you've got? Let me show you the power of the Child of Prophecy," Mito said, transforming into her three-tailed state. She delivered a powerful kick to Kuratsuchi, sending her crashing into the wall, blood escaping her lips. In the stands, Menma watched with pride. "That girl thinks she can beat my sister? Never. We are stronger than her." Sasuke chimed in, "Your sister is strong enough to revive my clan after I defeat Suki." "She will, and that loser Naruto will fall," Menma replied confidently. From the Jounin's perspective, Kushina cheered. "That's right, Mito. Show her what you're made of." "I agree. Her down," Tsunade added, entering the stands with visible injuries. "What happened?" Kakashi asked, concerned. "That girl Velvet did this," Tsunade replied, her anger palpable. "The rest of them were glaring at me like they were ready to attack." "Wait, Naruto and the others did this?" Yugao asked, astonished. "Wow, they are strong enough to take down a legendary Sannin," Asuma remarked. Kushina sighed. "Naruto, what have you become?" In the arena, Mito dominated the fight, leaving Kuratsuchi unconscious. The announcer declared Mito the winner. "That's what you get for underestimating the fourth's daughter," she said as she exited the arena. Velvet glared at her, eager for a rematch in the finals. "When I face you, you'll know true calamity," she warned. Mito joined her friends and family in the stands, smiling at their support. "Now, the 13th match will begin. Kenkaro versus Misumi," the announcer stated, and the match proceeded as expected. "Next up, the final match, Naruto versus Kiba," Heiei announced. Naruto was excited as he made his way to the arena, while Kiba was eager to prove himself. "This will be easy," Kiba boasted. "He may be Rookie of the Year, but I'm better. Let's go, Akamaru." The dog barked in agreement. Kurinai turned to Yugao. "Sorry about this, but my student will win." "I'm not so sure. I've seen Naruto's strength and skills. He seems to be at a high Chunin level," Yugao replied. "She's right. When we were at the wave, Naruto defeated Zabuza with ease," Kushina added. Hinata looked at Menma. "Is what your mother said true?" "Yes, but that doesn't matter. Kiba will win," Menma insisted. In the arena, Naruto smirked. "So, I'm fighting a dog and his ninja tool? How dare you call me a tool?" Kiba retorted. "I meant the beast, not you, dog boy." "And step back, you smell bad," Naruto said, causing laughter among the spectators. "Start the match so I can show him who the real alpha is." Kiba shouted as Heiei signaled the beginning of the match. "You're going down, loser. Fong over Fong." Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru transformed and charged at Naruto. With quick reflexes, Naruto dodged and kicked them both hard against the wall, causing Kiba to cough. "Is that the power of the Inuzuka clan? How pathetic," Naruto taunted. "Shut it, loser. At least we have a clan, unlike you, who was cast out as a failure." Kiba shot back. "Do you think I care about that fake clan? Honestly, I never did." "They can all go," Naruto replied coldly. "How can you say that about your family?" Kiba asked shocked. "Because that family ruined my life because of the prophecy that the toad pervert caused," Naruto said, his voice filled with anger. In the stands, Kushina was upset by Naruto's outburst. "Why do you have to be so difficult, Naruto? That brat should be helping the twins, not acting like a child," Tsunade added angrily. "Why does he hate them so much?" Kurinai wondered. "It's because of his former family and the village. During introductions, he mentioned his first name. He might challenge them in the finals. It's part of the Uzumaki clan rules," Yugao explained, shocking Kushina and Tsunade. "How did we not check the Uzumaki clan rules?" Kushina exclaimed. Minato felt a mix of disappointment and concern for his eldest son. He had neglected Naruto, But it was the fate of the prophecy that Menma and Mito were the Jinchuurki of the Kyuubi. Perhaps he had been wrong about everything. In the arena, Kiba and Akamaru continued their attack with Fong over Fong, but Naruto kept dodging. He unleashed a powerful roar of time cannon, blasting Kiba and Akamaru back. The crowd gasped at Naruto's strength. Kiba struggled to his feet, but he noticed Akamaru lying still, a serious wound evident. Panic filled his eyes as he realized his companion was lifeless. Naruto looked at Kiba, who was in tears, and chuckled as if he had just delivered a devastating blow. "It's like I killed your puppy and now it's just you," he said. Kiba glared at Naruto, filled with rage and hatred. "Demon, you demon. You killed my friend. I will end you," he shouted, rushing at Naruto. However, he was pushed back by an unseen force. When he looked up, he saw Naruto, but his eyes were different. He possessed the legendary Rinnegan. "What are those eyes?" Kiba exclaimed. "This Mutt has the legendary eyes known as the Rinnegan," Naruto replied, shocking everyone in the stands. From Naruto's group, Fu turned to Mira. "So, is this the Rinnegan you talked about?" "Yes, it rivals my Tensegan, so it makes sense that our king possesses it," Mira said, smiling. "Impressive, but not surprising. Our king, Naruto, is destined for greatness," Suki added. "Yes, and we will be by his side as his queens," Velvet said confidently. Meanwhile, the rookies were in disbelief. "How did that loser get the Rinnegan?" Sasuke asked. "I don't know, but it seems impossible," Mito replied. "Wait, that's the Rinnegan the pervy sage was talking about," Menma said. "Yes, didn't you listen?" Mito shot back. "What's worse is that Akamaru is dead," Choji said. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered. In the Jounin section, Tsunade turned to Kushina. "How does Naruto have the Rinnegan?" "I don't know, but it's impossible to unlock that power," Kushina said, concerned. "We need to ask him about it," Kakashi suggested. Minato, visibly upset, shouted, "Jiraiya, can you explain to me how Naruto has the Rinnegan?" "I don't know, but I might have been wrong about the chosen child," Jiraiya admitted. In the arena, Naruto faced Kiba. "So, Mutt, are you giving up or will you keep fighting and die?" he taunted. "Never, loser. You're nothing," Kiba retorted. But Naruto had had enough. He drew his sword and, in a swift motion, severed Kiba's right arm. Using a fire jutsu, he burned the wound as Kiba screamed in agony. "You bastard! You cut off my right arm!" Kiba shouted, filled with anger. The spectators were in shock, especially Kurenai, who couldn't believe her student had lost his arm. How could Naruto do that to his own comrade? Guy questioned. "We should punish him for this," Tsunade said. "We can't. The rules allow for severe actions against a shinobi," Kushina replied. "Naruto, have you fallen to the curse of hatred?" Kakashi wondered aloud. Back in the rookie section, Menma exclaimed, "That monster cut off Kiba's arm. How insane is he?" Sasuke asked, incredulous. "He's ruthless and cold-hearted," Mito added. "We need to watch out for him," Shikamaru warned. In the arena, Kiba was backed against the wall, terrified by Naruto's gaze. Naruto laughed and unleashed a wind jutsu, leaving a scar on Kiba's chest. Blood spurted out, and Kiba fell unconscious. Hey-8, the referee, declared Naruto the winner, but the crowd was furious at the brutality displayed. Naruto flew up to his girls, who embraced him. "You did it, Naruto-kun. Now all 5 of us have made it to the finals," Velvet cheered. "Thank you, girls," Naruto replied. Meanwhile, the rookies were seething. "That bastard hurt Kiba. He will pay for this," Mito declared, her eyes narrowed. "He will," Menma agreed. "We'll make sure of it." "Agreed," Sasuke added. In the Jounin section, Kurenai fumed, "That BSE. I'll kill him." "Stop. You'd be killed, and Kiba is still alive, just in the infirmary," Asuma cautioned. "Naruto, how can you be so heartless?" Yugao questioned. "I will have to talk to him about hurting his friends," Kushina said, worried. "You know he never considers anyone but his girlfriends," Kakashi remarked. "I know, but some in Hana won't like this, nor will Hayashi 4. "What happened to his nephew?" Kushina replied. Minato sighed. "Naruto, what have you become, son? How could you do this to your own comrades?" "I don't think the brat ever liked them. What will you do now?" "The clan heads won't approve," Jiraiya said. "I know, and there might be a council meeting to discuss the revelation of the Rinnegan," Minato stated. "I will go to the Toad Mountain for more information," Jiraiya said as he prepared to leave. "Do that," Minato replied. Hayate announced, "In 1 month, the finals will take place in the stadium where all Kages will come. Now, let's see who will fight whom." Match 1, Suki vs Sasuke. Match 2, Kankuro vs Shino. Match 3, Temari vs Shikamaru. Match 4, Gaara vs Fu. Match 5, Mira vs Hinata. Match 6, Velvet vs Mito. Match 7, Naruto vs Menma. These are the matches. Now be prepared for 1 month, Hayate concluded. Mira was determined to seek revenge against her rival from the Hyuga clan, who had caused her much suffering. "That Hyuga will pay for what she did," Velvet declared with fierce resolve. Suki added, "This will determine who truly deserves to be the heir of the Uchiha clan." Fu, eager for the challenge, remarked, "I'm ready to face that sand boy." Naruto glanced at Menma, who glared back at him. Despite the tension, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought of confronting Menma, who had caused him so much pain. "You will fall here, Menma. Your title and your sister's clan head position will be mine," he vowed. As the news of the preliminary round spread, reactions varied. Many were shocked, while others were outraged that Naruto and his companions had made it to the finals. The revelation that Naruto possessed the legendary Rinnegan only added to the tension. The council was concerned about the safety of Menma and Mito, the Hokage's children, given Naruto's formidable abilities. However, Naruto dismissed their fears, much to the council's frustration. In the Hokage's office, Minato was deep in thought, joined by Kushina and Tsunade, who were equally worried about Naruto and his friends. "Can you believe how ruthless Naruto and his friends have been?" Minato said, reflecting on the violence that had unfolded. "I was shocked too. That girl hit me hard enough to leave a mark," Tsunade admitted, still surprised by the strength of one of Naruto's companions. Minato continued, "Ino, Asuma's student, reported seeing 3 strange creatures. We recognized one as the 7-tailed beetle, but the others were unfamiliar." Kushina added, "Hinata used her Byakugan on Naruto and his team. She detected not only their chakra but also a second source of energy that rivaled the power of tailed beasts. That shouldn't be possible unless they are Jinchuurki." Tsunade questioned, "But there are only 9-tailed beasts in the elemental nations. How could Naruto's group have one?" Before anyone could respond, Jiraiya entered, his expression serious. "They're not tailed beasts," he clarified, drawing everyone's attention. "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. "When I visited Mount Myaboku, the Elder Toad revealed that the prophecy has changed," Jiraiya explained. "What do you mean?" Minato pressed. "The child will be the vessel of time, space, and distortion, sent by their creator to eradicate all corruption and rule this world," Jiraiya revealed. Kushina was confused. "What does that have to do with Naruto and his friends?" "There's a story about a world of Pokémon," Jiraiya began. "Pokémon?" Minato echoed, intrigued. "They are creatures with abilities that humans once lived alongside. Initially, it was harmonious, but corruption took over, and humans sought to exploit Pokémon for power. A chosen child was meant to save that world, but ultimately, the 4 powerful beings of time, space, distortion, and judgment decided to send all Pokémon to a safer realm, destroying the corrupt world in the process," Jiraiya explained. Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade were taken aback, trying to comprehend Naruto's role in this. "Wait, what do you mean by 4 powerful beings?" Minato asked. "The Pokémon of Judgment created all Pokémon, known as Arceus, and his 3 children govern time, space, and distortion," Jiraiya clarified. "So, does this mean Naruto and his friends are vessels for these powerful beings?" Kushina questioned. "No, they aren't the only legendary beings. What the Yamanaka girl saw indicates that there are more," Jiraiya stated, shocking everyone. "So, you're saying Naruto could potentially rule this world?" Kushina asked, her voice filled with concern. "I can't say for certain, but if this prophecy holds true, we may need to stop him and his companions. The prophecy also mentions that his queens will rule alongside him," Jiraiya warned. "We need to find Naruto and learn how to access that power. With it, we could bring peace under Konoha's rule," Tsunade suggested. "Doubtful. Naruto and his girlfriends won't share anything with us," Jiraiya replied. "We still need to discuss the Rinnegan with him and how he acquired it," Kushina insisted. "About that, the Rinnegan was granted to him by the Sage of the 6 Paths, and the girl with the Byakugan is somehow connected to him through a powerful clan that existed before Chakra," Jiraiya explained. "What do you mean?" Minato asked, intrigued. "The Toad mentioned that the Sage of the 6 Paths is an Otsutsuki, and so is that girl named Mira. The Otsutsuki have eyes similar to the Hyuga clan. When Mira saw the Hyuga eyes, she became furious, Jiraiya revealed. So, she's not from here but from another world? Tsunade asked, piecing it together. Yes, and it wouldn't be wise to provoke her. An Otsutsuki is powerful enough to conquer worlds without training, and since she has been trained, we could be in serious trouble, Jiraiya warned. But amidst all this, a member of the opposing faction was listening and quickly left to report back to his superiors. We need to stop Naruto and his friends, or the elemental nations are doomed, Kushina said. Do we know where they are? Tsunade asked. I'll send my ANBU to find them, Minato replied, sensing Yugao's frustration that her students had kept such power from her. I know she wants them to trust her, but since everyone in Konoha despises them, they had to rely on themselves and each other, Minato continued. But it's strange, whenever someone messes with Naruto, those who do end up dead. You don't think they could be responsible for that? Tsunade questioned. For love, maybe, but we have no proof. We should wait for the ANBU to find them, Kushina suggested. Very well, but I have a feeling there will be a council meeting about this, Minato said. By the way, how are Hayashi and Sum doing after the preliminaries? Tsunade inquired. Not well. Hayashi wants justice for his nephew, while Sum wants to confront Naruto for Niji's death and Kiba's lost arm. Not to mention Mabuki is upset about her daughter's injuries, but that's her fault for being a fangirl, Kushina explained. What worries me is Menma and Mito. It seems Naruto might have killed them, Tsunade said. What? I understand we made his life miserable, but there's no need for that. Kushina exclaimed. It doesn't matter to him. He was disowned, remember? Tsunade replied. Then we should bring him back to the family, Kushina said, longing for a reunion. That's not possible. Naruto already has a family, those girls, and the Uchiha girl wants to finish off Sasuke, Minato said, sadness evident in his voice. So, what should we do now? Tsunade. For now, we wait until Naruto gets here, Minato said just as an ANBU member entered to inform them of a council meeting. The four nodded in agreement. Well, let's get this over with, Minato said. Everyone was shaken by the events of the preliminary rounds. Are you guys still wondering about Naruto and his friend's powers? Shikamaru asked. Absolutely. How could he do that to Kiba's arm? And that girl Mira killed Niji. Tenten exclaimed. But worse is that Velvet for giving me such injuries. The doctors told me I can't become a mother anymore, Sakura said, tears streaming down her face. That monster killed my cousin. I will make her pay. Hinata declared, filled with rage. Sasuke, are you worried about facing your sister? Mito asked. I will defeat that failure Uchiha. I've mstread my Sharingan, and when she loses, that clan title will be mine, Sasuke said arrogantly. But what about Mito and Menma? Can you both beat Naruto and Velvet? You've seen their power, Shino pointed out. I will make that girl pay for hurting Sakura, Mito vowed. That loser won't win. He may be Rookie of the Year, but he's nothing to us. When it's over, I will take his power, Menma said with a smirk. Well, you four better get ready because I have a feeling the finals will be chaotic, Choji warned. I know, but that's not what concerns us. Ino, you said you saw 3 creatures inside Fu, right? Mito asked. Yes, and they looked enraged inside the girl's body. One of them is a tailed beast, but the other 2 don't have chakra. Something else, Ino said, fear evident in her voice. I agree. We should be worried. The power I saw in those 5 was incredible, Hinata added. Sasuke-kun, did you ask your sister about that power she has? Mito inquired. No, because she hates me and the Uchiha for treating her like scum, Sasuke admitted. What can we do? Menma asked, frustrated. For now, we should find Naruto and his group and ask them some questions, Shikamaru suggested. Are you crazy? They will kill us. Tenten exclaimed. It doesn't matter. I will find out how that loser gained his power and make him tell us, Menma said as he stormed off. Damn it, let's follow him, Shikamaru said, and the others agreed. What are we going to do about Naruto and his group? The Suma asked, exasperated. I don't know how they became that strong in just over a month, Kakashi replied. Who cares? That brat cut off Kiba's arm, he should be punished. Kurenai said angrily. That monster killed Akamaru and ruined my brother's career, Hana growled. My student was killed by that girl Mira, and now she will face off against Hinata, Guy said. This is bad for all our students. Naruto and his girlfriends are on a whole other level. What did Yugao teach them? Kakashi pondered. I taught them nothing. I tried to teach them, but they don't accept me, even when I threaten them, Yugao said as she entered. Did you find your students? Kurenai asked. Not yet, but the Hokage sent his Anbu to look for them and bring them to his office regarding the Rinnegan and Tensegan that Naruto and Mira possess, Yugao explained. Speaking of which, how is it possible that Naruto has the Rinnegan? Asuma asked. I don't know, but we can't ask him about it, he will never tell, Kakashi said. What about his lovers? Do they know how Naruto has the Rinnegan? Kurenai asked. They do, but like Naruto, they are loyal to him and won't tell us, Kakashi replied. But what about what Ino saw in the girl's mind regarding those three creatures? We know she is a Jinchuurki of the seven-tailed beetle, but where did the other two come from? Hana wondered. I don't know, but I suspect she and the others are Jinchuurki of powerful beings, Yugao said. We should ask them where they got those powers so our students can have one, Kakashi suggested. Forget it. Didn't you hear? Naruto and his girlfriends hate this village and everyone in it. Once the finals start in a month, your students and Kushina's students won't come out unscathed, Yugao warned. She's right. Look at what they did to Sakura, injured and unable to become a mother. Guy's student is dead, my student was terrified, and Kurenai's student lost his arm, Asuma said. I get that Naruto hates his family, Suki hates her brother, and Mira hates the Hyuga clan, but this is too much, Kurenai said. So, how are you going to train your students? Guy asked. The Hyuga clan and I will train Hinata to avenge Niji, Kurenai said. I will train Sasuke and teach him my famous jutsu, Kakashi added. Kushina and the two Sannin will train Menma and Mito to control their tailed beast powers and jutsu, Hana concluded. Yugao felt a sense of disappointment as she realized her students no longer trusted her after her departure. Where are you going? Kurenai asked. I will try to help and train my students in the art of sword techniques, Yugao replied. That's a good idea. You mentioned that Naruto is excellent at sword fighting, so perhaps you can teach him and convince him and his friends to assist Menma and the others, Kakashi suggested, only to be punched to the ground by Yugao. Stupid pervert! Did you not hear me? Naruto and his friends hate Menma and the others. Yugao exclaimed as she left, leaving the other Jounins to ponder what would happen in the finals. Naruto and his friends were walking through the village when they noticed the glares and anger directed at them. They could sense the fear in those who dared to confront them, knowing Naruto could unleash his killer intent at any moment. Pathetic weaklings, Naruto muttered. I agree, Naruto-kun, Mira added. What should we do for the month leading up to the finals? First, we should train harder since we need to prepare for our opponents, Suki suggested. Yes, I agree. We may be strong, but we can't afford to get cocky, Velvet added. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. There you are, you beasties. It was Menma and his group. What do you want? Velvet asked, annoyance evident in her tone. Shut it. We came to ask Naruto where he got that power. Sakura shouted, but before she could strike Velvet, Naruto grabbed her hand and kicked her back to the ground. Never touch one of my friends, Naruto declared, anger flashing in his eyes. Sakura, hurt and bleeding, ran away in tears, while the others glared at Naruto. You didn't have to go that far, Hinata said, frustration in her voice. Shut up, Hyuga failure. My Naruto-kun doesn't need to listen to you. Once I'm done with you in the finals, you'll be begging for mercy, Mira retorted. Hinata glared back, wanting to retaliate, but she left with the others except for Menma, Mito, and Sasuke. What do you want now? Fu asked, annoyance creeping into her voice. Give up all of your power and swords, Sasuke demanded. Typical Uchiha, always wanting to take others' jutsu instead of training your own. This is why I'm glad your clan is gone, Suki shot back. Shut it, traitor. You were always weak in the family, Sasuke sneered. No, brother, you have that wrong, Suki said, appearing behind Sasuke and punching him in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. You're weak, Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, Mito exclaimed, but Velvet kicked her away, telling her to take the two idiots and leave. The group unleashed their killer intent, scaring Menma and the others into retreat. From a distance, Yugao observed the scene from a tree, trying to approach them when suddenly a golden light enveloped Naruto and the girls, causing them to vanish. Confused, wondered, where did they go? Naruto and his friends found themselves with Arrakis. Hello, Arrakis. What can we do for you? Naruto greeted. Well, you and your friends are here, so we can train for the finals, Arrakis replied. Really? That's great. Naruto exclaimed. But be warned, this training will be tough. Are you all ready for it? Ericus asked. Yes, Arikis-sama, the four girls chimed in. You heard that, Ericus? We are ready, Naruto affirmed. Good. Let's begin, Ericus said. Minato had heard that Naruto and his friends had disappeared in a golden light. He dispatched all of his ANBU to find them, but to no avail. He knew they would return for the finals. In the council chamber, chaos erupted as civilians and shinobi shouted about the recent events. Enough! All of you! Minato shouted, trying to regain control. The Hyuga clan demands justice for what that girl did to my nephew, Hayashi stated. So do the Inuzuka, for that former son of yours who killed Akamaru and harmed my son, Sum added. Naruto and his friends won't be punished. What happened in the Forest of Death stays there, and you all signed a waiver, Minato explained, causing the two clans to grumble in discontent. Hokage, what about the Rinnegan that Naruto possesses? How did he acquire it? Koharu inquired, shocking everyone in the room. I don't know, but we can ask him in the finals since he isn't here in the village, Minato replied. By the way, Hokage, what were those strange powers Naruto and his friends used? There's a rumor that he and his friends are Jinchuurki, Danzo added, causing further shock among the council. I agree. My daughter saw 3 creatures inside Fu's mind and was terrified, Inochi said. My daughter also sensed 3 immense power sources from Naruto and his friends, Hayashi added. Minato realized he couldn't escape the situation, so he shared what Jiraiya had told him, leaving everyone scared and concerned about Naruto and his friends' powers. Hokage, we need to bring them back and force them to reveal more about those strange creatures called Pokémon, Hamura suggested. We can't because Naruto and his friends despise this village for what was done to them. Besides, we don't know where they are, so we must wait until the finals begin, Minato concluded. Everyone left the council chamber, upset but resigned. Only Minato and Jiraiya remained. What are we going to do about this, Jiraiya? Minato asked. For now, nothing until Naruto and his friends return for the finals, Jiraiya replied. It had been a month since the preliminaries, and now the finals were about to begin. The stadium was filled with spectators eager to see the next generation of shinobi. Many had heard rumors about the strange powers of the Konoha shinobi and were excited to witness them in action. Cheers erupted for the Uchiha prince, the Hyuga princess, and the Hokage's children, as many hoped to see Naruto and his friends lose, placing bets on the chosen clan heirs. In the arena, only 9 competitors stood, as Naruto and his group had yet to arrive. Looks like the losers haven't shown up. Guess they quit, Menma said smugly. I hope they do show up. We want to make them pay for what they did to us, Mito added. That girl will pay for what she did to me, Hinata vowed. I know my sister will show up, and when she does, she'll bow before me, the true Uchiha elite, Sasuke declared. Gaara, eager for a fight, wondered when his opponent would finally appear. In the stands, Asuma remarked, Hey, I can only see 9 down there. Where are Naruto and his friends? Don't worry. My students will arrive. Suki's match is first, and she won't miss this chance to confront her brother, Yugao reassured him. I don't know. I trained Sasuke for this, Asuma replied, concern creeping into his voice. Kakashi observed the ongoing discussions among the adults, noting their confidence in their respective students. Sasuke has the advantage with his Sharingan. Even though Suki is strong, she hasn't managed to defeat him yet, he stated. You're right, Kakashi. I've trained Hinata rigorously, and her clan is impressed by her resolve and skills. Mira won't be able to beat her, Kurenai added. Kushina chimed in. Tsunade and I have been training Menma and Mito with their Kyuubi powers and Uzumaki traits. There's no way Naruto will lose. Asuma interjected, Don't forget, Kushina, Naruto may have distanced himself from the Uzumaki name, but he still has their blood in him. So don't be too sure. Yugao nodded in agreement, not to mention Myra's Tensigan and that girl Velvet, who is ruthless to anyone except her Hrim sisters and Naruto. Your daughter will have a tough time facing her. Kushina smirked confidently, Just you wait. Meanwhile, the younger generation was growing restless. It seems Naruto and the others haven't shown up yet, Ino remarked. Who cares about that fool and his companions? Sasuke-kun will defeat them all, Sakura declared. I heard a golden light appeared and took them away a month ago. They must be training somewhere, Ten speculated. Kiba, still angry about his lost arm and friend, growled, That guy better show up so Menma can take him down. I believe they will arrive, Choji reassured. I agree, but that Fo girl better be careful, Gaara warned. In a different area, Minato and Jiraiya were anxiously scanning the arena, noticing only 9 contestants present. Have you found them yet? Minato asked. I checked everywhere in the fire country, but there's no sign of them, Jiraiya replied. Don't worry, they'll come, Minato reassured him. Just then, the other Kages arrived, and Minato greeted them. Hello, fellow Kages. I'm glad you all could make it for the finals. I wouldn't usually come to this village, but since I have some time off, I thought I'd drop by, Inoki said. I heard your children have become stronger with the Fox Chakra, I remarked. I want to see some action, my son will face off against others, Raza added. Mei chimed in, I want to see some action as well, now that the Mist Civil War has ended. But there are only 9 contestants in the arena. Where are the other 5? Inoki asked. Yes, I heard your former son possesses the Rinnegan, Minato said. Former son? What do you mean? Inoki questioned. I heard that the Hokage and his family neglected Naruto Uzumaki, and he is now disowned from the clan, I explained, shocking the others, except for Raza, who had his own secrets. Why would you do something so foolish, Hokage? Mei asked. I know I messed up, but I will make it up to him, Minato said, contemplating how to bring Naruto back to the family. It looks like that brat and his companions aren't here yet, but we have some time before the match starts, Inoki noted. I hope to see the Rinnegan in action, I said. In the arena, Genma, the referee, was preparing to start the finals when a brilliant glow appeared. A horse-like creature descended, carrying 5 figures. The crowd gasped in shock. What is that creature? A civilian wondered. It's a summon, a leaf shinobi explained. As Naruto, Mira, Velvet, Suki, and Fu landed, many girls blushed at Naruto's appearance, though they were intimidated by the presence of his companions. Sorry we're late. Has the match begun yet? Naruto asked. No, you're just in time, Genma replied. Thanks for the ride, Arceus, Naruto said as the creature took off into a golden portal, leaving the crowd in awe. Are we ready to begin? Velvet asked. Yes, the finals will start now. The first match is Suki Uchiha vs Sasuke Uchiha, Genma announced as everyone except the 2 Uchiha left the arena. Sister, are you ready to lose? The clan title will be mine, Sasuke taunted. Who cares about you, duckbutt? You're nothing, Suki shot back. From the sidelines, Velvet remarked. This match between the Uchiha siblings for the clan name title should be interesting. This will be easy for Suki to win, Mira added confidently. But I heard Sasuke learned something from his sensei, Fu noted. It doesn't matter, Suki-chan will crush that duckbutt Uchiha and take everything from him, Naruto declared. As the match began, Genma watched closely. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and threw 10 kunai at Suki, who dodged effortlessly and kicked him back against the wall. He remained standing, surprised by her strength. How are you able to kick me that hard? Sasuke asked, bewildered. That's none of your business, loser. You're just a spoiled brat who steals other people's jutsu. Once I beat you, the Uchiha clan name will belong to my husband, Naruto, Suki stated, causing gasps from the audience. What do you mean husband? Have you no shame, tainting our clan blood with him? Sasuke retorted. Like I care about what you think, brother. The clan is dead, and soon I will be the only Uchiha left after I deal with you and Itachi, Suki replied defiantly. Never. Fire style, Fire Dragon Ball Jutsu. Sasuke shouted, launching a fireball toward her. To everyone's shock, Suki made the fireball disappear instantly, revealing her eyes had transformed into a unique form resembling the Sharingan, with fiery pupils. What happened to your eyes? Sasuke asked, astonished. This is the second stage of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Suki explained. The second stage? How did you unlock it? Sasuke questioned. Through training and hard work, something you wouldn't understand since you steal jutsus and techniques, Suki replied confidently. The shinobi worked tirelessly, but Suki felt a deep sense of disgrace as she listened to the crowd. Voices rose in anger, condemning the Uchiha for their perceived thefts, calling for justice. Low-life thieves, shouted a shinobi from Kumo, his frustration evident. Curse those Uchiha, added a civilian from IWA. That girl is the only true Uchiha. The tension in the air was palpable as the crowd continued to voice their disdain. Rookie's POV. I'm not surprised at what people are saying. That guy stole my move in the preliminaries, Lee said angrily. It's disgraceful for someone to take credit for another's hard work. I'm just glad one of them isn't a thief, Tenten added. But what surprises me is that she has a next level of the Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, Mito said. Mom told me the only way to unlock it is through the death of someone close to you. What did that girl do to gain this power? My guess is it has something to do with her claiming Naruto is her husband, Shikamaru suggested, shocking everyone. You mean Naruto and his girlfriend are married? Menma exclaimed angrily. How is that loser married? Kiba questioned. You're lying, right? Sakura said. No, look at them, Shikamaru replied as everyone turned to see Naruto's group with rings on their fingers. They're too young for that, Ino remarked. Dim it, loser. I will take you down, Menma vowed. Jounin's POV. Kakashi, you better not train the Uchiha in any of my clan's jutsu, or there will be hell to pay, Asuma warned. Seriously, that boy should have learned by now not to steal other people's jutsu, Guy added. What's more concerning is that girl unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. How did she do it? Kurenai asked. She said it was through hard work, so that must be it, Tsunade replied. But there's something she mentioned about Naruto being her husband. Yes, that's shocking. When did Naruto get married to her? Kushina said, upset and wanting to talk to him. Guy thought about what Suki said. She was right about that boy stealing Lee's move, which infuriated him. Kakashi considered asking that girl to train her brother to harness that power. If Sasuke can learn this, he will be the greatest in the world, Kakashi said happily. Kaga's POV. Minato was shocked that this girl possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and wondered how she unlocked it. Well, it seems this girl is the only Uchiha who hasn't stolen jutsu, unlike the runt, I commented. I agree. That boy is weak and arrogant. I heard he was trained by the son of the White Fang, Inoki added. You mean that pervert who reads those books in public? Mei said, disgusted. Minato, we need to talk to Naruto's wife about this, Jiraiya said, still shocked about Naruto's marriage and wanting that girl to marry Menma for both clans. I know, but we need to wait, Minato replied. Naruto's group POV. So, she activated it. That weak loser brother of hers will know who the true Uchiha is, Naruto said. Yes, our sister wife will never lose, Fu added. Beat that worthless Uchiha, Velvet said. Make him cry, Mira chimed in. In the arena, Suki was dominating Sasuke with her skills and jutsu. Sasuke was bleeding and had cuts all over, but he had an ace up his sleeve. Watch this, sister. This is the jutsu I learned from Kakashi, Sasuke said as his left arm crackled with lightning. The Jounins recognized the jutsu. Kakashi, are you mad? What were you thinking teaching Sasuke that jutsu? Asuma exclaimed. Well, Sasuke is just like me, so it's only fair he learns my signature jutsu, Kakashi replied. Kakashi, you're hopeless and foolish to think Sasuke is just like you, Kushina said. Suki watched as Sasuke's left arm transformed into lightning, and he smirked at her. So, this jutsu is called the Chidori, which means 1,000 birds, and I will pierce it through you, killing you, Sasuke declared as he charged at her. But Suki just stood still, and as Sasuke's jutsu connected, her body faded away. It was a genjutsu, and Sasuke was shocked to realize he felt something behind him. Everyone gasped as a massive, silver, humanoid avatar surrounded Suki, ready to fight on her behalf. What is that? Sasuke asked. This is called the Susanoo, Suki explained. The Susanoo? Sasuke echoed, astonished. Yes, and let me show you its power, Suki said as she unleashed blue flames at him, burning his left arm. He screamed in pain as everyone watched in horror. Chapter end. Alright, the second match is about to start between Hinata Hyuga and Mira Otsutsuki. Genma announced as Hinata stepped into the arena, the entire Hyuga clan watching, eager for vengeance for their fallen clan member. Mira smiled wickedly, ready to show Hinata her place. So, Hyuga, are you ready to join your fate-loving cousin in hell? Mira taunted. Never. You will pay for what you did to Nijini-san, Hinata replied fiercely. Let the second match begin. Genma declared. Hinata charged at Mira with her Byakugan active, using Juken strikes to hit her chakra points. But Mira was too fast, kicking Hinata hard to the ground. Hinata coughed up blood from the impact. Wow, this is the power of the main branch heiress. No wonder you were called the failure of the Hyuga clan, Mira laughed. Shut up. You know nothing about me. You're just an outsider from a no-name clan, while I come from a noble clan, Hinata retorted. You mean a clan that uses that wretched caged bird seal on the side branches slaves? It's a good thing I don't want to be in that clan. But enough talk, let me show you the result of my hard training. Mira declared as she performed the Water Style, Water Phoenix Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon phoenix shot toward Hinata. She tried to run, but the jutsu was too fast, hitting her and sending her crashing into the wall. The crowd gasped at the display of power. Rookie's POV. DMN, that girl's jutsu was powerful, Ino said. I hope Hinata is alright. That jutsu sent her flying into the wall, Sakura added. Hinata is strong, she's been training for a month, Mito said. My girlfriend won't lose to that nobody, Menma insisted. Don't be so sure. Remember, her cousin is stronger than her, and look what happened to him. I noticed Mira is holding back, Shikamaru pointed out. What? How do you know? Menma asked. Because she's playing with Hinata right now. When she's done, she will go all out, Shikamaru explained. Naruto's group POV. Mira is doing well, but why is she holding back? Fu wondered. Because she wants to play with her toy before breaking it, Suki replied. Yeah, she always has a habit of playing with her enemies, Velvet added. And that's what I like about her, Naruto said. Naruto and the others heard footsteps approaching and turned to see their sensei, Yugao, entering the room. What do you want, sensei? Velvet asked, her tone curious. Yugao took a deep breath. I need to ask you all something. Do you hate me? Fu shook her head. No, we don't hate you. We hate everyone in this village who treated us poorly. Yugao frowned, trying to understand. But why? I know each of you has felt alone, but there are good people here too. And let's not forget what some of you accomplished in the preliminary rounds. You should consider forgiving them. Naruto and the girls exchanged glances, their frustration boiling over. They released a wave of intense energy, causing Yugao to take a step back, visibly startled. What gives you the right to ask us to forgive those who have wronged us? Naruto's voice was filled with emotion. After everything they've done, how can you expect us to let it go? Suki expressed her frustration, feeling that her entire clan, except for her mother, despised her for being stronger than Sasuke. Velvet shared her own pain, recounting how her family had been killed by bandits and IWA shinobi. She had endured a lonely childhood in an orphanage, where she was mistreated because of her left hand. Fu interjected, reminding Velvet that she had never truly experienced loneliness like they had. She pointed out that they had all faced their own struggles, but Velvet's anger seemed misplaced. Naruto chimed in, expressing his own grievances about being used as a scapegoat by those who had the real power within them, while he had just been a normal child with a difficult upbringing. Yugao, witnessing their anger, felt a pang of fear. She wanted to intervene but hesitated, knowing she had never felt unloved or alone. As she left, she offered a smile to the four of them, which left them confused. Do you think we were too hard on her? First, maybe, but she has no right to ask us to forgive those who hurt us, Velvet replied. Let's forget about it and focus on Myra's match, Naruto suggested. Meanwhile, Asuma observed the match, noting that Mira was not holding back against Hinata. Kurenai, however, had trained with Hinata and believed in her skills. Kakashi wondered why Mira harbored such hatred for the Hyuga clan, while Kushina speculated that it might be related to their Byakugan. As the match continued, Mira taunted Hinata, belittling her clan and claiming that she and her friends were married to Naruto. Hinata, feeling insulted, retorted that Naruto was merely a toy to her and that she would make him hers after defeating Mira. Mira, furious at the insult to her king, unleashed her powers, summoning earth dragons that overwhelmed Hinata. Stop this, please. Sorry, Hinata gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Mira, fueled by rage, declared that Hinata and her clan would pay for their insults. As the flames surrounded Hinata, the crowd watched in horror, unable to intervene. Menma, enraged, shouted for the violence to stop, while Mito expressed her fear for Hinata's safety. Sakura and Ino felt helpless, praying for her well-being. Meanwhile, Velvet and Fu were consumed by their anger, vowing to protect Naruto and their family. Kurenai, unable to bear the sight of her students suffering, broke down in tears, pleading for the cruelty to end. As the chaos unfolded, Yugao confronted Kushina, expressing her anger at the situation and the choices made by the Hokage family. The tension in the air was palpable as the reality of their actions weighed heavily on everyone involved. How could she do that to Kushina? Tsunade exclaimed, her voice filled with anger. Okay, let's just watch the match, Kushina replied, tears welling in her eyes as she focused on the arena. Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, felt a deep concern for his sensei's family, questioning whether they had made a mistake with Naruto. From the perspective of the four Kage, Anoki expressed his worry, I hope the Hyuga girl doesn't suffer too much from this. It may be too late for that, I interjected. Your son and the Hyuga girl should be ashamed of themselves. Minato, feeling the weight of the situation, apologized but shot a glare at Jiraiya, knowing he had influenced Menma's actions. In the arena, Hinata was injured and burned, yet she stood her ground. Mira, having finished her attack, unleashed a powerful hyper beam aimed directly at Hinata. Despite her attempts to defend herself, the force was overwhelming, resulting in a devastating blow that caused Hinata to scream in agony as her right arm was lost. The crowd gasped in horror, witnessing the brutal scene. Mira, with a crazed laugh, approached Hinata, her aura and eyes glowing red, a wicked smile on her face. "Stay back, you monster! I'm sorry, please don't kill me!" Hinata cried, tears streaming down her face. But Mira, unfazed, grabbed her hair and prepared to strike again, causing Hinata to scream in terror, a sound that made everyone feel ill. From the sidelines, Menma shouted, "Hinata-chan! Stop this, you monster!" Mito yelled. "This is too cruel," Sakura added, her voice shaking. "Please, no more madness," Ino pleaded. "I can't watch this," Kiba said, feeling sickened. "How horrible," Tenten remarked, her face pale. "What is she doing? This isn't youthful at all," Lee said, bewildered. "This is wrong. She's had enough," Shikamaru stated, his brow furrowed. "We should keep our distance," Choji suggested, and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. From the Jounin's perspective, Kurenai shouted, "Please stop this. That poor girl will die just like her cousin," Kushina lamented. "This is insane," Tsunade added, her voice filled with urgency. "Naruto, what are your wives doing?" Kakashi asked. "How unyouthful," Guy remarked. Naruto's group POV. "It's all over for that Hyuga," Velvet said. "Good, she will see hell very soon," Fu added. "I hope there's some blood in the arena," Suki said. "It will be done soon," Naruto assured them. In the arena, Hinata was in distress, feeling the pain of her injuries. Even without her eyes, she sensed Mira on the field. Mira used genjutsu to create illusions of snakes, then relentlessly attacked Hinata, enjoying every moment. She grabbed Hinata's injured body, and despite Hinata's attempts to escape, Mira lifted her and slammed her down hard, causing the arena to shake. Everyone watched in horror as Hinata lay motionless. "I guess that's the end of the failure Hyuga." "How pathetic," Mira sneered. Genma checked for signs of life and, to his dismay, confirmed that Hinata was dead, her body crushed. "Winner by death, Mira Otsutsuki," Genma announced. The crowd fell silent, though some cheered Mira's victory. The Hyuga clan was devastated, especially Hayashi and his younger daughter Hanabi, who wept for their lost family member. Mira reveled in their despair. "That clan is next on my list," she declared as she joined her group, who celebrated her win. "You did it, Mira. You killed that Hyuga." Velvet smirked. "Yeah, and now the clan is next," Mira replied. "You know her boyfriend will want revenge," Fu warned, and everyone laughed. "Let him try, I'll send him to his lover in hell," Mira said. "I would have liked to see more of her suffering, but it's too late," Suki added. "You did well, my moon queen," Naruto praised. "Thanks, my king," Mira replied, kissing him, which made Fu and Velvet pout, but they knew their time would come. Rookie's POV. Menma was heartbroken over Hinata's death, watching Naruto and his wives smile. Anger surged within him, but Mito held him back. "Not yet. You will have your revenge soon. Just wait. I will make sure Naruto suffers," Mito said. "You're right. Once I'm done with him, I will take his power and become a god," Menma vowed. "Hinata is gone," Sakura said, tears in her eyes. "How can they smile after what they did?" Ino questioned. "It's because they're not human, they're demons," Tenten replied. "Kurenai-sensei won't stand for this and might seek revenge," Kiba said. "I agree, but she might get killed too," Shino cautioned. "Unyouthful monsters," Lee added. "We need to stay away from them," Shikamaru advised. "He's right, Naruto and his wives are stronger than all of us," Choji agreed. Jounin's POV. "That girl killed my student," Kurenai exclaimed, tears of rage streaming down her face. "First Niji, now Hinata. The Hyuga clan is in danger," Kakashi said. "What worries me is Menma. He might do something reckless, but with Mito by his side, she can calm him down," Kushina noted. "It's impressive, but we can't lose hope. Menma and Mito still haven't fought yet, and they will win," Tsunade said. "You're right, My children will win and deal with Naruto and his wives, Kushina affirmed. Kage POV. It's a shame the girl was killed, but this is the Chunin exams, so we can't intervene for now, I said. Agreed. It shows that Konoha has weakened, while the disowned son and his wives have grown stronger. I wonder if they will join my village since they hate Konoha, Inoki speculated. Never. They belong in Konoha, Jiraiya retorted. You forget, fool. They might resign and leave this place, Inoki warned, causing Minato and Jiraiya to worry. Jiraiya, we need to stop Naruto and his wives from leaving this village, Minato said. I agree, Minato. I will try to talk to him, Jiraiya replied as he left. Naruto, would you really leave the village? I'm sorry for how we treated you and your wives, but please don't go, Minato thought. So, who is fighting now? Naruto asked. It's that Temari girl versus the lazy boy, Mira said. The third match between Temari and Shikamaru will begin, Genma announced. The match unfolded as it did in canon. Well, that was pathetic. I can't believe he quit. What a loser, Suki said. Agreed. I think his clan is full of lazy people, no wonder they're weak, Mira commented. I guess it's my turn, Fu said. Yes, good luck out there, but please don't kill him. He's just like us, Naruto said. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Chome told me that her brother is acting foolish again, so I will handle him, Fu assured. Okay then, Naruto replied. The fourth match will begin in a few minutes, Genma said. Gaara smiled, eager for his fight. He noticed Fu and recognized that she bore the same burden he did, but with two more beings inside her, which concerned him. Shikaku sensed danger and tried to warn Gaara, but due to past trauma, Gaara's mind was in turmoil. The end of Chapter 11. The fourth match will begin with Fu versus Gaara, Genma announced as the two descended into the arena. The crowd in Konoha booed the demon girl, but Fu remained unfazed, focusing on Gaara, who grinned madly at her. Temari and Kankuro worried about Gaara's madness as they prepared for the signal to start the invasion with the Sound Village, with Gaara as the key figure. Gaara, don't forget the plan, Temari thought. Naruto's group POV. I have no doubt Fu will win because that Gaara person is not right in the head, Suki said. I know, but it's because his tailed beast, Shikaku, is messing with his mind. He can't even sleep peacefully and he wasn't treated well in his own village, Naruto explained. I agree, but it was because of our father who sealed the one tail inside him to make him a weapon, Temari said as she and Kankuro joined Naruto's group. What a shameful father he is, Suki said. Agreed, Mira added. Why would your father do this to his own son? Velvet asked. Because he wanted the sand to be stronger, Kankuro replied. I guess Fu and Gaara are alike since both of them are Jinchuurki and were mistreated by their own villages, Naruto said. Temari looked at Naruto, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. You're the Jinchuurki of the Kyuubi, she stated, trying to understand the weight of his words. Naruto's frustration boiled over. That was a lie from that Hokage and his family. They tried to make me a scapegoat for their own mistakes. His voice was filled with anger, and an intense energy radiated from him, causing Temari and Kankuro to take a step back in surprise. Realizing the fear in their eyes, Naruto took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. I'm sorry, he said softly, his tone shifting as he recognized their concern. Temari couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him to make him feel this way. What did that Hokage do to you? She thought, her mind racing with questions. Kaga's perspective. Kazekage, it seems your son is mentally unstable. Are you sure he's ready? A asked. I know he is, Raza replied, but I'm worried that Gaara will mess up the plan. Hokage, there's something I want to ask. That girl is the Jinchuurki of the Seven Tails, correct? Then why is she not in the Waterfall Village? Mei inquired. It's because she ran away when her former village treated her poorly, and her mother was killed protecting her. So, I gave her asylum in this village, Minato explained. Hokage, are you messing with the balance of Jinchuurki? A questioned. No, I'm not, but it's her choice, so leave it, Minato stated firmly. In the arena, Fu and Gaara were preparing for their match as Genma observed. Begin, he announced. Sand tsunami. Gaara shouted, unleashing a wave of sand toward Fu. She flew up and countered with a water dragon jutsu, drenching Gaara. As Fu landed, she kicked him back a few feet. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. But this isn't you, Gaara. You need to calm down. My tailed beast says your brother is messing with you. I can help, Fu said. Shut it. My mother told me not to trust you. She said you have 3 beings inside of you, Gaara retorted, shocking everyone with the revelation that this girl possessed more than one beast. Rookie's perspective. What does he mean by 3 beings inside of her? Tenten asked. He must be talking about the 3 creatures I saw when I was in this girl's mind, Ino replied. I can confirm that. The fox told me it senses 2 more powerful beasts inside, not just Fu, but also Naruto and his wives, Menma added. So, what you're telling us is that Fu and the others are Jinchuurki? Shikamaru asked. Yes, they are, Mito confirmed. You've got to be kidding me. I knew Naruto and his companions were monsters, Sakura exclaimed, but was quickly silenced by Mito. Don't forget, Menma and I are Jinchuurki as well, but Naruto's group is stronger than us for now, Mito said. Speak for yourself, sis. I will defeat that loser and take his beast so I can rule this nation, Menma declared. Jounin's perspective. So, he can see it as well, Tsunade noted. Then it is true that girl has 3 beings inside of her, just as Ino said, Asuma added. Do Naruto and his other wives have them as well? Kakashi asked. I think so, but we need to ask him, Kushina suggested. We'll ask him when the exams are over, Tsunade decided. Kaga's perspective. Hokage, what does he mean about 3 monsters inside of the girl? A asked. Well, she is the Jinchuurki of the 7 tails, but she also has 2 more powerful creatures within her, Minato explained. Hokage, this isn't fair that Konoha has more powerful tailed beasts than the rest of the nations. We deserve some of them as well, Inoki stated. That's a problem. You see, my former student Naruto won't tell me or the council where he gets them from since he and his wives despise this village, Minato replied. That doesn't matter. If Konoha has those 5 shinobi with powerful beasts, then they must be separated so they can go to the other 4 great nations for military power, A insisted. I agree. Suna needs more than 1 Jinchuurki, Raza added. I'm sorry, but that's not possible either because those girls are his wives, and it would be the biggest mistake of your lives. They care for him, and Naruto won't allow anyone to separate him from his wives, Minato said. Then can you ask him how to obtain that power? Kiri needs a Jinchuurki, Mei requested. I might, but no promises, Minato replied. In the arena, Fu was launching water attacks at Gaara, whose sand defenses were faltering as his anger grew. Mother knows what she's saying when she told me not to trust you, Gaara declared. Be quiet, fool. Your tailed beast is messing with you. If you don't listen to reason, I'll beat it out of you, Fu retorted, unleashing a fire blast that hurtled toward Gaara. He quickly acted a sand wall for defense, but Fu was swift, using her water-covered fist to punch him back. Gaara crashed hard against the wall and as he got up, he felt a warm liquid on his face. My blood. You made me bleed, he screamed, surrounded by swirling sand that formed a massive sand ball. With a loud roar, the one-tail, Shikaku, emerged, sending a wave of fear through the spectators. Ah yeah, I'm free, baby. Shikaku taunted, eyeing Fu with a wicked grin. Look, there's a little girl who's scared. Meanwhile, Naruto's group observed the chaos. So that's the one-tail? He looks like a lunatic, Suki commented. Don't worry, Fu's got this, Mira reassured her. She's a Jinchuurki too, Velvet added. Temari and Kankuro exchanged confused glances, noticing something unusual about Fu. That's the one-tailed sand spirit, Menma stated. Yes, brother, but he looks crazy, Mito replied. We need to escape, Sakura urged. Wait, look at Fu. She doesn't seem scared, Ino pointed out. Of course not. She's like Gaara and us, so she can handle it, Mito said confidently. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, said, We better prepare for this attack. I'll try to hold the beast with my chains, Kushina added. Look at Fu, she seems unafraid. It looks like she's planning something, Tsunade noted. What is she trying to do? Asuma wondered. She has something up her sleeve, Kurinai speculated. In the arena, Fu smirked at the overgrown raccoon and summoned her legendary Pokémon, Ho and Lugia. Transforming into the 7 tails, the 3 beasts appeared, shocking everyone present. What is that flaming bird and the white creature? A Konoha civilian exclaimed. It looks like a summon, but she transformed into the 7 tails. How is that possible? A Suna shinobi questioned. How appealing that bird's feathers are. I want one, a civilian girl exclaimed. Those are the 2 I saw. Ino shouted, her excitement palpable. Are you sure? Mito asked, but Ino nodded vigorously. What are those 2 creatures? Sakura asked, awestruck. I think they're the other 2 sources that Hinata was talking about, Minma suggested. How amazing! Look at the bird. It's so majestic, and that other one looks incredible. Where did she get them? Tenten marveled. How youthful for these beings to appear. Lee added enthusiastically. That's Naruto's wife's true power, Kiba noted. This girl is something else, Shino commented. Asuma remarked. I guess those are the two creatures Ino saw. How amazing! Where did she get this summon from? Kurenai asked. They're not from what Jiraiya told us. They're called Pokémon, and they are legendary beings, Kushina explained. I think Naruto knew this and wanted them to help him, Tsunade said. We need to ask him where he got these summons so we can use them for Konoha, Kakashi suggested. Good luck with that. Naruto will never help Konoha, Asuma said, and the other Jounin nodded in agreement. It seems everyone will eventually know what we have, Suki said. Well, it doesn't matter. Fu will handle that raccoon, Naruto replied confidently. I hope she doesn't kill him, Velvet said, concerned. Don't worry, Fu promised to save Gaara from his pain, Mira reassured. Suddenly, a voice called out, Naruto. The group turned to see Jiraiya approaching. What do you want? Naruto said, his tone sharp. Are those two the same ones that girl Ino saw? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, so what? Naruto replied defensively. We need to know where she got them from so we can use them to strengthen Konoha, Jiraiya insisted. Naruto, enraged, kicked Jiraiya against the wall. Let me tell you something, pervert. I won't let Konoha take my wife and friends for their sick power. They belong to no one, got it? His eyes glowed red, mirroring the anger of the girls beside him. Naruto, you must understand Konoha needs this power, Jiraiya pleaded, but Naruto and the girls had had enough. They swiftly put Jiraiya in his place, leaving him screaming in pain until he fell unconscious. Naruto then opened a portal and sent him to the Kage area. Foolish pervert, Naruto muttered. Agreed, Naruto-kun, his wives chimed in. In the Kage meeting, I remarked, Hokage, are those summons? No, they're not. I think they're the other beasts inside Fu, Minato replied. Look at the white creature. It looks like it can control all water, Mei observed. But that bird looks like it can control fire, Anoki added. That's Naruto's wife's power. I need to tell him about this, Minato said, just as a portal opened, revealing a battered Jiraiya. What happened? Minato asked, shocked. Your son and his wives did this. Jiraiya coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. My guess is he was trying to ask them where they got this power, and when he refused, this pervert must have threatened him and got his comeuppance, I stated. Figures. Konoha is behind this. There will be a Kage summit about this, Anoki declared. Or maybe a war if you don't hand them over to us, Mei warned. Your choice, Hokage, Raza said. Minato, we need to talk to him quickly, Jiraiya urged. I know, Minato replied, determination in his voice. Arena, Chome, Lugia, and Ho-Oh regarded the one-tail, Shikap, who looked both scared and furious. Well, hello there, little brother. You're still causing trouble again. This is why you were always weak among us. This is why Kurama always kicked your tail, Chome taunted. So, this is the ugly creature who challenges us. Let's just get rid of him, Lugia suggested. Agreed, but look at the people staring at us. I guess we should reveal who we are, Ho said. No, leave that to our eldest siblings, Chome replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Chome, the host of our queen, spoke up. I heard that your older brother, that foolish fox, is trapped by those arrogant children who claim to be better than our eldest chosen one. Don't worry, my older brother won't help them when they face Naruto and Velvet, Chome assured. Indeed, they're in trouble. But enough talk, let's finish him, Lugia said, unleashing a hydro pump at Shikaku as he attempted to escape. Ho-Oh surrounded him with flames, and the water attack struck, causing him to scream. Please stop. No more. I'm sorry. Shikaku pleaded. If you're sorry, then stop causing trouble for your host and let him sleep, or there will be more pain, Chome warned. Okay, I'll stop, Shikaku replied, retreating back into the seal. Gaara awoke, frightened, and the three beasts noticed him. Ho-Oh and Lugia looked at Naruto and called him their chosen one before retreating into Fu's mind. Chome reverted back into Fu, who saw Gaara's fear. Gaara, it's okay, you're safe now, Fu said, hugging him as he cried and thanked her for saving him. Kankuro and Temari were in tears, relieved to see their brother back to normal. Gaara declared his forfeit in the match, making Fu the winner. She took him to her group, holding him close while Temari and Kankuro hugged him, apologizing for what had happened. Gaara also apologized, and the Sans siblings expressed their gratitude to Fu for her help. "You did it, Fu!" Naruto exclaimed, and she kissed him. He kissed her back, which made Velvet feel a bit sad, but Naruto comforted her as her match was about to start. Velvet was excited, looking at Mito with a determined grin. "Soon, you will fall, Mito," she declared. "I can't wait for the Hokage's children to fall," Mira added. "Don't worry, Velvet has been training harder than the rest of us and has a huge grudge against Mito for what she did," Suki said. "I'm not worried, but be careful, Velvet-chan," Naruto advised. "Don't worry, my king. I won't fall to this girl. She will regret it, and her title will be yours," Velvet promised, making Naruto smile. He planned to reclaim the clan heir titles, wanting to face both Menma and Mito, but he was particularly eager to confront Menma, allowing Velvet to handle his former sister. In the stands, Ino asked Mito, "So, are you ready for your match against Velvet? I heard she wants to take you down." "I will handle her for what she did to Sakura. I know she has a huge hatred for me, but I don't care," Mito replied confidently. "Well, hurry. The sooner your match is over, the sooner Naruto will be mine," Menma said arrogantly. "Beat that girl for me, Mito," Sakura encouraged. "Win for Sasuke," Kiba added. Mito nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kushina observed the match lineup. "It seems Mito is next, but she better be careful. Velvet crushed Sakura hard, and she wants vengeance for what you and your family did to Naruto," Kakashi warned. "Don't worry, my baby will win, and Naruto will come back to the family to help the twins," Kushina replied confidently. "I wouldn't be so sure. Mito was holding back against Sakura, and since she's been gone for a month, we don't know her current skills," Kurenai cautioned. "I trust Mito will handle it," Tsunade said firmly. Naruto and his wives sensed someone approaching. It was their sensei Yugao, who had something to say. "Listen, I don't know what it feels like to be alone, and for that, I'm sorry. But please, can you at least give me a chance? I'm not asking for forgiveness or for you to accept this village, but I will protect you if you decide to leave," Yugao said, tears in her eyes. Naruto and the others embraced her, willing to give her a chance. "Sensei, even if you're still loyal to this village, we can trust you a bit. But we feel we might leave since our Jinchuurki status is known," Suki said. "Don't worry, I can defend you even from my comrades," Yugao reassured, her tears drying. "We also want to apologize for shouting at you. We've never felt loved," Fu admitted, and Yugao saw them as her children, hugging them tightly. "Don't worry, I'll be there for all of you," Yugao promised. "You can stay here to watch Velvet's match against Mito." "I'd be glad to, but Velvet, be careful. Mito is the Jinchuurki of the QB," Yugao warned. "Please, that fox won't help her. I can tell he hates her and Menma for their arrogance," Naruto said confidently. "And besides, I know a way to counter the fox's power," Velvet added. "Okay then, and well done Mira and Fu for winning your matches," Yugao said. "Thanks, but my list isn't done. The Hyuga clan will fall," Mira declared. As the match began, Genma announced, "The sixth match between Velvet Crow and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze will begin." The two kunoichi stepped down into the arena, with the crowd from Konoha, mostly fanboys, cheering for the princess of the fourth Hokage. Mito smirked at Velvet, looking down on her. "You see this, loser? These people are cheering for their princess, not for an orphan girl like you. No wonder you're pathetic," Mito taunted. Velvet glared at her opponents, her voice dripping with disdain. "I don't care about the drones of this backwater village. You will feel pain for what you did to my husband, Nerdo." Mito stepped forward, her expression fierce. "I don't understand why you married that disgrace. He's nothing but a loser, someone our parents never loved. But you and your friends will pay for killing two of my friends and for hurting Sasuke-kun, the one I love." Velvet scoffed, her tone mocking. "How pathetic that you fell in love with that weak Uchiha. No wonder Suki beat him, and I'm glad that Stalker Hyuga is gone. I won't have to hear her call out for Menma all the time. She was a failure." Mito's anger flared. "Shut your mouth. Because of your actions, our friends' families are grieving. I will be the one to take you down as the child of prophecy. But let's make a bet." Velvet raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What kind of bet?" "If I win, you will tell my dad and the other Kages where you and your friends got that power so we can use it for Konoha. And you four will leave that foolish Naruto to become Menma's wives," Mito declared, her determination clear. In the stands, Naruto and his wives were furious at the suggestion. "How dare she say we would leave our king for that weakling?" Mira exclaimed, her fists clenched. "I will make her suffer," Fu added, her eyes blazing with anger. It looks like the Hokage's daughter will meet her end tonight, Suki remarked, a smirk on her face. In the arena, Velvet laughed, confident in her victory, knowing that Mito would not win this fight. Very well, but if I win, you will give up the Uzumaki clan heir title to Naruto, and you will never marry that Uchiha again, Velvet declared, prompting an uproar from the crowd, particularly from Kushina and Tsunade. How dare she suggest that I give my heir to my daughter just because she earns it? Besides, that girl is not from our clan, Kushina retorted. You're right. But her husband has Uzumaki and Namikaze's blood in him, so he can ask his wife on his behalf, Kakashi interjected. But there's no way Mito would agree to this, Tsunade said. Menma's thoughts raced. That girl would never give up her title. It belongs to her, not that loser Naruto. I agree. There's no way she would leave Sasuke-kun, even though I hate to admit it, she loves him, Sakura added. Ino chimed in, please Mito, don't do it. From the Kage's perspective, Minato urged, Mito, don't do it. You don't have to do this, we can find another way to discover Naruto's power. Hokage, your daughter isn't that foolish, is she? Mei questioned. She might be, I've seen that look of arrogance in her, I remarked. In the arena, Mito was furious but confident. She had trained hard for a month and was the daughter of the fourth Hokage and the child of prophecy. All right then, I accept those terms, Mito said, shocking the entire stadium with her boldness. She looked around, offering a confident smile, as Velvet smirked, knowing she could use Mito's anger and ego against her. Genma, the referee, signaled the start of the match. You are going down, Mito shouted, unleashing a wind-style jutsu. The wind rushed toward Velvet, who dodged and retaliated with 4 kunai. Mito quickly created an earth barrier and dove into it, re-emerging behind Velvet and delivering a powerful kick that sent her back 5 feet. You stand no chance against me. You're just an orphan, while I come from a powerful clan. You should bow to your princess. Mito taunted. Shut up already. Nobody except the fools of Konoha care about you. You're nothing but a pathetic tomato fangirl. No wonder your boyfriend is weak. Velvet shot back, revealing her true power. Time to show you my jutsu. Lightning style, Black Dragon of Destruction. A massive black dragon of lightning surged toward Mito, who screamed in pain but refused to give up. The crowd gasped as Velvet laughed. See this? This is the true power of a kunoichi, not a pathetic tomato fangirl like you. Mito glared at Velvet, undeterred. This is not over yet. Shadow Clone Jutsu, she exclaimed, summoning 700 clones. Velvet smiled, drawing her sword, showcasing its craftsmanship. What is that sword? Mito asked, astonished. This is called the Red Lightning Sword. Watch its power. Red Lightning Slash. Velvet declared, her sword glowing as she unleashed a powerful attack that obliterated 200 of Mito's clones. Without warning, Velvet charged, cutting down the remaining clones with her speed and skill, leaving the audience speechless. From the Kage's perspective, Mei remarked, that girl's sword skills are incredible. She could be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I agree, her lightning jutsu is impressive. I should introduce her to one of my nins, I added. Who taught her to sword fight? Anoki wondered. I don't know, but perhaps her sensei, Yugao, Minato speculated, considering asking her to train the next generation in Konoha's swordplay. From the Jounin's perspective, Kurenai commented, that girl is impressive. It looks like Mito is having a hard time. But her swordsmanship is amazing. Did Yugao teach her that? Asuma asked. No, it wasn't her, but whoever did will help Mito with her sword skills, Kushina noted. The announcer's voice broke through the tension. Okay, everyone, the last match of the finals will begin with Naruto Uzumaki versus Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. As the two stepped into the arena, they glared at each other, the crowd cheering for Menma while others hoped to see Naruto triumph over his arrogant brother. Come on Menma, beat that demon and avenge us. Sakura shouted. Destroy him. Ino added. You're the only one left to take him down. Tenten encouraged. Win for your sister and Sasuke. Choji urged. From the Jounin's perspective, Kushina said, Menma, please be careful and win. I can't wait to see Naruto's skills, Asuma remarked. I want to see the Rinnegan in action, Kurenai added. Why aren't you cheering for Menma? He's the son of the fourth, Kakashi pointed out. Honestly, do you really think Naruto will lose to Menma? In fact, he might defeat him, Asuma replied. He will. My son will beat Naruto. Kushina declared, her face filled with rage. Kushina, what happened? Tsunade asked, concerned. I went to check on Mito, and the doctors told me she might not be able to have children, and her hair is gone now, Kushina said, tears in her eyes. What? That's horrible! Tsunade exclaimed, furious. Demon, that girl Velvet and Naruto. How could he do this to his own sister? Mito has lost her title and her traits since I saw the banishment seal on her, Kushina revealed, shocking the other Jounins. Demon Naruto, is this payback for what we did? Tsunade said, anger evident in her voice. From the Kage's perspective, Inoki stated, so Hokage, who do you think will win? As much as I dislike your sons, I will choose the firstborn, Naruto. I agree. Your daughter lost to his wife, but I sense Naruto is much stronger than her, Raza added. Don't count Menma out yet, he will win since I trained him, Minato said confidently. Yes, and you also trained your daughter, and look what happened, I pointed out. I also vote for that cute boy Naruto to win, Mei said, smiling. He's young and not to mention married, Jiraiya commented. True, it's hard to find good-looking men, but I have someone in the same age range from my family. Perhaps we can arrange a marriage, Mei suggested. Good luck with that, he has 4 wives, someone replied, chuckling. I declared that she wouldn't share him with anyone weak. Mei responded with a determined, we'll see. From the group surrounding Naruto, Suki stated confidently, our king will crush that loser. Velvet added, I hope he suffers from the brutal beating he's about to receive. Mira chimed in, I just hope his girlfriend is watching when he screams for mercy. You can do it, Naruto-kun. Fu encouraged. Yugao remarked, sorry, Kushina, but they're right. Naruto will make your son pay for being neglected. Gaara commented, that's the arrogant Hokage's son, he looks weak. Kankuro agreed, saying, he's all talk and no action. Temari added, he must have been spoiled growing up. In the arena, Menma glared at Naruto with intense hatred. This was the person who had taken everything from him. His girlfriend and her cousin, both lost to tragedy. Sasuke and Mito were in the hospital, suffering from severe injuries, while Menma felt that the greatest power rightfully belonged to him. Naruto, you will pay for everything you did to me. Menma shouted. Naruto retorted, be quiet, you waste of space. It's not my fault you were weak and useless. Once I defeat you or take your power, I'll make sure you won't breathe again. Bring it on, loser. You're about to die at the hands of the child of prophecy and the heir of the Namikaze clan. Menma declared. Who cares about that? Start the match so I can show this worm who the true king is, Naruto said as Genma signaled the beginning of the match. Menma unleashed a wind attack, failed wind style, wind shadow twister. The gusts rushed toward Naruto, but he soared into the air and cast a genjutsu. In Menma's mind, he saw his girlfriend, Hinata, cheating on him with Naruto, only to witness her being harmed right before his eyes. Furious, Menma broke the illusion. You coward! I will make you pay for that. Menma yelled, his eyes turning red as he tapped into the power of the Kyuubi. Wow, you're using the Kyuubi's power? I thought he would never help you, Naruto remarked. Please, he's nothing but a tool for me, Menma sneered, unaware that the Kyuubi was calling for help from within. In Menma's mindscape, Naruto and the creation trio saw the Kyuubi trapped in chains, tears in his eyes. Please, Naruto, set me free, the Kyuubi pleaded. Why should I? Naruto asked. Because that weakling and his sister are worthless. You are the only chosen one, and I will serve you, the Kyuubi insisted. Alright, if I set you free, will you help me rid the world of corruption? Naruto asked. Of course. With me and those 3 powerful beings, your dream will come true, the Kyuubi replied. But first, what's your name? Naruto inquired. My name is Kurama, he said. Okay then, I will set you free after this match, but I will cut off your connection to Menma, Naruto stated as he used a seal to sever the mental link. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, Kurama said gratefully. No problem, Naruto replied as he and the trio exited the mindscape. Back in the arena, Naruto observed Menma's 4-tailed state shrinking, leaving Menma bewildered. What's happening? Why is my power leaving? Menma asked, alarmed. It's because I made an agreement with the fox. I will help him be free, and you will never use his power again, Naruto explained. What? You took away my Kyuubi power? That power was mine to rule this world. Menma shouted in rage. Who cares? The tailed beasts are not tools. They're living beings, and I will help every single one of them, Naruto replied firmly. Never! Those beasts are our weapons. Menma screamed as he charged at Naruto with his sword. Naruto met him with his own, and they clashed in a fierce sword fight. The spectators watched in awe as Naruto showcased his superior sword skills, surprising everyone with his mastery. "I can't believe this. How are you beating me?" Menma exclaimed. "It's because I'm the better swordsman. I defeated Zabuza in the Land of Waves," Naruto stated, shocking everyone with the revelation that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had lost to him. "I know, loser. I should have been the one to beat him, but you and your friends got in my way." Menma shouted, only to be struck from behind by Naruto, blood spilling from his back. "Ah!" Menma cried out in pain. Menma screamed out in pain. "You hurt me," he exclaimed, his voice filled with anger and disbelief. "Never call my wives that," Naruto replied, his tone firm and unwavering. Rookie's point of view. "I can't believe it. Menma is injured and there's so much blood on him," Sakura said, her eyes wide with shock. "What surprises me is Naruto's sword skills. Is it true he defeated Zabuza in the wave?" Ten asked, trying to process the information. "Yes, he did it alone while his wives took on his partner, Haku," Sakura confirmed. "What about the rest of you?" Ino inquired, looking around. "Nothing. Naruto placed a barrier around us to prevent interference," Sai explained. "Dimin. But what do you mean he made a deal with the fox? Is he going to release it?" Ino asked, concern creeping into her voice. "He might join him to rule this world," Kiba warned. "We can't let that happen. We need the Jinchuurki in the leaf," Shikamaru stated, his expression serious. "I don't think that's going to happen," Choji said, shaking his head. "Choji's right. Naruto and his wives would overpower us," Kiba added. Jounin's point of view. "Kushina, did you teach Menma your sword skills? He doesn't seem very good at it," Asuma remarked. "Yes, but I didn't know Naruto was that skilled." "Did Yugao teach him?" Kushina replied, her curiosity piqued. "No, I think he learned on his own and maybe taught it to Velvet," Kakashi suggested, surprising the others. "How did Naruto even find the time to develop those skills? He might be a match for one of the 7 ninja swordsmen," Kurenai mused. "Well, he did defeat Zabuza by himself," Kakashi noted. "What do you mean you 3 didn't help him?" Asuma asked, bewildered. "He placed a barrier around us to keep us from interfering with his match," Kushina explained, eager to learn more about Naruto's sword skills. "But more importantly, Naruto made contact with the fox and plans to help him," Tsunade said, her expression grave. "If he does, then he is a traitor to the leaf and will be executed," Kakashi warned. "Besides, Menma and Mito need the Kyuubi's power for world peace," Kushina added. "But it doesn't matter to Naruto, he wants to set them free from their prison," Tsunade concluded. Kage's point of view. "Minato, did you teach your son how to use a sword? This is shameful for real swordsmen everywhere," Mei commented. "I agree, Naruto is doing well while that other one isn't even fighting. He brings shame to your family," I added. "Just look at the pitiful display Menma is putting on. Even Orochimaru could do better than this," Raza thought to himself. "The Uzumaki heir is truly skilled, but I wonder what he plans to do with the tailed beast since my 2 Jinchuuriki are missing," Inoki pondered. Mei spoke up, "Same with mine." "Minato, do you think Naruto will take the Kyuubi from Menma and Mito?" Jiraiya asked. "He might. We need to stop him before that happens," Minato replied. In the arena, Naruto had finished with Menma, kicking him back into the wall. "So, this is the great Menma? How pathetic," Naruto remarked. "Shut it. You're still nothing but a disgrace to the family. I will show you my multi-shadow clone jutsu," Menma declared, summoning 1,000 clones. Like this loser? Now all clones attack," Menma commanded as the clones charged at Naruto. With a smirk, Naruto closed his eyes, then opened them to reveal the Rinnegan. He raised his hand and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" A powerful gravitational force pushed away about 800 clones, leaving Menma and the spectators in shock. "UBSRD. That's not fair." Menma whined. "Who said it was fair? We're ninjas, we fight dirty. Did you forget about my dojutsu?" Naruto replied. "Who cares, loser? I'm still better than you. Now I will take those eyes away from you and avenge Hinata-chan." Menma shouted. "Oh, you still care about that ugly stalker? I'm glad she's gone, she was such a failure to her clan," Naruto taunted. "Shut up, you beastie," Menma yelled. "But it's not my fault she was weak, just like you and the others. You know, I think she cheated on you with that dog, Kiba." "I have proof," Naruto said, casting a genjutsu that showed Hinata kissing Kiba at his house. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they turned to Menma. No, it's not true. That's a lie. Menma shouted in rage. Sorry, but it's true. She never loved you. If you don't believe me, ask Kiba, Naruto said, glancing at Kiba, who lowered his head in shame. The crowd gasped at the revelation. From Naruto's group, Mira commented, how disgusting of her. I'm glad I killed her. Dear men, the Hyuga clan will be branded as disgraces to the village, Suki added with a smirk. How did Naruto know about this? Fu wondered. He must have seen Kiba and Hinata at the Inazuka compound at night, Velvet explained. Oh man, Kurenai won't be happy about this, Yugao said. From the rookie's perspective, Sakura asked, Kiba, is this true? Why Kiba? That's messed up. Ino exclaimed. I'm sorry, guys, but Hinata and I did spend some time together, and it happened, Kiba admitted, only to be punched by Choji, who was furious. You horny bastard. Menma helped you with your problem, and you betrayed him. Choji screamed. Kiba, your clan. And the Hyuga clan will be shunned for your and Hinata's actions, Shikamaru added. I know. I'm sorry, everyone, Kiba said, looking remorseful. From the Jounin's perspective, Asuma asked Kurenai, did you know about this affair? No, I didn't. But how did Naruto get this information? Kurenai replied, anger directed at Naruto for shaming her students. I don't know, but Sum and Hana must be embarrassed about this, Kushina said. So will Hayashi and the Hyuga clan. They might disown her and call her a disgrace, Kakashi remarked. Tsunade, what has Naruto done to the village's reputation? Minato questioned. In the arena, Naruto used an earth spike jutsu to eliminate the remaining clones, leaving Menma alone. So, Menma, how does it feel to be betrayed by your own girlfriend? That's what you get for making my life hell because of you and your family, Naruto said. Menma was shocked. His Hinata-chan had cheated on him with Kiba, and he lost whatever sanity he had left. He glared at Naruto, filled with rage. Naruto! Menma screamed, unleashing 6 tails of chakra and firing a tailed beast bomb at Naruto. However, Naruto created a portal, and the bomb vanished inside it. Wow, that's impressive. I don't know how you used the Kyuubi's chakra, but it looks like you're out of chakra while I still have mine, Naruto said confidently. Demon you Naruto. But I'm not done yet. It's time to summon my toads. Menma declared, summoning Gamabunta. Hey brat, why am I here? Gamabunta grumbled. Because, Chief Toad, that BS started down there is the enemy of the village, Menma said, pointing at Naruto. Gamabunta looked down at Naruto. Hey, you're that brat of the fourth's disowned son. How dare you show up in front of the strongest clan? Really, Menma? You summoned that disgusting frog? Very well, it's time to show everyone what I have inside of me, Naruto said, summoning the creation trio. Everyone gasped at the sight of the powerful beasts, while Naruto's wives smirked. From Naruto's group, Velvet said, so he finally called the creation trio. Wait, so that means... Mira began. Yes, they are the source of our king's power. Naruto is the Jinchuurki of the creation trio, Velvet finished. And now that Toad is dead, Fu added. Everyone better listen up, Suki warned. From the rookie's perspective, Sakura asked, what are those? Naruto's summons? No, they're not. I overheard Naruto's wives say that those 3 are what is inside of Naruto, as they are his hosts, Shikamaru explained. Wait, are you saying that Naruto is the Jinchuurki of them? Ino asked. Yes, they are. And now I think Menma will lose, Shikamaru said, shocking everyone. No, Menma will win. He promised to avenge us. Sakura insisted. From the Jounin's perspective, Tsunade said, that must be it. They are the ones that give Naruto power. So, if it's true, Naruto is the one who will rule this world, Kushina added. Naruto, how did you get this power? Kakashi asked, looking at the 3 beings. Guys, I think Menma will lose. There's no way his summons can beat Naruto, Asuma said. I agree, it's over for him, Kurenai stated. From the Kage's perspective, Jiraiya said, Minato, they are the ones in the prophecy I told you about. Are you sure? Minato asked, and Jiraiya nodded. Hokage, if that really is the beasts inside the Uzumaki heir, he must tell us where to find more creatures, I said. I agree, Konoha should not have this much power, Anoki added. The mist needs those creatures as well, Mei said. So does Suna, Raza agreed. In the arena, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina looked around and saw Naruto on the ground. Naruto, why have you called us here? Dialga asked. I want to know as well, Palkia added. My guess is someone wants to fight us, Giratina said. I'm sorry to call you three, but this toad over there claims that his clan is stronger than every other clan, Naruto explained, as the three looked upset at this outrageous lie, glaring at Gamabunta, who appeared frightened. Brat, you didn't tell me that we would be fighting the legendary creation trio of time, space, and distortion. Gamabunta exclaimed. Why are you scared? It's just like Katsuyu did when she faced Naruto's wife, Menma remarked. You fool. So that's why she and her clan were scared. You idiots have made enemies of the Pokémon gods. Gamabunta retorted. So, Toad, you dare speak such lies? Dialga growled. It's time for the Toad clan to be punished severely for this slander, Palkia added. I agree, let's just get rid of him, Giratina suggested. What? Please have mercy. I didn't know anything about this. Gamabunta pleaded. Don't lie to us. The Sage of the Six Paths told us three and our creator about your clan trying to manipulate the prophecy, Palkia said. What? Why would the Sage do that? We were trying to bring peace with the child of prophecy. Gamabunta protested. Oh, okay, and tell us who is the child of prophecy, Giratina demanded. It's my summoner, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and Mito Namikaze, Gamabunta said, but was met with a wave of killer intent, causing everyone to feel the rage of the three legendary Pokémon. You're a stupid fool. It's not those weaklings who are the chosen child we picked. Dialga shouted. It's our Jinchuurki below us that we chose to be the destined child, Palkia declared. That's right. Naruto Uzumaki is the true child of prophecy of this world, Giratina confirmed. Everyone was shocked by this revelation, and some civilians shouted in denial, only to be silenced by Giratina's power. Listen up, all of you. We will introduce ourselves. I am Dialga, the Pokémon of time, Dialga said. I am Palkia, the Pokémon of space, Palkia added. I am Giratina, the Pokémon of distortion, Giratina concluded. We are the creation trio of time, space, and distortion, and this child is our vessel. So if any of you corrupt humans even think about hurting our vessel and his queen, it will lead to the destruction of this world, Palkia warned. Everyone was flabbergasted to learn that Naruto was the child of the three gods. Minato and Jiraiya realized they had made a mistake in training Menma and Mito and now regretted it. Menma, overwhelmed with anger, shouted, That's a ridiculous lie. I'm the chosen child. You three should bow before me and give me your power. But he was pushed aside by Gamabunta, who slammed him against the wall. Shut your mouth, fool. It seems you are not worthy to be my summoner, and for that, I banish Menma, Minato, and Jiraiya from the Toad clan forever. Gamabunta declared, shocking the Namikaze family as Minato and Jiraiya were outraged and begged him to reconsider. Is that fair for you three? Gamabunta asked. It's fair, but there's something everyone must know. The era of Jinchuuriki is over, and the chosen child will release them from their prison and exterminate the corrupt humans if he wants, Dialga stated. I will fulfill the prophecy, Naruto said. Good. Now, Toad, leave our presence at once, Giratina commanded, as Gamabunta left in shock, leaving Menma stunned. Now, Naruto, do you still need us? Dialga asked. No, it's fine. I will handle that false child, Naruto replied, as the three disappeared, leaving everyone scared, shocked, and confused. Kage POV. The Kages were frightened by the realization that Naruto would decide whether this world would be saved or destroyed. Minato, is this true? Is that boy the child of prophecy? I asked. It is, and I think it's my fault this happened, Minato admitted. Demon right, it's your fault for changing the prophecy for Konoha's rule, Inoki said angrily. We must convince the boy to spare this world, Mei suggested. That might be impossible because Naruto has seen so much pain from other people because of the 5 great nations, Raza said. But he wants the village that hurt him and his wives to pay, so it looks like Konoha is doomed, I said. Minato realized he and his family had made a huge mistake, and now it was coming back to haunt them. Jounin POV. Kushina, your family has basically doomed this village because of your mistake, Asuma said. He's right. It seems that Naruto and his wives will decide whether this world should be saved or destroyed, Kurenai added. There's no way Naruto will destroy Konoha. It's his home, Kakashi argued, but was punched by Asuma. How stupid can you be? This village treated him poorly. He was the scapegoat for his family, and his wives had a hard time here as well, Asuma said. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. We thought Menma and Mito were the child of prophecy, but it's been Naruto all this time, Kushina said, tears in her eyes. And now Jiraiya, Minato, and Menma are banished from the Toad clan, just like me and Mito were banished from the Slug clan, Tsunade said with a sorrowful look. Rookie's POV. Diamen, this is troublesome, Shikamaru said. Who knew Naruto has the power to decide whether this village and the world should be saved or destroyed? Choji added. And it's all because of this village and us, Tenten said. Guys, you don't think Naruto will kill us, right? Ino asked. He might because of what we did, and we deserve it, Shino said. Didn't it we really messed up, Kiba said. No, this can't be. He won't hurt us, we're friends, Sakura insisted. Not really, Sakura. We made their lives hell, Ino pointed out. How unyouthful of us for what we did, Lee said. Naruto's group POV. Well, it seems Konoha regrets their actions, but now it's too late, Mira said. I agree, but I know Naruto might spare them or kill his family, Suki said. It doesn't matter to us, really, Fu added. They brought this on themselves because of their greed and power, and now this is the price, Velvet said. So, what will happen to the other villages? Kankuro asked. Don't worry, Naruto won't destroy the Sand Village because your village has also suffered from the leaf, Mira reassured him. Yes, but we got through this, Temari said. You guys do realize that the Konoha Council might do something to stop you, Yugao warned. They won't if they know what's good for them, Suki replied. In the arena, Naruto looked at Menma, who was shocked to learn he had been banished from the Toad clan and that he was not the child of prophecy at all. Something inside him snapped as he glared at the one who took everything away from him. Naruto, you took everything from me. Menma shouted, ready to confront him. Naruto summoned a shadow clone to create a Rasengan and charged at Menma. How pathetic. Let me show you my Rasengan, he declared, revealing a red Rasengan adorned with dragon markings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What is that? Menma asked, bewildered. This is the red dragon Rasengan I created, and now I will show you its power, Naruto replied, launching himself at Menma. The two collided, their Rasengans clashing fiercely. However, Naruto's strength prevailed, sending Menma crashing against the wall. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, his arm shattered and twisted in agony. A piercing scream erupted from Menma, echoing in the air as he writhed in pain. The onlookers winced at the sight of his injury. Kushina, heartbroken, cried out for her son, pleading with Naruto to stop. Please, Naruto, that's enough. You won, no more. I'm sorry for what we did to you, she begged. Sakura and the others, filled with fear, urged Naruto to relent. Menma, terrified and in tears, watched as Naruto approached him, chains materializing around him. Now, Menma, it's time for the beating you and your friends gave me, Naruto said, delivering a punch to Menma's face, followed by blows to his body. The sounds of pain filled the air as Naruto continued relentlessly. Please. Menma gasped, desperation in his voice. Once upon a time, in a world filled with magic and adventure, two brothers found themselves on a journey that would test their bond and courage. The elder brother, strong and wise, often took the lead, guiding his younger sibling through the challenges they faced. One day, as they ventured deeper into the enchanted forest, the younger brother looked up at his sibling with wide eyes. Do you think we'll find the treasure the legends speak of? He asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. The elder brother smiled, his eyes sparkling with determination. I believe we will. But remember, the journey is just as important as the destination. We must work together and trust each other. As they continued their trek, they encountered various magical creatures and obstacles. Each challenge brought them closer, strengthening their bond. They shared stories around the campfire at night, laughing and reminiscing about their childhood adventures. One evening, as they sat under the stars, the younger brother turned to his sibling. I'm grateful to have you by my side. I don't know what I would do without you. The elder brother placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We're in this together, no matter what. As long as we have each other, we can face anything. With renewed determination, they pressed on, ready to face whatever awaited them in the heart of the forest. Their journey was far from over, but together, they felt invincible. Sorry, Menma said, his voice strained. Why should I? You, your sister, and your friends have made my life and my wife's lives a nightmare in this village. Why should I stop? Naruto replied, his anger boiling over as he struck Menma in the back, causing him to cough. The Namake's family pleaded with Naruto to stop, their expressions filled with desperation. Naruto dropped Menma to the ground and kicked him, using wood style to create a cage around him. Tsunade watched in shock, realizing Naruto had him stred with style. Trapped in the cage, Menma was subjected to a jolt of lightning style, and Naruto laughed as Menma writhed in pain. His wives looked on, sharing in the moment. For the first time, Menma felt true fear and began to cry, begging Naruto for mercy. Please, Aniki. I'm sorry for what our family did to you, for what this village did to you, and for what my friends did to you. You are always better than us, Menma pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Naruto glared at him. You think I can forgive you for all the pain this village and my former family caused me and my wives? Never. But I will let you live so you and your family can suffer for everything you've done to me. With that, Naruto unleashed a powerful jutsu, summoning a storm dragon made of lightning and wind. The creature struck Menma, who screamed in agony as blood poured from his wounds. Naruto, please. He's had enough. Kushina shouted, her voice filled with panic. Enough, Naruto. He's family. Minato added, tears in his eyes. As Naruto's jutsu faded, Menma lay on the ground, broken and bloodied but still breathing. Naruto looked down at him. This is your punishment. From now on, you and your family are nothing to me. We are not a family anymore. You are not my brother, and Mito is not my sister. He turned to the crowd. I, Naruto Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan, have banished Kushina and her children from the clan, as well as Tsunade for betraying our family creed. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd, especially from Kushina, who felt the weight of her banishment. Naruto signaled to Genma, who confirmed, the winner of the final match is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted in cheers as Naruto flew up to join his group. Medics rushed to carry Menma's unconscious body to the hospital, while the Hokage family watched, worried and distraught. Naruto's perspective shifted as he approached his wives, who jumped on him, showering him with hugs and kisses. Girls, I can't breathe, he exclaimed, laughter mingling with his words. Sorry, Naruto-kun, they replied in unison, stepping back. Not a problem, he said with a smile. You did it. You won your match and are now the heir of the Uzumaki clan. But why didn't you take the Namake's name? Mira asked. Because I'm more Uzumaki than Namake's, and I want nothing to do with that Hokage. He can keep the Namake's name, Naruto replied firmly. What happens now? Suki inquired. I have a feeling something big is coming, Velvet said. I'm sure it won't be that bad, Fu added. Meanwhile, the rookies were in disbelief. I can't believe Menma lost, Sakura said, her voice filled with shock. Now it's all over. Naruto has broken him, Ino remarked. And he and his family are banished from the Uzumaki clan, Kiba added. We messed up badly, Shikamaru said, his tone serious. We need to talk to Naruto and beg for his forgiveness. You know it's impossible for him to forgive us, Kiba replied. Then what should we do? Ino asked. Nothing, because it's over for us, Sakura said, her voice heavy with defeat. Kushina was in tears, regretting everything she had done to her firstborn. Naruto, I'm so sorry, she whispered. Kakashi watched sadly, realizing the depth of the situation. Naruto has banished his family and defeated Menma. Is this what you wanted? He wondered aloud. Tsunade felt a wave of guilt and sorrow wash over her, still shocked by Naruto's abilities. Kurenai and Asuma recognized Naruto's power and contemplated asking Yugao to convince him to forgive his family and the village, but they knew it was unlikely. Minato was heartbroken, knowing his family was banished and that Naruto would never forgive them for the pain they had caused. Jiraiya hoped to persuade Naruto to help Konoha for the greater good, while the other Kages remained concerned about the tailed beasts being unleashed, aware of the balance of the world at stake. Suddenly, chaos erupted as Orochimaru's forces attacked Konoha. Minato, alarmed, shouted, "What is going on here?" The Kazekage laughed, revealing himself to be Orochimaru. Well, it seems this will be the fall of Konoha and the 5 Kages, he declared. Naruto confronted the 3 who had a hand in the invasion. So, did you 3 have a hand in this? He asked. We did, but we never wanted it. Our father teamed up with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, Temari explained. Naruto-kun, should we help this village? Velvet asked. As much as I want this village to fall, we should save it. We will help them, Naruto decided. Be prepared for the aftermath of this exam, Yugao warned. But since... Okay, girls, I want you 4 to split up and handle those fools, Naruto instructed. What about you, Naruto-kun? First. I'll head to the Kage stand to confront that snake. I sense he will be trouble in the future, Naruto replied confidently. You can't go in alone, Yugao cautioned. Don't worry, sensei. I can handle this, Naruto assured her. Protect the others, Naruto said, reassuring Yugao, who was worried but knew he would be okay as the girls split up and left. Temari, you and your brothers should leave this village. You know this invasion will fail, Naruto advised. Thanks for helping us, Temari replied as she and her brothers departed for Sunagakure. From the perspective of the rookies, confusion filled the air. What's going on? Why are the Suna and Oto ninjas attacking the village? Sakura asked, her eyes wide with concern. It's an invasion. Suna and Oto have teamed up and are causing chaos, Shikamaru explained, his brow furrowed in thought. We need to stop them. Ino insisted. Where are Naruto and his group? Tenten wondered aloud. My bugs informed me that they are handling the invaders, Shino said calmly. We should help them, Kiba suggested, determination in his voice. No, all of you head to the civilian shelters, Kakashi instructed as he and the other Jounins approached. Why, sensei? Tenten questioned. Most of you are injured from the preliminary rounds, and someone needs to assist at the hospital, Asuma replied. We will take care of the Oto nin in the stadium, Kurenai added. What about Naruto and his group? Sakura asked, still worried. They'll be fine. Yugao told me that Naruto is heading to the Kage area to confront Orochimaru, and his allies will handle the invading forces. Now go, Kakashi commanded. The rookies nodded and left, trusting their Jounin leaders. From Suki's perspective, she was fiercely battling against the Suna ninjas, her Susanoo overwhelming them. Despite their attempts to flee, they were no match for her speed and skill, and one by one, they fell before her. Mira had just saved a group of helpless civilians from danger, urging them to flee as they expressed their gratitude. As she turned to continue her mission, she sensed a kunai flying toward her. Swiftly dodging it, she spotted 100 Oto ninjas charging at her. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a lightning jutsu, eliminating them all before moving on to find more targets. From Mira's perspective, she activated her Tensigen, summoning a boulder that crushed 20 Oto ninjas and 50 Suna ninjas beneath its weight. She was enjoying herself when she sensed another attack coming. Dodging once more, she found herself face to face with Hayashi and several members of the Hyuga clan. So, you fools want to die? Mira taunted. Shut your mouth. You will pay for killing my daughter and my nephew. Hayashi retorted. Typical Hyuga. If you want to see your daughter, that's fine by me, Mira replied coldly, swiftly dispatching 2 Hyuga behind Hayashi with her Tensigen skills. She then knocked Hayashi down with a precise Juken strike. Why do you hate the Hyuga clan so much? Hayashi demanded. Because your clan is weak and corrupt. Your daughter hurt my Naruto-kun, and this is your punishment, Mira said, delivering a final punch that left Hayashi unconscious. Be grateful I let you live for now, she added before leaving. Meanwhile, Fu harnessed the power of her tailed beast and her Pokémon abilities, effortlessly dispatching 500 Oto ninjas. With a cheerful grin, she taunted them, so, you fools want more? As they attacked her with various jutsu, she soared into the air and unleashed a fire-tailed beast bomb, resulting in a massive explosion that wiped them out. Landing gracefully, she remarked, wow, they were weak. Can't they get any lamer? Before moving on. Velvet, wielding her left arm like a weapon, slashed through many Oto and Suna ninjas. Bored with the fight, she noticed some rookies surrounded by Oto ninjas. Initially tempted to leave them to their fate, she ultimately decided to intervene, swiftly eliminating their attackers. As she turned to the rookies, her expression was one of anger. You Konoha shinobi are pathetic, getting surrounded by these fools. No wonder Naruto-kun hates this village, Velvet said, watching the rookies seethe with indignation before she walked away. Pathetic fools, she muttered. Yugao was with the other Jounins at the stadium, fending off numerous Oto and Suna ninjas. Demon it. We need to help the Hokage, Asuma said. We can't. That barrier appeared and trapped the Kages with Orochimaru, Kakashi replied. Don't worry, Naruto will handle it, Yugao assured them. What? Why would you let a genin reach the Kage stands? Kurenai exclaimed. Because he will handle it, Yugao insisted. Yugao, Naruto is going to get killed, Kakashi warned. Shut up and trust me, he will manage, Yugao replied, and the other Jounins nodded, knowing Naruto's strength. Naruto was busy defeating Oto ninjas as he approached the Kage stands. Spotting a barrier, he stealthily slipped inside and found the Kages facing Orochimaru. Orochimaru performed hand signs, summoning the first, second, and third Hokages, along with Mito Uzumaki. As they awakened, Hashirama looked around, confused. "What's going on? Where are we?" he asked. "My love, I think we're in Konoha," Mito said. "It seems we've been summoned by the Edo Tensei," Tobirama noted. "Minato, why are we here?" Hiruzen inquired. "Simple, you four are here to destroy Konoha for its corruption," Orochimaru declared. "Orochimaru, you dare summon us to destroy Konoha?" Hiruzen shot back. "Yes, but you should be pleased. This village has failed since your fourth Hokage couldn't protect it or his family," Orochimaru continued. "Demen you, snake." Kushina shouted. "Orochimaru, what are you talking about?" Tsunade demanded. "He speaks of how you two broke the Uzumaki code," Naruto interjected, stepping forward. "Minato, what is that snake talking about?" Hiruzen asked, glaring at Orochimaru. "What I'm saying is that he and his family neglected, abused, and abandoned their firstborn, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," Orochimaru revealed, shocking the past Hokages and Mito. "That can't be true. Minato, tell me he's lying." Hiruzen exclaimed. "Kushina, Tsunade, is this true?" Mito asked, her voice trembling. "Why don't you ask Naruto?" Orochimaru suggested. Naruto took a deep breath and explained his life, revealing the truth about his past. The four Hokages listened in shock and anger as Mito approached Kushina and Tsunade, slapping them both. "How could you do this to your own kin and make him a scapegoat for this village?" Mito demanded. "Mito, please understand. We thought if we made Naruto a scapegoat, the other two would have a normal childhood," Kushina pleaded. "And for the sake of the world, we decided to focus on training Menma and Mito," Tsunade added. "Fools. Because of your foolishness, I hereby declare Naruto Uzumaki the true heir of the Uzumaki clan, and you two and your children are banished," Mito proclaimed, leaving Kushina and Tsunade in shock and tears. Hiruzen turned to Minato and Jiraiya, furious. "How could you, Minato? I named you the fourth Hokage because of your skills and intelligence, yet you chose to listen to this nonsense. You have shamed and disappointed me," he shouted. "Sensei, we thought it was Mito and Menma, but we were wrong. It was Naruto all along," Jiraiya explained. As Naruto observed the scene, a smirk crossed his face. Seizing the moment, he sneaked up on Orochimaru and stabbed him with his sword. Everyone gasped. Orochimaru staggered back, looking up at Naruto. "Demen, you brat. This isn't over. I will destroy this place," he snarled. "Wrongful. You will die here today," Naruto declared. "Let us help you," Minato urged, but the fear radiating from Naruto's killer intent made them hesitate. Orochimaru lunged at Naruto, sword drawn, but Naruto was too quick. Using with style, he ensnared Orochimaru in a wooden cage, draining his chakra. Hashirama watched in astonishment as the boy utilized with style. "Release me from this cage, boy," Orochimaru shouted, angered and desperate. "Sorry, Snake, but I can't let you go. It's time for you to face the consequences," Naruto declared, determination in his voice. "Demen it. I won't be defeated," Orochimaru retorted, opening his mouth wide as he revealed his true form. In an instant he escaped his cage and dashed away. Naruto lunged after him, but he was quickly surrounded by Orochimaru's elite Sound 4. They deployed a smoke bomb, and in the chaos, they vanished. Naruto glared at the empty space where they had been. "Demen it, he got away. No matter, I'll take him down next time," Naruto vowed. Turning around, he saw Hiruzen approaching him. "I'm sorry for the hardships you've faced due to my foolish decision in choosing your father as Hokage," Hiruzen said, regret evident in his voice. "It's no problem. I have a new family that loves me," Naruto replied, a hint of warmth in his tone. "I'm glad to hear that. I've heard you're married, but you're still quite young," Hiruzen remarked. Mito and Hashirama approached Naruto, expressing their apologies for the actions of his mother and godmother. They acknowledged him as the heir of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and Naruto thanked them sincerely. Tobirama joined them, sharing his thoughts on Naruto's marriage to an Uchiha, noting that she held a disdain for her clan but respected the second Hokage, indicating he could trust her. As the three Hokages and Mito began to fade, returning to the afterlife, they cast one last glare at the chaos left behind, allowing Naruto to handle the situation. Hashirama and Tobirama expressed their disappointment to Tsunade for breaking the code and reaffirmed Naruto's position as the heir of the Senju clan. Hiruzen, addressing Jiraiya and Tsunade, expressed his shame and denounced them as his students. Mito looked at Kushina with disappointment, conveying that the rest of the clan felt the same. Kushina hung her head, tears streaming down her face. With the 4 Edo Nin gone, the invasion came to an end. The forces from Suna and Oto retreated, leaving Konoha standing strong. Aoi, Anoki, and Mei contemplated asking Naruto about the creatures they had encountered but decided to hold off for now. They informed the Hokage of their intention to return to their own villages before departing. Jiraiya approached Minato, concern etched on his face. Minato, what are we going to do? Naruto is the true child of prophecy, and he won't help us. You, me, and Menma have been banished from the Toad clan, while Tsunade and Mito have been banished from the Slug clan. Minato sighed, I don't know, sensei. For now, we need to focus on repairing the damage from this invasion. As Naruto walked back, he spotted his wives rushing toward him. They embraced him warmly, showering him with affection. Hey girls, I'm back. Sorry, I thought that Snake had escaped from my grasp, Naruto said. Don't worry about him, we'll get him next time, Suki reassured him. For now, let's celebrate our victory. Misa chimed in. To the heir and heiress of 3 clans. Fu added with enthusiasm. And our future king. Velvet declared. Thanks girls. Let's head home, Naruto said, leading his wives away. Yugao watched with pride, happy to see her students victorious. Meanwhile, Kushina and Tsunade felt a deep sadness over their banishment from the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Now, Naruto was the heir of both clans and the chosen child. Konohagakure POV. 1 week later. It had been a week since the invasion, and Konoha celebrated its victory, largely thanks to Naruto and his wives. The villagers were both fearful and amazed by their powers and their triumph over the Hokage's children and the Uchiha. Prince. Supporters of Sasuke Uchiha were furious. The Uchiha clan now belonged to his sister and her husband, the demon. Sasuke had just been released from the hospital, but to everyone's shock, he had suffered irreversible damage, leaving him unable to have children. He had also learned of Mito's fate, realizing she could never be with him again. That sister of mine. Because of her, I've lost everything. Now she's the new heiress of the Uchiha clan, married to that fool. Sasuke shouted in frustration. Mito and Menma were alive but had been banished from the Uzumaki clan. Their red hair had changed to yellow, a sign of their lost heritage. They had lost their Uzumaki traits, summoning contracts, and the Kyuubi's power. Tears streamed down their faces as they mourned their new reality, knowing they could never become parents. Naruto and his wives took everything from me. My clan title, my summoning contract, my identity. I can never be a mother again. I hate you both. Mito exclaimed, her voice filled with rage. Naruto, you took everything from me. My powers, my legacy, my reputation. You crushed my dreams of having a family. I hate you. Menma shouted, his anger boiling over. The weight of their losses hung heavily in the air, as the consequences of the recent events continued to unfold. Menma was furious. Kushina and the others heard this and felt upset, tears streaming down their faces as they mourned the loss of everything Menma and Mito had. I'm so sorry for everything, Kushina said, her voice trembling. Demon it, Naruto. Why did you have to make your family suffer? Tsunade exclaimed, still angry about losing her slug contract. It's because we messed up badly, and now Konoha has to pay the price, especially Minato's family, Jiraiya explained. Jiraiya, where's Naruto? I need to speak to him, Kushina said urgently. I don't know, but he's somewhere in the village. I don't think it's a good idea to approach him since he hates us, Jiraiya replied. I don't care. I need to ask for his forgiveness for what we did, Kushina cried, feeling as if the entire Uzumaki clan was angry with her for her mistakes. She felt the weight of her lost abilities and the pain of her choices. I want to talk to him too, since he's now the heir of the Senju clan. I can ask him to forgive me, Tsunade added. That won't work. As I said, he hates us, especially me. The Toads are furious with the Pokémon gods, and now both the Toads and the Slugs have cut ties with us, Jiraiya said. Tsunade, upset, left in a furious mood. Jiraiya, where is Minato? Kushina asked. He's at the Hokage office, but he's in a depressed state. His first son wants nothing to do with him or the Namake's name, Jiraiya said, his voice heavy with concern. Kushina felt a deep sadness as she reflected on her mistakes. She had neglected Naruto for Menma and Mito, only to discover that Naruto was the chosen child, now the Jinchuurki of the Kyuubi and the 3 Pokémon gods. She sank to the floor, tears flowing freely. There's going to be a council meeting about this. Everyone in the elemental nations will know about Naruto and his wife's Jinchuurki status and will demand the same power, which won't happen, Jiraiya warned. I know, but we messed up big time, Kushina admitted. Guys, what are we going to do about this? Choji asked. I don't know, but thanks to that situation, Sasuke-kun will never restore his clan, Sakura said, frustration evident in her voice. Like it matters to you. You can't have children either, Ino shot back. Shut it, Ino. Sakura snapped. Enough. That situation didn't have to end with Niji and Hinata, Tenten said, her voice filled with anger. I don't know about Hinata. She cheated on Menma with Kiba, Choji pointed out. Kiba, what were you thinking? Because of your actions, the Hyuga clan and the Inuzuka clan are being mocked, Tenten said, shaking her head. I get it, I messed up. I want to apologize to Menma, but he looks at me with rage, Kiba admitted. Well, you deserve it for betraying him, Ino said. The Hyuga clan is upset with Hinata's actions and has denounced her even in death, Tenten said. How unyouthful of us, Choji added. By the way, where are Naruto and his wives? He asked. I don't know, but there will be trouble in the entire elemental nation since Konoha has too many Jinchuuriki. With Naruto being the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki, the other Kages will demand that he and his wives have the same power, Shikamaru said. There's no way Naruto and his wives will agree to that. If they try to threaten them, this world is done for, Ino warned. That situation took everything from Sasuke-kun. Now Suki is the heiress of the Uchiha clan, while Naruto is the heir of the Uzumaki and Senju clans since he can use with style, Sakura said. It's amazing to think someone can use the first Hokage's jutsu, and now the council might place him in the CRA, Shino remarked. No way Naruto will do it. Besides, his wives will go crazy if any other women dare to approach him. You don't mess with a yandere, especially with 4 of them, Ino said. Sakura, where are Sasuke and the others? Tenten asked. Sasuke is taking a walk, while Menma and Mito are still in the hospital. They're upset and want to confront Naruto and his wives for everything they've lost, Sakura replied. That won't end well, Shikamaru said. Things had become chaotic ever since the Chunin exams, Asuma noted. One of my students is dead, and her clan is embarrassed by her actions. They've denounced her and called her a disgrace, Kurenai said angrily. What's worse is that Sasuke can't become the clan heir anymore, Kakashi added. Naruto took the Kyuubi from them and now has it himself, Kurenai said. But he has unlocked with style and is now the heir of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Guy pointed out. I can't believe he won't take the Namikaze's name again, Kakashi said, shaking his head. Hana expressed her frustration. That brat had to expose the Inuzuka clan, and now my mother and the dogs are being mocked by everyone. Guy replied, it doesn't matter. 2 Hyuga members are dead, and the only heiress left is Hanabi. I fear it won't be long before Mira takes out the entire Hyuga clan. Kurenai added, she already did. That woman killed my student in cold blood. Asuma inquired, where is Yugao, anyway? Kurenai responded, I don't know, but she might be with her students. They trust her enough. When I asked her to convince Naruto and the others to forgive this village and tell us where they got their power, she refused, saying she wouldn't break their trust. Asuma sighed. The council might try to force them, but I hope it won't come to that. Kurenai warned, if it does, then this village and the entire elemental nations are doomed. Naruto is the one in that prophecy. Asuma nodded. That prophecy is the reason all of this is happening. The Hokage family neglected Naruto and his wives. Hana reluctantly agreed, I hate to say it, but you're right. This village is finished. In the Hokage's office, Minato was deep in thought, feeling the weight of his son's situation. He was the chosen child, yet Naruto would never forgive his family or the village for how they treated him and his wives. He had heard that Menma and Mito lost the fox's power, and now Naruto was the Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto, I'm so sorry for everything. Please forgive us, Minato whispered to himself. An ANBU member approached, informing him that the council had arrived. Minato nodded, preparing himself for the inevitable shouting and uproar. At the council meeting, chaos erupted as everyone shouted and demanded answers regarding the finals. Minato took his seat and addressed them, I know you're all here for what happened in the finals. Hayashi shouted, the hell we will. I lost my daughter and my nephew because of that woman, Mira. A civilian chimed in, why do you care about her? She was cheating Lord Menma with that dog. The civilian council laughed, but Sum growled, ready to defend her clan's honor. Enough! Minato commanded. Koharu asked, Hokahama, how did that boy learn with style? Is he a senju? I don't know, but Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan, and the senju are distant cousins, Minato replied. Kushina added, yes, but I believe only Naruto has senju blood in him, not the other two, since their Namikaze blood is all they have. Danzo interjected, then we must bring the last senju here since Tsunade is banished. Shut your mouth, old fool, Tsunade retorted. Shikaku raised a crucial point, but there's one question, Hokage. Menma and Mito lost the Kyuubi inside of them. Yes, and now Naruto is the Jinchuurki of the Kyuubi and the other three beasts, Minato confirmed. Hamaru stated, we need to know where he gets them from so we can use it for Konoha. Minato warned, that won't happen. Naruto and his wives won't tell us, and I fear the other villages will wage war on Konoha because we have more Jinchuuriki than they do. Everyone was shocked and frightened by this revelation. Inochi added, but if they try, then Naruto and his wives will destroy the elemental nations. That's why we must do something, Minato insisted. Kushina pointed out, you're right. Naruto is the heir of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and Tsuki is the heiress of the Uchiha clan. A civilian scoffed, that girl shouldn't be the heiress of the Uchiha clan. Lord Sasuke is? Fool. Have you forgotten? Your Uchiha prince can't continue the clan anymore. Now it falls to his sister, who is stronger than him, Tsum interrupted. Minato remarked, I can't believe she unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan and has the Susan. She's incredibly talented. Danzo pressed, back on the topic, what are we going to do about this child of prophecy? Koharu added, I want to know as well. Menma and Mito are not the child of prophecy and can't continue their bloodline. They are nothing. Tsunade glared at her, Hokage, your firstborn that you and your family neglected has 3 creatures from time and space. Not to mention, his wives have more Pokémon creatures like him. Can't you ask your son about this? Minato sighed, no, because he doesn't consider me a father anymore. He has denounced my name and doesn't trust this village, except for his wives. Danzo insisted, then we must speak to him about this and make him tell us where he gets that power. Tsunade shouted, you fool! Are you insane? Naruto and his wives will turn this village to ash for our greed. Danzo replied, that doesn't matter. It's his job as a Konoha shinobi to obey the council. Tsunade countered, he could quit and take everything from the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Since his wife is an Uchiha, she will take everything from the Uchiha clan. That means Konoha will lose 3 clan members. Minato concluded, then I will send an Anbu to speak to Naruto about this peacefully. Tsunade warned, fine, you do that, but I have a feeling this will be a bad idea. Kushina asked, what's the worst that can happen? The end of chapter. Naruto and his wives gathered at the training grounds, taking advantage of the absence of their sensei, Yugao. They engaged in a sparring session, determined to enhance their skills after their recent victories in the Chunin exams, which had been interrupted by an unexpected invasion. The atmosphere was filled with the sounds of their training, each of them pushing their limits and supporting one another as they honed their abilities. But they never cared, all that mattered was their revenge and their fear that the Hokage or the council would try to force them to reveal their new Pokémon powers and Jinchuurki status. Okay girls, that's enough sparring. Let's take a break, Naruto said. Yes, Naruto-kun, the girls replied as they rested on the ground. We did great in the Chunin exams and during the invasion, Fu remarked. And we got our payback against those scoundrels, Velvet added. I enjoyed making that weak brother of mine fall. Now the clan heir title is mine, and Sasuke will never continue his clan legacy through his children, Suki said confidently. I know, right? I enjoyed taking down that Hyuga, but did Naruto-kun really see her cheating on that weak Hokage's son with that perverted dog? Mira asked. Yes, I saw everything. Now the Hyuga clan and the Inuzuka clan are being mocked and insulted in the village, Naruto replied. I heard the Hyuga clan has disowned Hinata, calling her the Hyuga disgrace, Fu said. It doesn't matter, they will join her in hell once I deal with them, Mira declared. Velvet, you did great crushing that Hokage's daughter, Naruto praised. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I enjoyed making her suffer. Now she has lost her title from the Uzumaki clan, and her and Menma's hair has turned yellow from the Namikaze blood, Velvet said. But Naruto-kun, you did great out there crushing that scum Menma. Now he and his sister have lost the fox power, Mira noted. Yeah, and Kurama is now inside me. He wanted to thank me and give me the power to rule this world with all 4 of you by my side, Naruto said. We will always be there for you as your future queens, the girls affirmed. So, what's going to happen now? I bet the council will summon us to talk about our powers, but we won't tell them anything, Fu speculated. Yeah, I heard Menma and Mito are looking for us for their petty revenge, Mira added. Let them try, I will send them to hell, Naruto said confidently. Suki, your weak brother is hell-bent on finding you, Velvet warned. I will crush him and send him where the rest of the clan belongs, Suki replied fiercely. Don't forget his fangirls, they are upset that their Uchiha prince can't continue his family, Fu reminded them. Please, those weaklings. Besides, that blonde ponytail and the other two can't have children on their own, Suki scoffed. Yeah, and Mito made a deal that if she loses, she will never date an Uchiha again. But I know she will do it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I took everything away from her, Velvet said. Just then, an Umbu appeared as Naruto and his wives looked at him. What do you want? Velvet asked. Lord Uzumaki, you and your wives have been summoned by the council for a meeting, the Umbu said. Figures. I knew something like this would happen, Fu remarked. My guess is they want to ask us about our new friends, Mira suggested. And that Naruto is the chosen child, and they want him to protect this village, Suki added. Like we would ever let that happen, Velvet said defiantly. Tell the council we will be their fools, Naruto said as the Umbu left. Shall we head off to the council, girls? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto-kun, the girls replied as they followed him. Sasuke was at Training Ground 7, furious about his loss against Suki. She had unlocked the second stage of the Sharingan and created a creature called Susan. To make matters worse, she now held the clan heir title while he had been banished from the clan. In it, I need power to take down that girl and her lover and to kill Itachi, Sasuke muttered to himself. I can help you with that, a voice said. Sasuke turned to see Kabuto and the Sound Ninja 4 approaching. What do you want? Sasuke snapped. Lord Orochimaru sent us to ask you to come to the Sound Village so he can make you stronger, Kabuto replied. Sasuke was surprised, feeling the curse mark on his neck and the power it contained. So, if I go to the Sound Village I can gain the power to defeat all my enemies? Sasuke asked. Yes, including your sister, who stole your right to become heir of the Uchiha clan, Kabuto said. Sasuke grinned evilly, accepting the offer. Kabuto and the Sound Ninja 4 informed him he had a week to prepare before they left. Soon, I will kill you and your husband and take the others for myself, Sasuke vowed. Menma and Mito were in the backyard of the Namikaze estate, training but still feeling weak due to their injuries and the loss of their Kyuubi power. Dang it, we're not getting anywhere with this, Mito said. Curse that Naruto and his wives. They stole everything from us, and now we have nothing, Menma exclaimed. What should we do? People don't praise us anymore, we're nothing, Mito lamented. We will find that dope and kill him and his wives, Menma declared. I agree, that girl will pay for everything, Mito added. I think they will head to the council to talk to Dad. We should go, Menma suggested, and Mito nodded in agreement as they left. At the council meeting, Naruto and his wives entered to see everyone gathered. Minato looked pleased to see them. Okay, why did you summon us? Naruto asked bluntly. You demon, watch what you say, a civilian yelled, but Velvet silenced him with a glare. If I hear one more word calling Naruto-kun a demon, I will take action, Velvet warned. Everyone was shocked and scared, and Minato quickly intervened. We didn't call you five here for that. We just want to talk things peacefully, Minato said. You mean you want us to tell you where to find more Pokémon so you can use them as weapons? Forget it, they are not weapons for you greedy people, Naruto replied. Naruto, please understand we need those Pokémon for peace in the elemental nations, Minato pleaded. No, you want peace under Konoha's rule. Sorry, that's not happening, Velvet said firmly. I agree, we won't sell out our friends for this village, Mira added. Listen here, you will hand over that power you have, Hayashi demanded, but he was swiftly dealt with by Mira, shocking everyone in the room. The tension in the room escalated as Naruto and his wives stood their ground, ready to defend their choices and their friends. Mira declared that she would join her daughter in the afterlife, a statement that sent shockwaves through the room. Mabuki, furious, shouted accusations at her, claiming she had killed the head of the Hyuga clan. But before she could continue, Suki intervened, her voice sharp and commanding. Enough. We're not here to fight, she exclaimed, trying to regain control of the situation. Mabuki, still seething, retorted, You don't deserve to be the Uchiha heiress. Give it back to Sasuke. Suki shot back, Never. He's weak just like your daughter. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone stood on edge, waiting for the next move. Minato spoke firmly, urging Naruto to fulfill his duty as a shinobi of the leaf and to forgive his siblings for their past actions. Kushina supported him, emphasizing the importance of family. How can you suggest that Naruto forgive those arrogant brats? No wonder he resents you and your family, Velvet retorted, her voice filled with disdain. Kushina's anger flared. I will never forgive you for what you did to my daughter. You destroyed her future and caused her and Tsunade to be banished from the Slug clan. Most importantly, Mito and Tsunade are now banished from the Uzumaki clan. Velvet shot back. Who cares about you or your weak daughter? You should be grateful I spared her, otherwise she would have joined the others. Kushina, infuriated, charged at Velvet, but Naruto intervened, kicking Velvet against the wall. Minato watched in shock, while Tsunade glared at Naruto. Naruto, how could you kick your own mother like that? Tsunade demanded, her voice laced with anger. Enough, Senju. You shouldn't even be here. Go back to your drinking, Naruto snapped, his frustration evident. Danzo, from the council, interrupted. Enough of this, Naruto Uzumaki. We demand you and your wives reveal the source of that power, or you will face punishment. Leave us alone, old man. We won't tell you anything. If you dare call us again, we'll resign from this village and take everything from the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha funds for good, Naruto declared, shocking the council. You can't do that. We need those funds. Koharu exclaimed. Too bad. This village has caused us so much suffering, thanks to that man and his family. Now what will it be? Suki added, her voice steady. Fear gripped the council as they realized the importance of keeping Naruto and his wives in the village. All right, we will stop this, Minato announced, leaving everyone stunned as Naruto and his wives exited the council chamber. Hokage-sama, why did you do that? Some questioned, bewildered. That was foolish of you, Hamaru added. We can't force them to comply. If we try, this village will be destroyed. We can't afford to lose 3 clans, we should let this go, Minato reasoned. But the other villages will wage war on Konoha because we have more Jinchuurki than they do, Koharu argued. They won't, because Naruto and his wives will handle them, but only for themselves, not for this village, Minato replied, frustration evident in his tone. The council meeting concluded with a heavy atmosphere. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya voiced his concerns. Minato, what about the prophecy? We can't let Naruto and his wives rule the world, only Konoha should. I know, Jiraiya, but we can't provoke those powerful beings. You've seen what happened in their world, we can't allow that here, Minato responded, his expression serious. Why won't Naruto help us? We're family. Kushina lamented. Have you forgotten, Kushina? You, Menma, and Mito are banished from the Uzumaki clan, Minato reminded her. Not to mention I was banished from the Senju clan as well. That means Naruto is the one who can carry on the Uzumaki legacy, Tsunade added, her voice tinged with regret. Upset, Kushina left the office, leaving the others to reflect on their decisions. We really made a mistake, Jiraiya admitted. I agree, Minato replied, his voice heavy with realization. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions were discussing their next steps. How dare the council think we would listen to them? Velvet said, her frustration palpable. We should leave this place and find somewhere else to go. The other villages will try to wage war on Konoha because of our Jinchuurki, Suki suggested. Why do these fools seek power by taking everything from us? Mira questioned. Because they are corrupt and evil, Fu answered. That's why we will eliminate all corruption and greed, Naruto declared, determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Menma and Mito, along with the rest of the rookies, approached, intent on stopping Naruto and his friends. Look at this, the weaklings have come, Naruto remarked, a hint of mockery in his voice. Why are you all here? Velvet asked, irritation in her tone. Shut it. You 5 will pay for everything you've taken from me. Mito shouted. I will take back the power of the Kyuubi from you, Naruto. Menma threatened. Too bad, Menma. The Kyuubi is now inside me and we're friends, Naruto replied, unfazed. That worthless fox was my tool, and now you've stolen it. I will get it back. Menma shouted, but before he could react, Naruto kicked him hard against the wall, leaving everyone in shock. Menma, someone cried out, concern evident in their voice. I'll defeat you, demon. Mito declared, but she was quickly ensnared in black chains by Velvet, while Suki, Mira, and Fu restrained the other rookies with chakra-restricting ropes, preventing them from using their abilities. Let me go. I am the daughter of the fourth Hokage. Release me at once. Mito demanded. Be quiet. You're nothing, Velvet retorted, striking Mito and knocking her unconscious before dropping her to the floor. Menma, bleeding and furious, pushed himself off the wall and glared at Naruto. You dare harm the son of the fourth Hokage, demon? This is what you get for insulting my friend. Look at you, worthless and weak. No wonder you were banished from the Toad clan. Now you can't even have your own children, Naruto laughed. Enraged, Menma charged at Naruto with a Rasengan, but Naruto dodged and used with style to trap him in a wooden cage. Release me, demon. Give me all of your power. Menma shouted, furious. Just stay there like the good little animal you are, Naruto replied dismissively. Naruto-kun, shall we leave? Velvet asked as she, Mira, Fu, and Suki finished dealing with the other rookies, who lay beaten on the ground. Menma's anger only grew at the sight. I will kill you all and take over this world. All women will bow before the great Menma, he shouted, inciting fury among Velvet and her companions. Naruto-kun, please finish him. He's nothing but a disgusting pervert, Mira urged. I would love to, but he will meet his end sooner than you think, Naruto replied, using sleep powder to make Menma fall asleep. He and his wives left the defeated rookies behind as Anbu arrived to take them away. A week later, it was nighttime in Konoha. Sasuke was packing his belongings, preparing to leave the village and join Orochimaru in search of power. Unbeknownst to him, Sakura was following him and saw him about to depart. Sasuke-kun, wait. Sakura called out, but Sasuke glared at her. What do you want, Sakura? He asked. Where are you going? It looks like you're leaving the village, she said, concern etched on her face. So what? This village has outlived its usefulness. I'm going to Orochimaru for power, Sasuke replied, shocking Sakura. Why would you betray the village and us? Please don't go, she pleaded, tears in her eyes. You don't understand. I need power to kill my brother and defeat my sister. Orochimaru will help me, Sasuke explained coldly. What about your friends? What about me? Sakura asked, desperation in her voice. You're all nothing to me. I only care about power, Sasuke said, before disappearing and knocking Sakura unconscious as she watched him leave. Sasuke-kun, don't go, she murmured, but her voice faded as she lost consciousness. Goodbye, Sakura, Sasuke said quietly as he departed. The end of chapter end. The next day in Konoha, Sakura woke up feeling troubled about the events of the previous night. Determined to take action, she hurried to the Hokage's office to inform Minato about Sasuke's defection. Minato was focused on his work when Sakura burst in, visibly upset. Kage-sama, please, you have to stop Sasuke. He left the village last night. He wants to go to Orochimaru for power, she exclaimed. Minato's expression shifted to one of shock as he processed her words. He needed a full explanation of Sasuke's reckless decision. Sakura shared her concerns with Minato about Sasuke's decision to leave the village and join Orochimaru, expressing her fears for his safety and the consequences of his actions. Minato comforted her, assuring her that they would do everything possible to prevent him from making a foolish mistake. An ANBU member arrived, calling for all teams to assemble. Minato instructed the ANBU to relay the message. Sakura, distressed, questioned why Sasuke would abandon them. Minato replied that they would stop him from making a grave error. Meanwhile, Naruto and his wives were awakened by a loud banging on their door. Annoyed, Velvet complained about the disturbance. Mira and Fu expressed their frustration, fearing it might be the council bothering them again. Naruto decided to answer the door and found an ANBU agent waiting for him. The ANBU informed Naruto that Lord Hokage had summoned all teams due to Sasuke's defection. Naruto and his wives expressed their disdain for Sasuke, with Suki voicing her hope that he would face dire consequences for his actions. The ANBU left, clearly frustrated by their lack of concern. As they discussed Sasuke's choices, another knock at the door revealed their sensei, Yugao. She explained that she had been sent to bring them to the Hokage. Reluctantly, they agreed to go, but Suki made it clear they had no interest in helping Sasuke. At the Hokage's office, Minato addressed the assembled teams, revealing that Sasuke had left the village and joined Orochimaru. The news shocked everyone, but Naruto and his wives remained indifferent. Minato explained that they needed to send a small team to retrieve Sasuke, whether alive or dead. Sakura protested, blaming the cursed seal for Sasuke's actions, but Suki interrupted her, accusing her of not doing enough to stop him. Tensions rose as Kakashi attempted to maintain order. Minato appointed Shikamaru to lead the mission, but Naruto and his wives were ready to leave, uninterested in the mission. Kushina questioned their departure, but Naruto firmly stated that they had no intention of helping Sasuke. Menma argued that Sasuke was their friend, but Naruto dismissed him, insisting that they were done caring about Sasuke's choices. As they prepared to leave, Minato demanded their cooperation, but Naruto and his wives unleashed their formidable presence, making it clear they would not assist. Minato reiterated the importance of preventing Orochimaru from obtaining the Sharingan, but Naruto's resolve remained firm. Suki unexpectedly suggested they take on the mission, acknowledging the need for a challenge. Naruto considered her words, wanting to support his wives, and ultimately agreed. Minato was relieved, reminding them that they needed to bring Sasuke back alive. However, Naruto warned that if Sasuke resisted, they would have no choice but to eliminate him. This revelation shocked everyone in the room. Naruto asserted that he and his wives would handle the mission, as they believed the others were not strong enough. As they left for the front gate, Menma protested their selection for the mission, but Naruto silenced him, asserting their superiority. The Hokage was aware of the risks involved but understood the necessity of preventing Orochimaru from acquiring the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's refusal to return had dire consequences. Sasuke faced execution on the spot. He couldn't continue his clan's legacy, and only his sister could. To Minato, it was clear, Sasuke was a traitor. This is ridiculous. Let Mito and me go save Sasuke. Menma exclaimed. No, Menma. You two aren't strong enough, Minato replied firmly. That's final. Kushina interjected. Minato, Naruto can't do this. He can't kill Sasuke, he's my best friend's son. I understand, Kushina, but Sasuke has become a rogue. He can no longer reproduce, only his sister can, Minato explained. Kushina felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She had promised Mikoto to watch over her children, but now her daughter despised her brother, just as Naruto resented his siblings. Menma and Mito left the office, deep in discussion. Menma, we can't let Sasuke go to Orochimaru. He's our friend, and Naruto and his wives will kill him. Mito insisted. I know. That's why we need to catch up to him before that demon can, Menma replied as they exited the Hokage Tower. At the Konoha Gate, Team 12 and Shikamaru prepared to bring back the Uchiha. All right, team. I know you five dislike Sasuke, and to be honest, so do I. But he's a Konoha shinobi and our friend, Shikamaru stated, only to be met with glares from Naruto and his wives. Listen, lazy boy, we don't care about any of you. Just be quiet and let's get going, Naruto said, ready to head out when a voice called out to them. Wait! Sakura and Ino rushed toward them. What do you want? Velvet asked, irritation in her tone. Naruto, please don't kill Sasuke. He's all I have left. Sakura pleaded, tears in her eyes. So what? He means nothing to me. If he refuses, he dies, Naruto replied coldly, igniting Sakura's anger. You demon! You won't kill Sasuke, she shouted, her voice filled with desperation. Sakura lunged at Naruto, but Suki activated her Sharingan, casting a genjutsu that caused Sakura to scream until she lost consciousness. What a disgrace, Suki remarked, her tone filled with disdain. What about you? Are you going to stop us? Velvet challenged, her eyes narrowing. Ino, worried for Sasuke, hesitated. She wanted to help him but felt intimidated by the situation. Ultimately, she decided to leave with Sakura. Seriously, why are fangirls even here? Fu commented, shaking her head. Who cares? Let's go, Naruto replied, eager to move on. Wait, Naruto, we have another problem, Kushina said as she approached them. You guys are really annoying. What do you want now? Naruto snapped, clearly frustrated. Meanwhile, Menma and Mito had also departed, leaving the tension hanging in the air. Kushina expressed her concern about stopping Sasuke from leaving. Naruto and his wives were upset by the situation. Mira commented on the poor parenting of Kushina and the Hokage, which made Kushina plead with Naruto not to harm them. However, Naruto was resolute in his decision. I won't spare them, he declared. They are rogue ninjas and I don't care for them. Kushina, in tears, questioned Naruto's cruelty. Why, Naruto? They are your brother and sister. In a moment of anger, Naruto slapped Kushina, telling her to leave him alone as he and his wives walked away. Shikamaru observed the scene as he left, while Tsunade held Kushina, shocked by Naruto's actions. Can you forgive your family just once? Tsunade urged. Kushina lamented her failure as a mother, crying over the fate of her children. Meanwhile, Minato was in his office, distressed to learn that Menma and Mito had left the village to chase after Sasuke. "Damn it, what are you two thinking?" he muttered. Naruto and his wives followed Shikamaru and soon encountered the Sound Ninja 4, noticing Sasuke was missing. "Where is Sasuke?" Suki demanded. "Why don't you leave?" Tayuya retorted. Mira insisted, "We have orders to bring him back, so hand him over. I can see he's inside that large box." The Sound Ninja 4 were taken aback, but before they could react, the box exploded, revealing Sasuke, surrounded by dark chakra. "This power feels incredible. Now I can finally defeat Itachi," Sasuke proclaimed, smirking at his sister and her companion. "You dare stand in my way for power? I will go to Orochimaru," he declared defiantly. "Sasuke Uchiha, by the orders of the Hokage, you are to surrender and return to the leaf. If you refuse, you will be executed," Suki warned. Sasuke laughed and fled, leaving Team 12 and Shikamaru frustrated. "I swear that boy is foolish," Mira said. "I have no choice but to end this now," Suki replied. "Not so fast. We won't let you interfere. He belongs to Orochimaru now," Jirobo said. "We don't have time for you," Fu added. Just then, Menma and Mito arrived, searching for Sasuke. "Shikamaru, where is Sasuke?" Mito asked. "You're too late. He has already gone to join Orochimaru," Tayuya sneered. "Never. Sasuke belongs to Konoha," Mito insisted. Naruto, angered by the betrayal, warned them, "Go back to the village or you'll regret it." Menma defiantly replied, "We will get Sasuke back." "Those traitors! I swear I will stop them," Naruto said. Mira instructed, "Naruto, Velvet, and Suki, go after them. Fu, Shikamaru, and I will handle the Sound Ninja 4. "Be safe," Naruto said as they departed. As Naruto, Velvet, and Suki approached Sasuke, Menma, and Mito, Naruto issued a final warning. "This is your last chance, Sasuke. Surrender now or face the consequences." Sasuke dismissed him, saying, "Menma and Mito will help me gain power to defeat you." Naruto and his wives were shocked by the betrayal. "You would betray the Hokage in this village?" Suki exclaimed. "Yes, because everyone hates us now because of you and that demon," Mito replied. "We will join Sasuke and once we have enough power, we will rule Konoha." Naruto, filled with determination, said, "Then we will stop you. You are all traitors to the leaf." Menma challenged, "Bring it on. We've been training and we will end you." The tension escalated as Naruto prepared for battle. "Let's separate them, they might try something," Naruto suggested, and the girls nodded in agreement. Suki threw an explosive kunai, creating a diversion as Naruto faced Menma, Velvet confronted Mito, and Suki squared off against Sasuke. "This is just like the Chunin exams, but this time we won't hold back," Naruto declared. The final clash between Naruto's group and Menma's group was about to begin, setting the stage for an intense showdown. Meanwhile, Mira, Fu, and Shikamaru faced off against the Sound Ninja 4. "Should we finish this already? They look weak," Fu said. "You're right, but let's have some fun first," Mira replied, smirking. The boys laughed, underestimating their opponents. "We're just fighting two girls?" Kidamaru scoffed. "We need to finish them off and return to Orochimaru," Jirobo insisted. "Let's crush them," Sakan and Yukon shouted as they charged forward. As the battle raged on, Mira and Fu prepared to show the true strength of their abilities against the Sound Ninja 4. The stage was set for an epic confrontation, with alliances tested and destinies hanging in the balance. Tayuya summoned her demons, preparing to confront Shikamaru. "Prepare to die," she shouted, her confidence unwavering. Shikamaru, though aware of her troublesome nature, focused on their mission. "I have to fulfill my duty," he muttered as he used his shadows to restrain the demon. Tayuya retaliated, kicking him hard against a tree. Shikamaru winced in pain but managed to stand. "Is that all you've got? How weak?" Tayuya taunted, her demeanor shifting as she activated her curse mark. Her appearance transformed, horns sprouting and her skin darkening. "This is the power Orochimaru granted me, and now it's time for you to perish," she declared. Meanwhile, Mira and Fu were engaged in their own battle. Mira utilized her Tensigen to summon a powerful creature, while Jirobo attempted to defend his group with his Earth-style techniques. "That girl has the Tensigen. Orochimaru will be pleased if we capture her," Kidamaru remarked. "But it won't be easy. I've heard she's ruthless," Jirobo replied, determination in his voice. "Let's attack," Sakan and Yukon chimed in, summoning their twin demon. Fu and Mira exchanged glances and laughed. Fu unleashed a fire blast while Mira followed up with a hyper beam, swiftly defeating the twin demon. Kidamaru attempted to ensnare them with his spider jutsu, but Fu soared into the air and unleashed a hydro pump, striking Sakan and Yukon and sending them flying. Is that all you have? No wonder you three are weak, Fu scoffed. Mira nodded in agreement, mocking their opponents. Jirobo, furious at the loss of his ally, charged at them. Mira responded with another hyper beam, obliterating Jirobo in an instant. She laughed at the reckless fool's demise while Fu smiled in approval. Well done, Mira. Now it's just those three and that girl fighting that lazy boy, Fu said. Yes, but we should help him. It looks like he's struggling, Mira replied, her tone serious. Sakan and Yukon were left in shock at Jirobo's defeat, their anger boiling over. You killed my friend. Now you'll pay, they shouted, ready to retaliate. Fu grabbed the two head ninjas and threw them into the air, using her tailed beast bomb to defeat them. Kidamaru was the only one left. Wait, please spare me. I'll give you anything you want. Kidamaru pleaded. Oh really? Well then, do you know what we want? Mira replied, a smirk on her face as Fu nodded in agreement. What do you want? I'll do anything. Kidamaru insisted. We want you to be defeated, Mira declared. With that, she and Fu unleashed their strongest attacks, engulfing him in flames from Ho-Oh and Groudon. Soon, all three of them lay defeated. Well, that was easy, Fu remarked. Yes, and now it's just that girl left. I hope that lazy boy somehow survives, Mira said as they departed. Shikamaru was injured and bleeding, feeling outmatched by the girl's power as he hid from her. Damn it, how can she be this strong? He muttered to himself. Taiuya was searching for her prey, a smile on her face as she called out, Come out, leaf scum, and face your end like a man. She scanned the area and spotted him hiding. Shikamaru, realizing she was closing in, threw an explosive kunai to create a diversion. The explosion sent Taiuya flying back a few feet. As she regained her footing and saw that Shikamaru had vanished, her frustration boiled over. I've had enough of this game. Come out, or I will destroy this area, she shouted, her anger echoing in the air. Taiuya shouted in frustration. Wow, Fu, can you believe this? I can hear her annoying voice. Mira exclaimed as she entered with Fu, catching Taiuya's attention. What happened to those idiots? How did you two get here? Taiuya demanded. We took care of them and now you'll join them, Fu replied confidently. Mira noticed Shikamaru hiding behind a tree and approached him, observing his injuries. This is pathetic. Just sit tight, we'll handle her, she said dismissively. Be careful, she's tough, and her curse mark is still active, Shikamaru warned. Who cares? It's just us against her, she's all alone, Mira retorted. Suddenly, a figure emerged, and Taiuya's expression shifted to one of fear. Taiuya, what happened? Where are the Uchiha and the rest of your group? Kimura asked, his tone serious. What are you doing here, Kimimaro? Taiuya replied, panic evident in her voice. Lord Orochimaru sent me to check if you brought the package, but it seems it's not here. Where is Sasuke Uchiha? Kimimaro pressed. If you're looking for that Uchiha, it might be too late. We were ordered to bring him back, alive or dead, Fu said defiantly. Then leave or you'll regret it, Mira added. Kimimaro glared at Fu and Mira, launching a bone attack at them, but they dodged effortlessly. Another one who wants to die? Very well. Fu, handle that red-haired girl, I'll take care of the bone freak, Mira commanded. Okay, Fu replied as the two engaged in battle. Kimimaro shot bones from his skin, but Mira skillfully dodged and unleashed a lightning-style technique, summoning a lightning dragon that attacked Kimimaro. He defended himself with a bone shield. I won't let you Konoha ninjas interfere with our MSDR's plans. He will have the Uchiha in his grasp. Kimimaro declared. Sorry, but your MSDR won't get the Uchiha. That weakling will be brought back, or he'll die. Either way, you and your MSDR will lose, Mira countered, using her moon chains to ensnare Kimimaro. Let me go. I need to complete the mission for Orochimaru-sama, he shouted. This will be the end for you. Wind style, Wind Dragon Jutsu. Mira called out, unleashing her attack. The wind dragon trapped Kimimaro in an endless vortex, and he was defeated. Taiuya watched in shock as Kimimaro, the strongest shinobi, fell. Fu seized the moment, launching a fire blast at Taiuya, who was unable to dodge in time. Aya! Taiya screamed as she was engulfed in flames, turning to ashes as the Sound Ninja and Kimimaro were defeated. Well, that takes care of the weakling. Now let's head to Naruto and the others, Mira said, relieved. I hope they're done by now, something must have happened, Fu replied. I hope that Uchiha is caught or killed. Either way, he will fall, Mira said as they left to catch up with the others. Meanwhile, Naruto, Velvet, and Suki had caught up to Sasuke, Menma, and Mito, learning the shocking truth. Menma and Mito planned to join Sasuke in seeking power from Orochimaru to rule the world. Naruto and his 2 wives were determined to stop them. Okay, girls, since the Uchiha and the others have decided to betray us, we'll crush them like in the Chunin exams, but this time there will be no holding back, Naruto declared. I knew Sasuke would betray the village, but to think the Hokage's children would do the same is disgraceful, Velvet said. Let's finish them off and tell that idiot Hokage what happened, Suki added. Menma, Mito, and Sasuke watched as Suki threw an explosive kunai, creating a massive explosion that separated them. Menma faced Naruto, Suki faced Sasuke, and Velvet faced Mito. So, you think separating us will work? Please, we'll still beat you, Menma taunted. It's time for my revenge against you for taking what's mine, Mito declared. Sister, I will kill you and reclaim the clan title and your power, Sasuke vowed. Time to end this for good, Naruto said firmly. Prepare to lose, Velvet warned. Soon, I'll never have to see your disgraceful self again, because once I kill you, it will be just me, Suki said, determination in her eyes. The final battle would take place at the Valley of the End, with 3 battles of shinobi, Suki versus Sasuke. Sasuke charged at Suki, unleashing a fire jutsu, but she dodged and countered with a kick that sent him staggering back. Sasuke, you will always be the weak and worthless Uchiha. Once I send you to join the rest of that clan, tell our father I said burn in hell, Suki taunted. Furious, Sasuke felt the power of his curse mark surge as he laughed. You think you have the advantage? Orochimaru will give me more power, and I will end Itachi after I kill you. Fire style, Dark Fire Dragon. Suki saw the Dark Fire Dragon approaching and quickly took to the air to evade it. That curse mark is giving him more power, but it won't be enough to beat me, Suki thought. Lady Suki, your brother is unstable, Tornadus warned. I agree, any hope of sanity is gone, Thunderous added. Why do humans always crave power? Landorus pondered. Don't worry, even with that disgusting power he still can't beat me. I'll show him, Suki replied confidently. Sasuke continued to throw fireball jutsus, but Suki was too fast. She quickly appeared in front of him, activating her Sharingan and zapping him with a thunder attack, causing him to scream in pain. You dare hurt a god? You're just a weak little girl. I don't know why our mother and that monster Itachi care for you, but it will be over once you die. Sasuke shouted in rage. Sasuke cursed as dark marks spread across his body and face, a sign of the power he had embraced. Suki looked at her brother, noticing the ominous chakra surrounding him. This power feels incredible. Now I can finally take my revenge, Sasuke declared, his voice laced with anger. He activated his Sharingan and charged at Suki, who met him head-on. The 2 Uchiha engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle, but Suki was taken aback by how quickly Sasuke was matching her skill. Well, sister, it seems my abilities are surpassing yours. I will win and go to Orochimaru. But first, you must fall. The Uchiha clan will not be ruled by a girl, Sasuke taunted. Be quiet. I have no interest in that clan. I will rebuild it with my husband, and you won't be part of it. Now, shut up. Suki retorted, her power surging as her chakra intensified. Sasuke was shocked to see his sister growing stronger. Suki focused her gaze on her brother, activating her Mangekyo Sharingan as she summoned her Susan. Sasuke, since you refuse to return to the village, I won't allow the Sharingan to fall into Orochimaru's hands. You have disgraced our clan for the last time. I, Suki Uchiha Uzumaki, will end your life, she proclaimed with determination. Never! I won't fall to a weak girl. Now die! Sasuke shouted, ready to fight to the bitter end. Sasuke rushed at Suki, using his Chidori. As Suki closed her eyes and opened them again, she saw her brother moving slowly. In a moment of desperation, she summoned her Susanoo to defeat Sasuke once and for all. Sasuke noticed the impending attack and attempted to evade it, but he failed and was struck with full force. As he faced the end of his life, he glared at Suki and shouted, I hate you, Suki Uchiha. I wish you were never born. Suki watched as her brother was consumed by her silver flames, reduced to ashes. I'm sorry, mother, but it had to be done. And father, I hope you and Sasuke suffer for all eternity, she said, surveying the battlefield before departing to join the others. Meanwhile, Mito confronted Velvet, filled with rage. She had lost everything, her clan's title, her summons, her fox powers, her fame, and now her chance at motherhood. All of it was Velvet's and Naruto's fault. Velvet smirked at Mito and taunted, "Are you ready to fall again? You can't beat me in the finals and you'll lose again." "Never! I will have my revenge," Mito shouted, throwing kunai at Velvet. Velvet dodged swiftly and kicked Mito against a tree. "Wow, you're still that weak. No wonder you lost your Uzumaki chains. You're even weaker now. This is why I'll always be better than you," Velvet remarked. "Shut up. It's because of you, your friends, and that demon Naruto that I've lost everything. I'm going to Orochimaru to gain power, and once I have enough, I will kill you and Naruto and take back what is mine." Mito yelled, summoning hundreds of clones to attack. Velvet drew her sword and effortlessly slashed through them, leaving Mito vulnerable. "Is that all you've got? Just clones? When will you realize you're just a weak, pathetic fangirl with no skills of a real kunoichi?" "It's time for this to end," Velvet declared. Mito's chakra surged with rage as Velvet punched her, sending her to the ground. "I can't let you get up now, can I?" Velvet said. "I won't rest until you and that demon Naruto die. Then Menma and I will be gods of the new world, and everyone will bow before us." Mito raved, her laughter echoing with madness. "This girl is hopeless," Zekrom commented. "Just like all other humans wanting more power," Harem added. "How pathetic," Kurum remarked. Velvet decided to finish this before Mito could escape. She moved quickly, kicking Mito to the ground and summoning black chains to restrain her. "Let me go. You won't stop me from gaining power." Mito protested, but Velvet had had enough. She knocked Mito unconscious and placed a chakra seal on her before leaving to find the others. In another part of the battlefield, Naruto faced his former brother, Menma, who glared at him with rage. Menma blamed Naruto for all his suffering, the loss of his fox powers, his summons, and his glory. "I will make you pay for everything you and those who betrayed me did." Menma shouted. "Who cares about you? You're just a weak brat who thinks he's a god. Newsflash, you're nothing now. Go back to the village or else," Naruto warned. "Never. That village has nothing for me. If I go to Orochimaru and gain power, I'll return and take over as Hokage, making your wives my slaves." Menma retorted, only to be punched by Naruto in a fit of rage. "You'll join your ugly lover Hinata in hell," Naruto declared, grabbing Menma's shirt and delivering a powerful blow to his stomach, causing him to double over. "This is the last time you insult my wives. Now you'll know pain and suffering, just like you did to me," Naruto said. "Bring it on, loser. I'm glad I made your life hell. You're nothing but a burden to the family, and you defied your god. I will cast judgment on you." Menma shouted defiantly. Naruto had enough of Menma's arrogance. He unleashed a powerful attack that sent Menma crashing into a stone wall. "Pathetic trash. You're worse than trash," Naruto said, looking down at him. Menma, filled with fury, shouted, "I will make you suffer. Once you die and I steal your power, I will become a god, and everyone will bow to me." Naruto realized that Menma had lost all sanity, driven mad by his lust for power. "This boy has lost his mind, and it's all thanks to that idiot Yandere," Kurama remarked. "Humans can act like this, but this is worse," Dialga added. "How did that boy become a monster?" Palkia wondered. "It's because of those foolish toads and the prophecy they manipulated," Giratina explained. "Menma is too unstable to be alive at this point. You should either end his life or take away his chakra," Kurama suggested. "I have a third option that will damage him for good," Naruto replied, watching as Menma charged at him with a Rasengan. Naruto summoned his chains to restrain Menma tightly. "Let me go. How dare you trap a god like me?" Menma shouted, but before he could say more, Naruto knocked him unconscious. "Look at you, Menma. You're nothing but a shadow of what you once were," Naruto said, standing over his defeated brother. Naruto looked at his friend with a mix of frustration and determination. "You need to stand up for yourself," he said, his voice firm yet encouraging. "Naruto-kin," his friend called out, seeking reassurance. Naruto took a deep breath, ready to offer support as they faced the challenges ahead together. A voice called out as Naruto turned around to see his wives and Shikamaru approaching him. Hey girls, I guess you all had some fun. But Suki-chan, where's that emo? Naruto asked. He's gone. I had to take care of him. He was too unstable and weak, Suki replied. I turned him to ashes with my fire. Well, it doesn't matter now. He was always a disgrace to your clan, and now he's gone, Naruto said. No, Naruto-kun. My elder brother Itachi is still alive, and he must pay for killing my mother, Suki insisted. And he will, as we will help you, Naruto said, leaning in to kiss her, and Suki kissed him back. Hey, what about us? Don't we get kisses too? Fu pouted. Yeah, we fought hard today, Mira added. Naruto smiled at his other wives and pulled all three of them in for a kiss, making Fu, Mira, and Velvet happy. Velvet-chan, did that troublesome Mito give you a hard time? Naruto asked. No, she was worthless, but she's lost her sanity, just like Sasuke, Velvet replied. Same with this fool, Naruto said, pointing at Menma. Guys, I hate to break this up, but we need to head back to the village, Shikamaru said. Right, we forgot about that. I fear the council will be in an uproar about their Uchiha prince being killed, Mira said. What about those two traitors? If that Hokage doesn't punish them, then he's not worthy of the title, Fu said. Don't worry, Hokage-sama knows everything, Yugao said as she arrived with her Umbu squad. Sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I was worried about my students bringing back the rogue Uchiha. But since he's dead and Orochimaru has lost his new vessel, the rest are safe, Yugao explained. Who cares? Here are the two traitors, Naruto said, instructing her squad to take Menma and Mito to the prison hospital, where they would be guarded and isolated. Shall we head back to Konoha, girls? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto-kun, his wives replied as the Konoha shinobi team left, unaware that a plant-like creature was watching them, and an Oto shinobi had seen Sasuke's death and was heading back to inform his M-star. At the Konoha gate, Naruto, his wives, and Shikamaru returned to find Minato and the others waiting, noticing Sasuke was absent. Naruto, what happened? Where's Sasuke? Minato asked. Sasuke Uchiha is dead. I killed him, Suki stated, shocking everyone, especially the fangirls. But Hokage, did you know your two children would betray the village to join Sasuke and seek power to rule the world? Mira questioned. I didn't know Menma and Mito would do that, but since they are alive and safe, they will be in the prison hospital, Minato replied. Good. Maybe now you'll do your job and control those two, Naruto said as he and his wives left. Shikamaru stayed behind to discuss mission details with the Hokage, while Jiraiya expressed concern about Orochimaru's actions. Minato, we need to do something about that snake, not to mention the Akatsuki who are after the tailed beasts, Jiraiya said. I know, but I'm more concerned about Menma and Mito betraying the village and our family. I can't let that slide, Minato replied. Kushina was devastated, tears streaming down her face. How could they do this? What happened to my babies to make them act this way? She lamented. Kushina, you know what they did was an act of betrayal. We need to do something about this, Tsunade said. I know, which is why I will give them the most severe punishment. Even though I've lost my Uzumaki traits, I can create a seal to either inflict pain or erase their memories of being my children. They are nothing to me anymore, Kushina said, her voice devoid of emotion. Kushina, you don't mean that, Minato said, but she glared at him. I do. They committed the sin of betrayal against us. It's because of our neglect of Naruto that they became arrogant. Now they've lost everything. As their parent, I will take full responsibility for punishing them, and I suggest you do the same, Hokage-sama, Kushina said, her voice cold as she walked away. Jiraiya, Minato, and Tsunade exchanged worried glances, sensing the change in her demeanor. Minato, I think your wife is gone. She's lost her usual self, Jiraiya said. I'm not surprised. After everything she's been through, she's given up on everything, Tsunade added. I fear the council will be in an uproar about the death of their Uchiha prince and my children's shocking betrayal, Minato said. Do you amend those two? What possessed them to do this foolish act? Jiraiya questioned. It's because of us and the village spoiling them. Now they've lost everything, while Naruto has everything he ever wanted. A new family that cares for him and the power that was given to him and his wives. We didn't even acknowledge him or help him, and now he's the heir of two clans, while his wife Suki is the heiress of the Uchiha clan, Minato said as he returned to the Hokage tower, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade standing there, heads bowed. Jiraiya, what did we do wrong to end up this way? I've lost everything, and now my student is a traitor to her parents, Tsunade said. I don't know, Tsunade. All we can do now is wait and see how Menma and Mito fare as they recover from their injuries, Jiraiya replied. As Naruto and his wives walked through the village, they felt the glares of the villagers directed at them, anger simmering over Sasuke's death, despite his betrayal. Can you believe these fools? After what that emo did, they're still angry at us for killing their prince, Mira remarked. This village is truly pathetic and weak, Velvet added. But I'm worried about what the council will do to us, Fu said. They won't do anything. We will raise hell in this village, Suki declared. Don't worry, girls. I will protect you. You are all my queens, Naruto assured them as the girls hugged him. Just then, they noticed Sakura and the other rookies approaching, their faces filled with fury and tears. What do you want? Naruto asked, already knowing their intentions. Naruto, you demon. You killed Sasuke. How could you? Sakura's eyes brimmed with angry tears as she confronted her friends. He was our friend and you took him away from us. Ino shouted, her voice filled with frustration. Naruto, visibly annoyed, retorted, that Uchiha is nothing but a traitor. We have orders to bring him back alive, and if he refuses, he dies. So just stop whining, you pathetic fangirls, and grow up. Sakura shot back, Lia, you wanted him dead because that girl wanted the title. Mira interjected, that makes no sense. Besides, it was Suki from the beginning, she's stronger than him. Suki added, Sasuke has done nothing but bring shame to the clan. And Sakura, it's your fault for not trying to stop him. You're weak. Fury surged through Sakura as she grabbed a kunai from her pouch, charging at them with a fierce determination. I'll take you down, she yelled. Sakura, stop. Shino urged, but his words fell on deaf ears as she continued her advance. In a swift motion, Naruto used his chains to wrap around Sakura, holding her tightly. Let me go. I'll fight for Sasuke-kun, she cried out. Sakura, shut up. No one cares about that Uchiha. He betrayed everyone in this village, and you still think he did nothing wrong? Can you be any more pathetic? No wonder you and the other fangirls are a disgrace to real kunoichis. Naruto shouted, his frustration boiling over. Naruto's eyes glowed red with slits as he confronted the crowd, his voice filled with anger. Enough. It's your fault, Sakura, and those who followed you for driving her away. Sakura, her voice rising, shouted back, I should have gone with him. The rookies and jounins around them were taken aback by her confession. Naruto and his wives exchanged shocked glances. They never expected Sakura to betray the village like Menma and Mito had. Sakura, what is wrong with you? Are you going to do the same thing as Menma and Mito? Naruto demanded. Yes, Baka. True love conquers all, but you wouldn't understand love because you're a demon, just like that Gaara kid and all of his kind. Sakura retorted, her anger palpable. Velvet, unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward and confronted Sakura. Shut up, traitor. I can't believe I spared your life during the Chunin exams. You are a disappointment to real kunoichi everywhere. Velvet exclaimed, fury evident in her voice. Sakura glared at her, trying to break free from her restraints to retaliate, but it was futile. Her screams echoed in the air, but Naruto had reached his limit. With a swift motion, he knocked her out, leaving her unconscious on the ground. Ino, that was uncalled for, one of the jounins said, but she quickly felt the weight of Naruto's glare, along with the disapproval of his wives, silencing her. You all are pathetic. You defend traitors and blame me and my wives. It sickens us to be in the same village with you. Naruto declared. Naruto-kun is right. Didn't you hear what Menma and Mito did? They joined Orochimaru for power and aimed to rule the world, enslaving everyone. Velvet added. This village has fallen from the era of Hashirama. It's now filled with corruption and evil, Fu stated. Sasuke is a criminal and a disgrace to the clan, yet you all still think he's the golden child. How pathetic. Suki chimed in. This is why we should never have stayed in this village. Everyone here is corrupt and weak, just like that clan I despise, Mira said. The five of them calling out the village's flaws shocked everyone present, igniting anger among the crowd. However, Naruto unleashed his killer intent, causing the onlookers to flee in fear, leaving only the rookies and jounins who had come to witness the commotion. Naruto turned to Kakashi, explaining what had transpired. The jounins were equally stunned by Sakura's betrayal, reminiscent of Menma and Mito's actions. With a heavy heart, Naruto tossed Sakura's unconscious form to the ground and left with his wives, heading home. Kakashi, your student is a disgrace if she would betray the leaf, Kurenai remarked. I agree. First the Hokage's children, and now her. Ino, if you ever betray your family and the village, you will face serious consequences, Asuma warned, causing Ino to leave in tears. That goes for the rest of you. Naruto and his wives are right. All of you are pathetic and weak, Yugao added. Meanwhile, in the council chamber, Minato presided over a heated discussion. The room was filled with shouts of anger and despair regarding Sasuke's fate. Everyone please quiet down. Minato commanded. This is inexcusable. That demon and his wives killed Sasuke Uchiha. Mabuki exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. They did nothing wrong. I gave them the order. If Sasuke Uchiha refused to return, he would be executed. That is final, Minato stated firmly. But he wasn't himself. It was that seal and that Uchiha girl. Mabuki argued, anger flaring as she thought of her daughter. What's important is your children, Hokage-sama. To think they would join Sasuke for power. Sum said angrily. I am upset about this as well, which is why I will punish them by sealing their chakra permanently and making them civilians for good, Minato declared. Hokage-sama, I fear that won't be enough. They are unstable. Even if you do that, they are still traitors to the village. I just heard that Haruno girl will betray the leaf as well, and perhaps the Yamanaka girl too, Danzo warned, shocking Inochi and Mabuki. My daughter would never betray the clan. Inochi protested. Nor would my princess, she is innocent. Mabuki added. That may be true for Ino, but Sakura would do it. Everyone in the village has heard her, Danzo replied. Minato was visibly upset, struggling to maintain control. I have made my decision. Menma and Mito will have their chakra sealed permanently, their memories wiped, and they will be imprisoned for good. Which prison are they heading to? Koharu asked. Blood prison, Minato replied, causing gasps of shock to ripple through the room. Hokage, don't you think that's too much? Shikaku questioned. No, it is not. They have shamed this family for the last time. After their imprisonment, I will step down from the position of Hokage and pass it to Tsunade, Minato stated, tears in his eyes as the council erupted in chaos. Minato, why would you do that? There's no need for you to step down. Sum exclaimed. I agree, it's not your fault, Choza added. It is because of me and my family that all of this happened. I was a terrible father to my firstborn, who was the real child of prophecy, and now he hates me. His former siblings are hungry for power and will betray us all to get it, Minato said, his voice breaking. But what will you do if you're not Hokage? Danzo pressed. I will still be a leaf shinobi and serve the new Hokage, Minato replied. Tsunade, I will take your position as Hokage, but please know it's not your fault, Tsunade said, shocked alongside Kushina and Jiraiya at Minato's decision. Sorry, Tsunade, but I have made my decision. This meeting is over, Minato stated before disappearing, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Tsunade, I will talk to him about this, Jiraiya said. No need. I know where he is. We should follow him, Tsunade replied, leading the way as the council members began to disperse. The end of chapter. Everyone was left in shock after hearing what had transpired in the council meeting. The news of the fourth Hokage stepping down and making Tsunade the fifth Hokage spread quickly, along with the revelation that he would send his children to the notorious blood prison, leaving many shinobi frightened and bewildered. A civilian spoke about the infamous prison, a place known for holding the most dangerous criminals, where hope was lost and despair reigned. A female shinobi added her thoughts, expressing disbelief that Menma and Mito would survive such a fate. Another kunoichi expressed her anger, stating that the pink-haired girl would betray the village as well. How pathetic, she said. She can't be with him anymore, whether he's dead or alive, and it's not like she can access the Uchiha funds. They belong to the girl who married the demon. A civilian woman chimed in, outraged. I can't believe what he and those others said about this village being corrupt and evil. How dare they? One shinobi voiced his concerns about the village itself, pointing out that the 5 individuals had powerful beings within them. The other 4 villages might demand the same power from the demon and his companions, he warned. That's not happening, another shinobi replied. They would destroy this world. They are the chosen children from the prophecy. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the other Jounins listened to the discussions before heading to the Jounin bar. I can't believe this blood prison situation. Those 2 won't survive there, Asuma remarked. Not only that, but Sensei will step down from the Hokage position and hand it to Tsunade, Kakashi added. It seems like his choice. Those 2 and Sasuke betrayed the village to join Orochimaru. If you ask me, they should be dead. It would be better than prison, Kurenai said. Asuma turned to Kakashi. What's going to happen to your team? The Uchiha is gone, and the pink-haired girl will betray the village to follow him. Team 7 is disbanding for good. Sakura will lose her shinobi license. She's not worthy of being a kunoichi after that act, Kakashi replied. I agree. Ino might lose hers too if she doesn't get her act together, Asuma said. Such betrayal is unyouthful. But where is Yugao and her students? They must be at home or training, but they're really upset with this village. They still harbor resentment for the Uchiha's fate and the harm done to the Hokage's children. I've had enough of this too, Yugao said. Asuma inquired, where are Kushina and the others? They must be in the prison room dealing with Menma and Mito. But once their chakra is sealed and their memories wiped, they will be gone for good, Kakashi stated. But those two are arrogant and weak. This is their punishment for what they did, Yugao said. Kurenai interjected, Yugao, don't you think that's too harsh? Kushina and Minato have suffered enough. No, it's their fault for everything that happened. Now they must pay the price. They neglected their firstborn for those two, and now the roles are reversed, Yugao replied firmly. Naruto was married to 4 incredible women and held immense power as the heir of 2 clans. His wife, Suki, was the heiress of the Uchiha clan. Yugao had just left, expressing her frustration over the situation, believing that Minato and Kushina should have heeded the warnings of a foolish prophecy. Asuma remarked on how much Yugao cared for her students. Kurenai agreed, noting that she would do anything to protect them from the council. However, they were both troubled by the loss of 3 genin, 1 from each team, except for Asuma's. Asuma pointed out that Kurenai still had 1 member left on her team. Kurenai, feeling despondent, speculated that Team 8 might disband like Kakashi's team. Kakashi himself was lost in thought, pondering where things had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Kiba expressed his concern about the Hokage's decision regarding Menma and Mito. Shikamaru confirmed that they would have their chakra sealed and memories erased, sending them to a prison from which escape was impossible. Tenten voiced her worries about the dangers of such a prison, while Choji reminded them that they had all heard about the actions that led to this punishment. Ino mentioned that Sakura was at home, still in tears after her outburst about betraying the village, which had cost her her shinobi license. Ino felt the weight of her own family's anger for considering leaving the clan but resolved to focus on her career as a kunoichi. Shino questioned whether Ino had truly given up her fangirl ways. Ino reflected on Sasuke's death and her concern for Menma and Mito, fearing they would be devastated by the news. Kiba noted that the only teams still standing were Team 10 and Team 12, while Shino mentioned that their own team might disband due to Hinata's death. Tenten echoed this sentiment regarding Team Guy, and they all acknowledged the instability of Teams 7 and Choji wondered if they had made a mistake in hurting Naruto and the others over the years. Shikamaru agreed, lamenting the loss of their friends and the impending imprisonment of 2 more. Ino decided to take action and left the group to find Naruto and his wives. As Ino departed, Tenten called after her, but Ino was determined to speak with them. Shikamaru expressed his concern that this wouldn't end well. In the Umbu prison, Menma and Mito found themselves in chains, having been brought back to the village. They shouted for their freedom and for Sasuke. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Minato, Jiraiya, Kushina, and Tsunade, all visibly furious. Kushina approached the two, her anger boiling over as she slapped them both, leaving them in shock. You foolish children! How could you betray your own family and village? Kushina exclaimed. Minato added, I am truly disappointed in you both for aligning with Sasuke and seeking Orochimaru's power. You have brought shame to this family. The chapter concluded with the next day in Konoha, where Sakura was imprisoned for her attempt to harm Naruto and his wives, leaving her parents and the Hokage furious over her actions. Naruto and his wives sought compensation for Sakura's actions, leading the Haruno family to pay a significant portion of their wealth and seal Sakura's chakra permanently. Sakura found herself imprisoned, filled with rage as her parents confronted her in her cell. Sakura, what were you thinking? Now we have to pay half of our family's fortune to those demons. Mabuki exclaimed angrily. Mom, those demons need to pay. They took Sasuke-kun away from me. Sakura protested. I don't care. He is gone, and now his sister is the Uchiha heiress. You have shamed this family for the last time. Your father and I have decided to disown you. You chose to betray the village for a criminal who can't have children, Mabuki declared. Sakura was taken aback, tears streaming down her face. No, you can't do this. Please don't leave me, she sobbed. I'm sorry, Sakura, but you are a disgrace to this family. This is the last time, Hayashi said coldly before leaving, informing her that her chakra would be sealed for good. Mommy, please don't leave me. I will be good. Sakura cried out, but her pleas fell on deaf ears as Mabuki walked away, leaving her alone in the darkness. Why did I do anything wrong? Now I've lost everything, Sakura lamented, unaware of a shadowy creature observing her before disappearing. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Tsunade, now the 5th Hokage, was determined to fix the village. Team 7 had been disbanded, leaving only Team Kurenai and Team Guy, both of which had suffered losses. She decided to merge the two teams under two senseis to strengthen them. Tsunade was also concerned about the Hyuga clan, who were seeking revenge for Hayashi's death at the hands of Mira Otsutsuki. Minato had insisted that seeking vengeance would be pointless, especially with the elders now training Hanabi to be the new heiress, who had grown colder due to her sister's actions. At home, Minato and Kushina were grappling with their family's turmoil, feeling guilt over the neglect of their firstborn, Naruto. Tsunade reflected on how Naruto, despite his power, seemed to care only for his wives, and she felt remorse for the pain he had endured. Ino, upset with Sakura's actions, sought out Naruto and his wives to apologize, feeling that Sakura's imprisonment was a form of karma for her actions. As Yugao walked through the village, she encountered Kushina, who wanted to make amends with Naruto. However, Yugao was cold towards her, unwilling to help. Why should I assist you after what you did to your firstborn? Yugao asked sharply. Kushina, filled with regret, expressed her guilt over neglecting Naruto for her other children, who were now facing imprisonment. You broke the Uzumaki code, and now you must live with that shame, Yugao said before leaving Kushina alone in her sorrow. Meanwhile, Naruto and his wives were preparing to head to Blood Prison, eager to confront those who had wronged them. Naruto shared the news of Sakura's punishment with his wives, who reacted with satisfaction. Good, she was worthless to them anyway, Mira remarked. To think she could have had the Uchiha fortune, but now it belongs to us, Suki added. We leave tonight, under the cover of darkness, Naruto instructed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The group exchanged glances before opening it to find Ino standing there, met with glares from the others. What do you want? Are you here to ask us to help that pink-haired girl or to confront us? Naruto questioned. Leave us alone or join your friend in prison, Mira warned, making it clear they had no interest in her presence. Ino approached the group with a sense of trepidation. She knew they had every reason to be angry with her, but she wanted to make amends. Bowing her head, she spoke earnestly, Please, I came here in peace. I want to apologize for my past actions. I've had time to reflect and I want to be a better kunoichi. Naruto, standing among his wives, narrowed his eyes at her. Why should we believe you after everything you did to us? He asked, his voice filled with skepticism. Fu chimed in. This could be a trick to get revenge for Sasuke. Ino shook her head vigorously. No, it's not. I truly want to change. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I want to make things right. Naruto studied Ino's expression and sensed her sincerity. He turned to his wives, who were deep in discussion. What do you think? He asked. I still don't trust her, Suki replied, crossing her arms. I know, but we'll give her one chance to prove herself, Naruto decided. Fu raised an eyebrow. But what made her change? I heard her parents were furious with her for defending that traitor Uchiha. They gave her a harsh talking to, Suki explained. Mira shook her head. It doesn't matter. I won't forgive her or those who hurt us. And we won't either. Once our plan is complete, we're leaving this village for good. We've had enough of the villagers and the 5th Hokage can't do anything about it, Naruto added. Velvet nodded in agreement. This village has caused us pain. It will be good to see the outside world. They glanced at Ino, who remained bowed and tearful. Ino, we won't forgive you for what you did, but we will give you one chance to act like a true kunoichi and find someone who isn't Sasuke, Naruto said. Ino's face lit up with hope as she thanked them and left. Naruto closed the door behind her. Now, girls, let's get ready for tonight, he said. As night fell, Naruto and his wives stealthily exited the village, leaving clones behind as decoys. They headed toward Blood Prison, having placed powerful seals around the area to ensure their secrecy. Okay girls, let's go, Naruto instructed, and they moved forward. 2 days later, Menma and Mito found themselves in their cell, battered and bruised from the relentless beatings they had endured from other prisoners. The IWA shinobi were merciless, and they were determined to make the 4th Hokage's children suffer. Good, the Hokage brats are here. It's time for you both to pay, one of the IW Kunoichi sneered. Menma and Mito glared defiantly, vowing that they would make everyone in the village suffer once they escaped. But their bravado was met with laughter as the beatings continued for hours. Meanwhile, Naruto and his wives arrived at Blood Prison, observing the guards and the seals placed on the prisoners. How do we get in? Mira asked. Easy, with Giratina's shadow power, Naruto replied, opening a shadow portal. The 4 of them slipped inside undetected. Menma and Mito, still trapped in their cell, were consumed by thoughts of revenge against everyone in the village, especially Naruto. Soon, Konoha, we will have our vengeance, Menma declared. Suddenly, they were dragged into the shadow portal, leaving their cell empty. In the Distortion world, Menma and Mito found themselves in an unfamiliar place, facing Naruto and his wives, who wore sinister smiles. What is this place and why are you here? Menma demanded. Simple. This will be your final resting place before you join Sasuke and the others, Naruto replied coldly. You think this is over? We will have our revenge. Mito shouted defiantly, but Velvet stepped forward, her expression fierce. I can't wait to make you suffer for everything you did to Naruto, she said, her claws poised. Mito tried to escape, but Fu, Suki, and Mira quickly restrained her. Let her go. Menma shouted, but Naruto grabbed him and slammed him against the wall. I'll handle you while my wives deal with your sister, Naruto said, as Mito screamed in terror. As Naruto's wives unleashed their fury on Mito, Menma watched in horror, unable to help her. Mito, are you okay? He cried, but it was too late. Mito lay motionless, bloodied and broken. Looks like the weak fangirl is dead, Fu remarked with a smirk. How pathetic, Mira added. She'll join that Hyuga in hell. Tell Sasuke I said hello, Suki said, her tone mocking. Menma was left devastated, tears streaming down his face. Please don't kill me, he begged Naruto. Sorry, but I don't forgive traitors, Naruto said, using a Rasengan that ended Menma's life. We did it, girls. Now let's return their bodies to their cells and leave, Naruto instructed, and they complied, dropping the corpses before escaping the prison. Back in Konoha, Naruto and his wives celebrated their victory, laughter echoing in their compound. That was fun, Naruto said, grinning. I can still hear that scream, Mira added, relishing the memory. And now it's all over for those arrogant fools. I hope they burn in hell, Suki said. What about Sakura? Should we finish her off? Velvet suggested. No, let her be. She's broken, Naruto replied, a satisfied smile on his face. Naruto turned to Fu with determination in his eyes. We need to get ready to leave this village for good, he said. Fu looked at him curiously. And where are we heading to find our new home, Naruto-kun? Uzushio-gakure, Naruto replied confidently. That's where we will live. And with that, they prepared for their new journey together. The end of chapter end. Hokage office, the next day. A loud noise echoed from the Hokage office, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Inside, Tsunade stared in shock and frustration at Naruto and his wives. You heard us, Hokage. My wives and I are leaving this village. We've decided to find a new home where we can live in peace, Naruto declared firmly. But why? You 5 are the strongest shinobi in Konoha. We need you, Tsunade responded, her voice tinged with worry. That's a lie and you know it. We've had enough of how this village has treated us. Even now, that traitor brother of mine and those brats still glare at us, Suki interjected, her voice filled with anger. And don't forget, the other 4 villages will demand Konoha hand us over for power, which we won't allow, Mira added, crossing her arms defiantly. Not to mention, a group calling themselves the Akatsuki is after me and Naruto for our tailed beast powers, Fu said, her expression serious. Listen you 5. I know this village has made you suffer, but what about the people who care for you? Tsunade pleaded. Really? Who besides our sensei? Everyone else can fend for themselves, Velvet replied dismissively. Hokage, you know this is the right decision. If we leave, the 4 villages will stop pursuing Konoha. I've heard they would do anything to get rid of us. It would be better for everyone. We don't care about this village, Naruto stated sternly. Tsunade, they have a point. My spy network has informed me that if Konoha doesn't act, there will be war. The Akatsuki are planning to capture all tailed beasts, Jiraiya chimed in, his tone serious. Wow, even you agree with us, Jiraiya? Suki remarked, a hint of sarcasm in her voice, causing Jiraiya to frown. Tsunade, if we let them go, Konoha will lose 3 clans and be defenseless. I can't let that happen, Jiraiya insisted. You have no choice. The council acted behind your back and Minato's. They obtained the daimyo's signature to expel Naruto and his wives from the village for good, claiming they are not loyal, Jiraiya explained, watching as Tsunade's expression shifted to one of shock and fury. What? How dare they do this? Tsunade exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Tsunade spoke with a heavy heart. It doesn't matter now. Will you accept this and let us go? We can hear everyone celebrating down there in the village. Suki nodded, understanding the weight of the situation. Tsunade wished they could stay, but she knew it wouldn't work. If they left, Konoha wouldn't have to deal with the Akatsuki or the other villages seeking their Pokémon power. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki, you and your wives are to be banished from Konoha by the end of the day and must never return, Tsunade said, her expression filled with sadness. Naruto and his wives nodded in acknowledgement and began to leave. Before they did, Tsunade and Jiraiya wanted to apologize for everything. Naruto looked back at them, his voice steady. There's no way we will ever forgive you two for what you did to us. We are leaving this corrupt village for our safety. But know this, Hokage, if any of your shinobi dares to come after us, we will level this village to the ground. Suki added, the only person we care about besides the 5 of us is our sensei Yugao. She has earned our trust. Mira chimed in, and if the Hyuga clan tries to do anything, I will finish them off. This is goodbye for good. Jiraiya, I pray I never want to see your face again, Naruto said with venom as the 5 of them left, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade in the office, filled with regret. We are really horrible godparents to him, Jiraiya said quietly. I know, but I'm still angry at the council. What Naruto said was right. This village has fallen from grace, Tsunade replied. It's no use knowing now, just let them go off to the shinobi world. They will be fine, Jiraiya said as he left Tsunade alone. Word spread throughout the village about the demon and his wives leaving for good. Many civilians who still harbored hatred for Naruto and his wives celebrated, while the shinobi understood the reasons behind their departure. The rookies were shocked but had been informed of the truth. Naruto and his wives had only protected the village for Yugao. I can't believe we are about to lose 5 valuable shinobi who have powerful Pokémon, Kiba said. It's for the best. The other villages will declare war on Konoha, and Naruto and his wives know the only way for this village to survive is to leave, especially since they were banished by the council, Shikamaru remarked. There's no way our parents agreed to this, Ino said. You're right, it must be the elders and the civilian council who want them gone, Choji added. Ino continued, I saw Sakura living with some people who care for her now. She's just a normal girl. Does she still want revenge for Sasuke's death? Shino asked. Yes, but she won't get the chance. It's over between us and her, Ino replied, determined to focus on her kunoichi career. But is this really the way to do this? Naruto and his wives are leaving, Tenten said. For the village's safety, yes, it is, and they know it. They are doing this for their sensei and no one else, Lee stated. We should find them and apologize for everything, Choji suggested. No, let's just leave them alone. They won't forgive us for what we did, Ino insisted. Asuma shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe they are really leaving the village. They had no choice. The council decided this, Kakashi replied. Those fools. Don't they know we are losing 3 clans? Kurenai exclaimed. It had to be this way. Naruto and his wives knew that if they left, Konoha wouldn't have to deal with the other villages wanting the same power they possess. It would only lead to war, Kakashi explained. Not to mention the Akatsuki is after the tailed beasts, which means Naruto and Fu will be in danger, Yugao said, tears streaming down her face. To keep the village safe, but only for you, Kakashi said gently, watching as Yugao was shocked and fell to the floor in tears. What do you mean? Asuma asked. Naruto and the others are only doing this for Yugao because they care for her, Kakashi clarified. The other Jounins were taken aback but understood he was right as Yugao left to find her students before they departed. Minato and Kushina had heard the news and were enraged at the council for their actions. I can't believe those BSs did this behind my back, Minato said, fists clenched. But why would Naruto and his wives do this? Kushina questioned. Don't you remember during the finals when the other Kage learned that Naruto and his wives had more Jinchuurki? Jiraiya reminded them. Minato and Kushina realized Jiraiya was right. The other villages would declare war on Konoha for having more power. So, the only way for Konoha's safety is for Naruto and his wives to be banished and never return, Kushina concluded. Yes, and Naruto knew that. But there's more. I've received word from Blood Prison that Menma and Mito are dead. Menma's body was found without a head, and Mito's body was crushed, Jiraiya reported. Minato and Kushina understood they would not care about their fate. It doesn't matter, those two are selfish and greedy. They mean nothing to us. But now, Minato and I will have a fresh start with our unborn child, Kushina said, a hint of hope in her voice. I can't believe it. You both are having another kid. Jiraiya exclaimed. Yes, and this time we will raise our new child right and never make the same mistakes again, Minato vowed. Does Naruto know about this? Jiraiya asked. I don't know, but he might not care, Kushina replied. Jiraiya, where are Naruto and his wives? Minato asked urgently. Getting ready to leave this village, Jiraiya answered. Good, because I want to tell him that we are sorry for everything we did, Minato said, with Kushina wanting to apologize as well. You know he won't forgive you both, Jiraiya cautioned. We know, but we want to see him one last time, Kushina insisted. Okay then, you both better hurry, Jiraiya urged. As Naruto and his wives finished packing their belongings, they saw their sensei, Yugao, standing before them with tears in her eyes. Are you really leaving? Yugao asked, her voice trembling. Yes, we need to do this for ourselves. The village will be safe from all threats if we leave, Naruto replied. But why? Why do all this for me? Yugao questioned, her heart aching. Because you are the only person besides each other who cares and trusts us. We thank you, Naruto said sincerely. Suki spoke up, expressing her concerns about the other village's greed. They will only cause more trouble for us, she said. Mira nodded in agreement, adding, and let's not forget that the Akatsuki is after us. We have to leave. Velvet chimed in, besides, those from the council have banished us, and we've accepted it. That gives us the freedom to explore the world. Naruto turned to Yugao, gratitude shining in his eyes. But sensei, we want to thank you for everything. He and the girls embraced her tightly, feeling the weight of their impending separation. Yugao's eyes glistened with tears as she hugged them back. I will miss you five, but please be careful out there, she said softly. We will, sensei, they promised in unison as Yugao prepared to leave. As Naruto and his wives got ready to depart, they noticed three figures approaching. Naruto's expression hardened as he glared at them. What do you want? Can't you see we are leaving? He demanded. Minato stepped forward, his voice filled with remorse. I know no. We heard you, and I understand you won't forgive us, but please, we are. Truly sorry for everything we put you through. Naruto's anger flared. You think some apologies will erase the years spent in that toxic house? You think that will make me forgive you? Never. Naruto yelled, his voice filled with emotion. Kushina, you and Minato made my life difficult because of your choices. I know you can't change the past, but how can you expect me to forgive you? Tears welled in his eyes as he continued, you both were orphans, and when you found each other, you built a family. But you neglected me for your other two children. Was I not a part of your family? Minato and Kushina felt a deep sadness as they listened to Naruto's words. He was right. They had lost everything due to their mistakes. Naruto, you are a part of this family, and we will always care for you, even if you don't forgive us, Minato exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Naruto looked at them, a small smile breaking through his sorrow. Thank you, but as you said, it will take time for me to forgive you. Just promise me that your unborn child won't suffer the same fate as I did. Minato and Kushina felt a glimmer of hope as they left, believing that Naruto might one day give them a chance. Do you think they will learn? Mira asked Naruto. They will, and their unborn child will enter the world, Naruto replied. Maybe this time they won't follow some silly prophecy, Suki added. It doesn't matter, girls. Let's go to our new home, Naruto said, and the girls nodded in agreement as they left Konoha behind forever. 4 years later, in the elemental nations, much had changed since the events in Konoha. 5 powerful shinobi had been banished from the village, and now other villages like Kyumo, Iwa, and Kiri were searching for them, hoping to harness their strength. The Akatsuki was also on the hunt, having heard of Naruto and his wife's unique abilities. Kyumo sought to capture them for their powers, particularly the Reikage, who had his sights set on an Otsutsuki girl to start a clan in his village. He had dispatched many shinobi in pursuit, but with no success. Rumors had reached him that the Hokage's children, Menma and Mito, had met a grim fate in blood prison after their failed attempt to join Orochimaru, which had left the Raikage impressed by Naruto and his allies. IWA, too, was intent on finding Naruto and his wives, driven by a longing for revenge against Naruto's father, despite Naruto being innocent. They sought to strengthen their village after losing powerful shinobi to the Akatsuki. However, they feared Velvet Crow Uzumaki, who sought justice for her parents' deaths. Inoki, the last remaining son of the Yandere, felt the weight of his father's actions. With his siblings imprisoned and now dead, many celebrated their demise, believing it would bring glory to the village. The search for Naruto and his wives continued, as tensions simmered across the land. Kuratsuchi had a deep-seated longing for revenge against Mito, but she was too late. Instead, she set her sights on the last child of the fourth Hokage, determined to eliminate him. The village of Kirigakure was in dire need of strength, as they had lost their Jinchuurki since the Three Tails had vanished and the Six Tails Jinchuurki was in hiding. Mei, the Mizukage, believed that she could persuade the 5 powerful children to join her village, especially since one of them had previously defeated Zabuza in the Land of Waves. With Konoha having lost 3 clan heads, Mei was desperate to bolster her village's strength. Mei dispatched her shinobi to search for the children, but they seemed to have vanished without a trace. She refused to give up, knowing that her village needed these 5 individuals, as only Sunagakure and Kumogakure still had their Jinchuuriki. The potential power of these children was crucial for the future of Kirigakure. In Takigakure, the legend of Fu, the demon girl who had been cast out, had spread. She had become a formidable shinobi, possessing more than one beast within her, and was now married to the Kyubi. The village leaders sought to reclaim her as a weapon, but their efforts had been in vain. Sunagakure had undergone significant changes since the Chunin exams, with Gaara now serving as the 5th Kazekage. He was determined to find Naruto and the others, hoping to invite them to live in his village. However, he knew that it would be a difficult task. Gaara had also heard rumors of a group called Akatsuki, who were hunting for tailed beasts, having already captured the 3 tails. He worried for the safety of his friends. Across the elemental nations, there was a widespread hunt for Naruto and his wives, who had become notorious as a triple S-rank target. Even Orochimaru was on the lookout for them, particularly interested in the Uchiha girl, who had proven to be stronger than Sasuke and possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, having unlocked Susanoo. He desired not only her but also the others to enhance his village's power. In Uzushio, the village had been rebuilt over the last 3 years, transformed into a modern and peaceful place thanks to Naruto and his wives, who had brought knowledge from another world. The citizens were happy and thriving, grateful to their rulers for liberating them from the suffering inflicted by the 5 great nations. The city boasted modern amenities such as cars, trains, and advanced technology, allowing its inhabitants to live without the troubles caused by rogue shinobi. The Uzushio guards and police officers were dedicated to maintaining peace. Officer Jenny and her squad patrolled the area, pleased to see the joyful faces of the townspeople. She felt immense gratitude towards Naruto and his wives for their efforts. The village also had an excellent medical center, where doctors and nurses worked tirelessly to care for the injured. Nurse Joy, a kind-hearted individual, was thankful for the revival of her and her sisters, who were now dedicated to helping the new city thrive. Uzushio had become the #1 hidden village, content to remain out of sight while knowing that someone would eventually discover their location. Naruto and his wives were prepared to face any challenges that might arise. In their home on the hill, Naruto and his wives enjoyed their peaceful life. Now 18, they reflected on their journey and the kingdom they had built together. "It's been 4 years, and we've created a kingdom of peace and love," Naruto said, smiling at his wives. "I agree, there's no war or violence, just everyone living their lives," Suki added. "Still, I've heard that 4 villages and the Akatsuki are searching for us. They might find this place and attack," Velvet warned. "We won't let that happen. We promised Arceus and the legendary Pokémon to protect his children from corruption, and that's exactly what we'll do," Fu declared confidently. "She's right. We need to address the ambitions of those villages seeking power," Mira agreed. Naruto's expression turned serious. "I've sent spies into the elemental nations, and I have news that you might not like. Kumo is looking for us, especially for you, Mira, to strengthen their clan. IWA wants revenge against me because I'm the son of the previous Hokage, and they also want Velvet to join them. Kiri is still intent on acquiring our power to bolster their village." In the hidden village of Konoha, Tensions were rising as Naruto gathered his friends to discuss a troubling situation. Orochimaru was after Suki, seeking her as a new vessel due to her strength, and Takigakure wanted Futu. Return as a weapon for their village. The atmosphere was thick with anger as the girls expressed their fury at the thought of being used. Myra's voice rang out, filled with determination. Those Kumo ninjas dare to want me in their village? I will destroy them all. Velvet, her eyes blazing with rage, added, Idabi will fall into my hands. I will avenge my parents and protect Naruto-kun at all costs. Suki clenched her fists, declaring, that snake dares to come after me because I'm stronger than my weak brother. I will send him to hell. Fu, her voice steady, said, that village kicked me out after they killed my mother. I will wipe them all out. Naruto, sensing the urgency, spoke up. We can't let this go on. We need to do something. I've heard the Akatsuki are targeting Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuurki. Fu and I are hidden, but the Akatsuki has already captured 3-tailed beasts. We need to save Gaara. When do we leave? First. In 3 days. For now, we focus on protecting this village, Naruto replied, and his wives nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki's hideout, a meeting was underway. Pain addressed the group, revealing their plans. We have the 3 tails, the 4 tails, and the 5 tails. Now, we will go after the 1 tail residing in Suna. Sasori chimed in. I've heard that Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, and Oto are searching for those Jinchuuriki with new powers. Kisame added, they are hidden throughout the elemental nations, making them difficult to find. Kakuzu noted, all 5 of them are triple S rank due to their power. We must locate them. Itachi, reflecting on his sister Suki's newfound strength, said, it may be challenging since they have gone into hiding. Deidara mentioned, the Kyuubi brat has the Rinnegan, and Mira possesses the Tensegan. Conan remarked, I've heard of the Tensegan. It said she is from the clan of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Pain concluded, we will find them eventually and capture the 2 Jinchuuriki. Sasori and Deidara will head to Suna to retrieve the 1 tail. As the Akatsuki members dispersed, Zetsu contemplated Myra's potential. Kagaya Otsutsuki warned him, Mira is too dangerous. She must not discover our plans. Zetsu asked, why is she such a threat? Kagaya replied with urgency, the Otsutsuki clan is powerful by Byakuya, and Mira has trained herself. She is formidable and married to the boy with the power we need. Zetsu resolved, I will convince Mira and her partner to help us. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Sunagakure, Gaara had spent 4 years strengthening his village after the events that had transpired. He had earned the respect of his people and worked hard to bring them joy. However, he was aware that his friends from Konoha had been banished and were in danger from Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. As he sat in his office, surrounded by paperwork, he sighed, wishing for a moment of peace. How did the previous Kazekage manage all this? He wondered. Determined to take a break, he decided to head to the roof for a night watch. Outside the village, Deidara and Sasori approached, intent on capturing Gaara. Akatsuki, what do you want? Gaara confronted them. Deidara smirked, we're here to capture you, 1 tail. Sasori urged, hurry up, duh. I'll handle the guards. I won't let you cause chaos in my village. Gaara declared, ready to defend his home. As Naruto and his wives prepared to leave Uzushiogakure for Sunagakure, their mission was clear. They needed to save Gaara from the clutches of the Akatsuki. Okay girls, are you ready to head out? Naruto asked, looking at his companions. Yes, Nakun, we are, Velvet replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. But you should see this, all 5 of us are listed in the bingo book as triple S rank. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he and his wives checked the bingo book. The realization of their status as formidable ninjas sank in, adding a sense of urgency to their mission. They were determined to rescue Gaara and confront the threats that awaited them. The chosen child. In a world where power and legacy intertwine, Naruto Uzumaki stood tall as the head of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, alongside his formidable wives, Velvet Crow Uzumaki, Suki Uchiha Uzumaki, Fu Uzumaki, and Mira Otsutsuki Uzumaki. Each of them held the prestigious SSS rank, a testament to their strength and skill. As they gathered to celebrate their recent recognition in the bingo book, Naruto expressed his disbelief. I can't believe all of us are in the SSS rank, he exclaimed, a proud smile on his face. Suki, known as the Raven Uchiha, chimed in, I like being called the Raven Uchiha. Velvet, referred to as the Lord of Calamity, nodded thoughtfully. I don't know why, but I like it too. Fu, the insect queen shrugged. I'm not sure why I'm called that, but I don't mind. Mira, the Hyuga Slayer, added with a smirk. Hyuga Slayer makes sense since I've taken down a few of them. Maybe I should deal with the rest if they annoy me. Alright girls, we'll celebrate after we head to Suna. We need to save Gaara, Naruto said, and his wives nodded in agreement. They left, entrusting the Yuzu guard to watch over the village in their absence. Sunagakure perspective. In Sunagakure, the villagers were recovering from the chaos caused by the Akatsuki. The Kazekage had fought valiantly but was ultimately captured by two members of the organization. Temari and Kankuro, determined to rescue their brother, were preparing for a counterattack when Naruto and his wives arrived. Temari, Kankuro, what happened to Gaara? Naruto asked, concern etched on his face. Those beasts took our brother and caused so much damage to the sand. Temari replied, frustration evident in her voice. We tried to stop them, but they were too strong, Kankuro added, his fists clenched in anger. Don't worry, we'll handle them. You two need to return to Suna, the village needs you, Naruto insisted. But Gaara is our brother. We have to save him. Temari protested. I understand, but we can handle this faster with just the 5 of us. Trust us, Naruto urged. Kankuro nodded in agreement. He's right, Temari. We should trust them to save Gaara. They helped him regain his sanity, and now he's our little brother again. Reluctantly, Temari agreed, looking at Naruto and his wives with hope. Please, Naruto, save Gaara and bring him back. We will, they replied in unison, taking to the skies with incredible speed, leaving Temari and Kankuro in awe of their power. Akatsuki's secret base. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki's secret base, Sasori and Deidara had successfully captured Gaara. Pain, the leader, prepared to extract the one tail from him. Good work, you two. Now it's time for the extraction, he commanded. Naruto sensed Gaara's chakra and informed his wives. They rushed to the cave where Gaara was held captive. Upon arriving, they found a massive boulder blocking their way. Mira-chan, can you smash that boulder? Naruto asked. Sure, Naruto-kun, she replied, using her Tenseigan to obliterate the obstacle. They entered the chamber, confronting the Akatsuki members. So, the Kyuubi and his friends have come, Kisame sneered. Naruto rushed to Gaara's side, noticing the one tail within him. He swiftly took Gaara's body, interrupting the extraction process. Is he okay? Fu asked anxiously. He's fine. I can still sense his tailed beast, but we need to get him medical treatment fast, Naruto replied. You're not going anywhere, brat. Return the tailed beast and surrender the 7 and 9 tails. Deidara shouted. Naruto and his wives glared at the Akatsuki, ready to fight. Which one of you is the leader of the Akatsuki? Naruto demanded, his anger palpable. Naruto Uzumaki, it's an honor to meet you. I am Pain, the god, and you will hand over the Kyuubi and the other 2, Pain declared. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized Pain's Rinnegan. So, you're the leader of these weaklings. Tell me where the rest of you are so I can take you all down, he challenged. Suki spotted a familiar face among the Akatsuki. It's Itachi, she exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. The stage was set for an epic confrontation, and Naruto and his wives were ready to fight for their brother and their world. Suki finally confronted her brother, filled with rage. I finally found you. Now you will pay for killing our mother. Itachi, calm as ever, responded, Hello, sister. I heard you unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan and became the clan head. But why did you kill Sasuke? Who cares about that traitor? He's a disgrace and is in hell, and you will join him along with that evil clan. Suki retorted. Later, sister, Itachi said, vanishing before her eyes. Meanwhile, Pain informed his team. Deidara and Sasori have recaptured the one tail and the other tailed beasts. As you wish, Sasori replied, and the rest of the Akatsuki disappeared, leaving Deidara and Sasori alone with Naruto and his wives. Demenit. I will find you again, brother, Suki vowed. You can deal with Itachi later. Right now, let's handle those 2, Naruto suggested. Okay then, Naruto-kun. Velvet, Suki, and I will take on the puppet while you and Fu handle the blonde over there, Mira said. Fine by us. Let's go, Suki agreed. Deidara, determined to retrieve the Jinchuurki, instructed, make sure you capture at least one of them. Yeah, don't worry about it. My art will show them, Deidara said, using his clay to create a giant monster to attack Naruto and Fu. Prepare to die, Namikaze. Deidara shouted. You first. I'm not a Namikaze anymore, so never mention that name to me again, Naruto replied defiantly. Naruto-kun, let's take this fool down. Fu exclaimed as they charged at Deidara. Meanwhile, Mira, Velvet, and Suki faced off against Sasori. The three girls were overwhelmed by his 100 puppets, each armed with poison. Girls, watch out for the poison in those puppets. Mira warned as they dodged and soared into the air. Velvet unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, destroying all the puppets at once. Sasori, shocked by their strength, retaliated with iron sand, but Mira used her surf technique to disperse it and punched Sasori into the wall. How dare you hurt the puppet? Sasori yelled, infuriated. Listen, weakling, we don't have time for you. Just shut up and accept your fate, Suki declared, launching a fire jutsu at him. Sasori's puppets blocked the attack, allowing him to take to the air. This isn't over yet. Once you're dead, I'll turn you into puppets for my collection. Sasori threatened. Never, puppet boy. We have our free will, and now you'll see the power of our skills, Mira asserted, activating her Tensigen to summon a moon dragon. Velvet used her demon claw to send a barrage of attacks at Sasori, while Suki unleashed her Susanoo and fired a flame arrow. Sasori tried to escape but was frozen by Mira's ice beam. The combined attacks hit him head-on, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground. As the dust settled, the three girls landed to see Sasori's body crash to the ground, lifeless. That takes care of that puppet boy. Let's collect his bounty, Mira said. Agreed. He's worth something, Suki added. The three girls sealed Sasori's body in a scroll and prepared to check on Naruto and Fu. Meanwhile, Naruto and Fu faced Deidara. The explosion from Sasori's defeat had caught Deidara off guard. Sasori is dead? Damn it, he exclaimed, but before he could react, Naruto and Fu attacked, overwhelming him with a barrage of strikes. It's over, Akatsuki. Now tell me where the others are, or you'll join your friend in hell, Naruto demanded. Sorry, I won't tell you anything. Deidara spat defiantly. Then you're of no use to us. Die. Fu shouted, sending poison toward Deidara. Naruto ensnared him in chains, and the poison coursed through Deidara's body, causing him to scream in agony. The poison. It hurts. Make it stop. Deidara cried out. Never. You hurt my friends, and now you will suffer, Fu declared as Deidara's screams faded into silence. When Naruto checked for a pulse, he found none. He's dead, Naruto confirmed. Good job, Fu. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she replied. Now let's take his body to collect the bounty, Naruto said, sealing Deidara's corpse in a scroll just as Mira and the others arrived. Naruto-kun, we defeated the puppet boy, Velvet announced. Nice job, Velvet-chan, Mira-chan, Suki-chan, Naruto praised, kissing each of them in turn, bringing smiles to their faces. Now, let's take Gaara's body back to Suna for healing, Naruto said, and his wives nodded in agreement as they left the battlefield, unaware that Zetsu was watching them from the shadows, preparing to report back to the Rain Village. Meanwhile, shinobi from IWA, Kumo, Kiri, and Oto had witnessed the entire confrontation and returned to their villages with the news. Back in Sunagakure, Naruto and his wives returned with Gaara's unconscious body. Temari and Kankuro rushed to meet them, asking what had happened. Naruto recounted the events, and they were relieved to hear that Gaara was safe, though shocked by the deaths of 2 Akatsuki members. Doctors arrived to heal Gaara, and when he awoke, he was embraced by his siblings, who filled him in on everything. Grateful, Gaara turned to Naruto and his wives. Thank you for everything, Gaara said sincerely. No problem, Gaara. We're friends after all. But it's time for us to leave and go back to Uzushiogakure, Naruto replied. Wait, you 5 live in Uzushiogakure? Temari shouted. Yes, we are the rulers of our village. Mira added, it's peaceful and there are no wars. I was trying to find you and the others for 4 years, Gaara said. I know, Gaara, but we were busy rebuilding Uzushiogakure and dealing with those villages that wanted to capture us. But no more, those villages will be dealt with, Naruto replied. Then I would ask for an alliance with Suna and Uzushio, Gaara proposed. Why, Gaara? First, because our village needs help, and we don't trust any village that wants to harm Suna, Gaara explained. Okay, Gaara, we will accept the alliance, Naruto said as he and Gaara shook hands. They then left with their wives to return to Uzushio. Gaara, I know we trust Naruto and his wives, but what if the other villages hear about Uzushio's revival and want to attack it? Temari expressed her concern. Then we will help our allies with this threat, Gaara assured her. Back in Yuzushiogakure, Naruto and his wives had returned from Suna after saving the Kazekage from the Akatsuki, having defeated 2 members and earned a substantial bounty for their efforts. They gathered in their manor to discuss the villages still pursuing them. Naruto-kun, I feel that since everyone has heard about Yuzushiogakure being rebuilt, other villages will come here and start trouble. We can't let them near this village, Fu said. I agree. We built this village for people and Pokémon, and it will all be gone if those corrupt individuals destroy everything we've created, Mira added. I know, which is why we will take down those threats, starting with Oto and Taki villages since they are after Suki-chan and Fu-chan, Naruto declared. That village has caused me pain for far too long. I want revenge, Fu stated. Orochimaru will face justice, and he can meet his end alongside Sasuke, Suki said firmly. But what about Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri? They might try to do something, Velvet warned. If they do, we will crush their villages and ensure they are gone. But Kumo and Kiri have their Jinchuurki, who are treated poorly, so I say we save them and give them a new home in Yuzushio, Naruto suggested. That's good, but I heard the 8-Tails Jinchuurki is the Raikage's brother, and he was treated fairly, Fu noted. Typical, but it makes sense since he was always acting foolish, Mira remarked. What about the 2-Tails Jinchuurki? Has she been treated fairly? Velvet inquired. No, she has suffered her entire life without family or friends, which is why we will attack Kumo and deal with the Raikage. Don't forget he still wants Mira-chan to breed for his village, Naruto said with disgust. I will send that brute to his end, along with anyone who follows him, Mira vowed. I was thinking about Konoha. I wonder how they will react to finding out that Yuzushio has been revived, Suki mused. We warned the Hokage that if any of those scoundrels try something foolish, we will level their village to the ground. They know we chose to leave for their protection, Naruto replied. You're right, but I fear those Hyuga might do something reckless. If they do, I will live up to my title as the Hyuga Slayer, Mira declared. For now girls, let's get ready to attack Oto in 3 days and then Taki next, Naruto instructed, and his wives nodded in agreement. In Kumogakure, I was busy with paperwork when a shinobi entered with news about 5 former Konoha shinobi. They had rescued the Kazekage from the Akatsuki and were now in Yuzushiogakure, which had been revived. So those 5 brats are the rulers of the village and have gained so much power that we need. I won't let this happen, I said determinedly. What are your orders, Raikage? Darui asked. Yuzushiogakure has caused too much trouble in the war. You and C will head there and demand their leader hand over those individuals and that girl so she can start her clan, allowing us to control the situation, I commanded. Lord Raikage, they might refuse, and from what we've heard, those 5 could destroy the world, Darui cautioned. That doesn't matter. When they left Konoha, they were in hiding, but now they are in that village that Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri want to destroy. We will seize that power for Kumo, or there will be war, I declared. Understood, Raikage, Darui replied, nodding before leaving. In Iwagakure, Anoki was informed about the son of the Yellow Flash defeating 2 Akatsuki members, including Deidara. He was troubled that Naruto and his wives were living in Yuzushiogakure and growing stronger. Kuretsuchi, I need you and 2 of your shinobi to head to Yuzushio, speak to the Uzukage, and demand they hand over their power. If he refuses, we will declare war and crush that village, Anoki instructed. Gramps, do you think that's wise? You saw what happened in the Chunin exams 4 years ago. That brat and his wives have the power to destroy the world if they are provoked, Kuretsuchi warned. It doesn't matter. One of that brat's wives hates this village for what we did to her parents, and we won't ally ourselves with the Namikaze brat. Even though he denounces that name, he still carries that blood, making him our enemy, Anoki asserted. Kuretsuchi knew he was right. She hated the Namikaze for the loss of her comrades in the war, and it didn't matter that he despised his father, he still carried that lineage. Okay, Gramps, I will head to Yuzushio to speak with the Namikaze brat, Kuretsuchi said before leaving. Anoki contemplated calling a Kage summit about the threat Yuzushio posed and the power they possessed. In Kirigakure, Mei was busy with her work when an ANBU reported on the 5 former Konoha shinobi who had gone missing. She was shocked to learn they had saved the Kazekage and killed 2 Akatsuki members, now living in Yuzushio as rulers. Her aide, Ao, was equally astonished and wanted to discuss with the Mizukage the possibility of heading to Yuzushio to speak with them. In the hidden village of Kirigakure, tensions were rising. Lady Mizukage Mei was deep in conversation with Ao, her trusted advisor. We need to strengthen Kiri, especially after losing 2 of our Jinchuurki, Mei said, her voice steady but filled with concern. If the Reikage and Tsuchikage are eyeing Yuzushio-gakure, we can't afford to ignore that. Ao frowned, crossing his arms. But Yuzushio-gakure wants to live in peace. We can't cause trouble for them out of greed. We'd be foolish to start a war we can't win. Mei sighed, knowing the stakes were high. I understand, but we need to explore all options before conflict arises. We should reach out to them peacefully. Who will go to Yuzushio to speak with their leader? Ao asked. You and 2 ANBU members, Mei instructed. I can't leave while I handle paperwork. As you wish, Ms. Zukic, Ao replied, leaving her to ponder the difficult decisions ahead. Meanwhile, in Otogakure, Orochimaru had been plotting. He had acquired a new body and learned that the young shinobi who had defeated his future vessel, Sasuke, were now living in Yuzushio-gakure. A smirk crossed his face as he contemplated his next move. Shall I send Guren and the others to attack Yuzushio? Kabuto asked. No, we will mobilize our entire army, Orochimaru commanded. Prepare for an assault to capture the Uchiha girl. She will be a valuable asset. As they plotted, a red-haired girl named Karen overheard their conversation. She was determined to return home to see if Yuzushio had truly been revived. How is this possible? She wondered, leaving quietly, unaware that a ghostly Pokémon had witnessed everything and was now on its way to warn the village. In Konohagakure, 4 years had passed since Naruto and his wives were banished. The village had become peaceful but had lost its status as the #1 village. Many celebrated the departure of the demon and his companions, but they were shocked to learn that Naruto was now the leader of Yuzushio-gakure, where he and his wives had become queens. Tsunade, the Hokage, had heard rumors of Naruto's alliance with Yuzushio and his rescue of the Kazekage. She was proud of her former student but wary of the power he now wielded. Kushina and Minato had welcomed a daughter named Ayumi into their family, feeling a renewed sense of hope. They were happy that Yuzushio had been rebuilt, even if it meant their son was now a ruler. Naruto has become successful, Minato remarked, pride evident in his voice. I wish we could see him again, Kushina replied, her heart heavy. But we have Ayumi now, and we must focus on her. As they prepared to let go of their past, they burned photographs of their other children, Menma and Mito, symbolizing a fresh start for their family. In the years that followed, the younger generation of shinobi had changed. Ino had grown stronger and found a relationship with Choji, while Tenten and Lee supported each other through their challenges. However, Sakura had fallen into despair, consumed by hatred for Naruto and his wives after losing everything she held dear. That demon will pay for what he did, she vowed, her anger boiling over as she learned of Naruto's new life in Yuzushio. Amidst the turmoil, Hanabi approached Sakura, sensing her distress. Are you still upset about Naruto and his wives? She asked, sharing in the pain of loss and betrayal. As the shadows of the past loomed large, the future of the shinobi world remained uncertain, with alliances shifting and old grudges threatening to ignite once more. Sakura's voice was filled with determination as she spoke of revenge. Yes, I want to head to Yuzushio for my revenge, but the Hokage denies me, she said, frustration evident in her tone. Hanabi, her ally, shared the same sentiment. I want that Otsutsuki girl to pay, and my clan agrees. That's why we will sneak out of the village tonight to confront her. Sakura raised an eyebrow. But how will you manage that? The Hokage will notice something is off. The elders want to help us too, Hanabi explained. They longing the demon power to strengthen Konoha's rule. They, along with the Hyuga clan, want revenge, and I want you to join us. Are you in? Sakura grinned, her resolve solidifying. Yes, that girl and her husband will pay for what they did to Sasuke-kun. Good. Keep this to yourself and prepare for tonight, Hanabi instructed, and Sakura nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yugao was finishing her ANBU duties, reflecting on her disbanded team. Although she would miss them, she knew they were right about one thing. While enemies were not attacking Konoha, they were targeting her students. She felt a sense of helplessness, even with Kurenai, Hana, and Anko by her side. Are you still worried about them? Kurenai asked. Yes, but they will be fine. They're all triple S rank and have defeated Akatsuki members, Yugao reassured her. I can't believe they actually did it and now have the Kazekage's alliance, Anko added. Still, I'm concerned that Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri might try to provoke a war, Yugao said. That's not our problem. Konoha has been peaceful, Hana replied. Only thanks to my students. They care for me, and I am the key to this village's survival, Yugao said. I heard that Otogekure and Takigekure want to wage war on Yuzushio for Fu and Suki, Kurenai mentioned. That foolish snake. I hope he meets his end in this war for giving me this cursed mark, Anko said. He will if Naruto and his wives hear about this. They will crush that village, Yugao stated confidently. Back in Yuzushio, Naruto and his wives were preparing to defend their home. His Pokémon had informed him of Orochimaru's impending attack, and he was determined to protect his village. Are you girls ready? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto-kun. Let's crush that snake. Suki replied eagerly. Good, let's head out, he said as they set off together. In Otogekure, Orochimaru and his 10,000 Otonin were preparing to march on Yuzushio. Kabuto was by his side, along with Guren, Suigetsu, Yugo and Karen, all ready for battle. Let's march to Yuzushio, Orochimaru commanded, and his army roared in approval. But Naruto and his wives appeared before Orochimaru's forces, halting their advance. That won't happen, Snake, Naruto declared. Orochimaru smirked. Well, look who decided to show up, Naruto Uzumaki and his wives, including the Uchiha girl who will be mine. Dream on Snake. You failed to capture Sasuke, and you will fail to get me. I will send you to the depths. Suki retorted. Once all 5 of you are dead, your village will be mine. All shinobi, charge. Orochimaru commanded, and his forces surged forward. Girls, handle his forces while I deal with the snake, Naruto instructed, opening a portal that transported him and Orochimaru to another location, leaving Kabuto stunned. Lord Orochimaru! Kabuto exclaimed, only to be interrupted by Mira, who glared at him. You will be dealing with me for eyes, Mira said defiantly. You'll pay for this. Kabuto shouted. Meanwhile, Suki, Fu, and Velvet were engaged in battle, taking down Otonin with ease. Velvet clashed blades with Suigetsu, who was eager for a fight. Another person wants to die? Good, Velvet said, her excitement palpable. I can't wait to beat you down, Lord of Calamity, Suigetsu replied. Girls, can you handle those Otonin while I deal with Shark Boy? Velvet asked. Okay, it will be easy, Fu said, unleashing her tailed beast bomb, obliterating most of the Otonin and leaving only 3 alive. Guren, Yugo, and Karen were left in shock. All of our forces are gone. Yugo exclaimed. Yes, and you're next, Suki said, activating her Susanoo to unleash a black flame that engulfed Yugo. Guren attempted to trap Suki and Fu with her crystal style, but to her horror, she found herself ensnared in chains, leaving Suki and Fu surprised. Guren turned to see Karen glaring at her. What are you doing, Karen? Guren shouted, their husband is my cousin, and I won't let you hurt them. I am betraying you. You dare betray Orochimaru-sama? I'll kill you. Fu responded, unleashing a powerful fire blast that consumed Guren, leaving only ashes behind. Suki and Fu turned to Karen, questioning her motives. Why did you do it? I am an Uzumaki as well, and I want to live in my homeland, Karen replied. Do you expect us to trust you? We've heard that before, Fu said skeptically. It's true. I learned about your husband's childhood, and as an Uzumaki, it angered me how his mother treated him, Karen explained. Girls, let her come. She's telling the truth, Velvet said, having just dealt with Suigetsu. Are you sure? She might be a spy, Suki warned. Trust me. Now let's go find Mira and Naruto, Velvet insisted. No need, I'm here, Mira announced, appearing bloodied. What happened to you? Where's Suigetsu? Velvet asked. He's dead. He was too weak, so I took care of him, Mira said excitedly. Good. Now we wait for Naruto-kun, Suki said. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in battle with Orochimaru, gaining the upper hand as Orochimaru's body weakened. Damn it! How can I lose to this brat? Orochimaru exclaimed. It's over, Orochimaru. You'll join your pet Sasuke in hell, Naruto declared. Never! I am Orochimaru, a god. I am immortal. Orochimaru retorted. Fool! You are no god but a worm who cheats death. It's over! Naruto said, using his Rinnegan to pull Orochimaru's soul and send it to hell through a portal. Orochimaru struggled to escape, but it was too late. Farewell, Snake. This village is now ours, Naruto stated. Naruto-kun. Naruto spotted his wives and a red-haired girl with them. He learned from Karen that she was also an Uzumaki and wished to live in Yuzushio. Sensing no deceit, he welcomed her to the village as they surveyed the aftermath of the battle, realizing that Otogekure now belonged to Naruto and his wives. should we head to Takigakure to destroy it? Fu suggested. Yes, let's go, Naruto agreed. What about Karen? Is she coming with us? Velvet asked. Naruto looked at Karen, who appeared a bit frightened. Karen, can you fight? Yes, I can heal by letting people bite me, and I can use my chains to hold them, Karen replied. That's good. Now let's head off, Naruto said, grabbing Karen as they flew away with his wives, unaware that Setsu had seen them and returned to his emsir. In Takigakure, many ninja were preparing to charge at Uzushio to reclaim their weapons. One scout spotted 6 figures descending from the sky and shouted, "Everyone! We're being attacked. It's the demon girl and her husband." Naruto and his wives, including Karen, landed to face the village leader, who glared at them. "Naruto Uzumaki, you brought back our weapon. Return her to us," he demanded, only to be struck by poison from Fu. "I won't be your weapon, scum," Fu declared. "Very well, all shinobi, attack," the village leader ordered as 500 Taki ninja charged at them. Mira, Velvet, and Suki unleashed their strongest attacks, swiftly defeating all. "How is this possible?" the village leader stammered. "Simple. We are stronger than you, and now Fu will finish you," Naruto said. The village leader, terrified, attempted to flee, but it was too late. Fu unleashed a tailed beast bomb, ending him in one blow, then fired a second bomb at the village, leaving it in ruins. Fu was finally free from her nightmare as Naruto held her tightly. "It's okay, Fu. It's over," Naruto reassured her. "I know. Thank you, my love," Fu replied, and they shared a kiss, while Suki, Mira, and Velvet watched, pouting but saying nothing. "Now, let's head back home," Naruto said, and the girls nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, some civilians witnessed the destruction and fled to other villages to inform their Kage. Back in Uzushio, Naruto and his wives, along with Karen, arrived to find the Yuzu guard informing them of visitors from Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri who wished to speak with them. Naruto instructed Karen to head inside his home while he and his wives approached the shinobi from the other villages. "What do you fools want?" Naruto asked. The end of chapter end. Uzushio POV. Naruto and his group were gathered for a meeting when representatives from Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri arrived. Naruto's group glared at them. "Why have you come? We don't remember inviting you," Naruto said, his aura rising with intensity. "Lord Uzukage, we are here on the Raikage's orders. He fears that your village has gained too much power with those Pokémon creatures. It would be in your best interest to hand some of them over to strengthen Kumo," C explained. "Not to mention, he also demands that you hand over the Otsutsuki girl so she can help breed her clan in Kumo," Samui added. "If you refuse, there will be war on your village," Darui warned. "The Tsuchikage of Iwagakure also wants those Pokémon creatures and your head since you're the son of the Yandere. We seek our revenge," Kuratsuchi declared. "The Mizukage wants those creatures as well, to strengthen her village and to arrange a marriage agreement with one of her kunoichi," Ao said. "And if you refuse, Iwagakure will join Kumogakure in declaring war," Kuratsuchi reiterated. "So will Kirigakure if you refuse," Ao added. Naruto and his wives released an overwhelming killer intent that filled the room, causing the Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri ninjas to tremble in fear as they saw the legendary Pokémon glaring at them with fury. "How dare you come to our village and demand we hand over those Pokémon, who only want to live in peace? You humans are too greedy to ever stop," Naruto shouted. "I will never be a breeding tool for the Raikage's wicked village," Mira declared. "The Iwa scum better pray to whatever kami they believe in if I don't show up to destroy their village," Velvet warned. "Tell the Mizukage we won't allow any marriage to our king just to make your village stronger," Suki added. "You people have always treated Jinchuurki poorly because of something beyond their control. Once Kumo and Kiri are destroyed, we will save our kind from the suffering caused by your greed," Fu said. As Naruto and his wives calmed down, the shinobi from the 3 villages glared back at them. "Listen, we demand the same power you have," an Iwa kunoichi stated, but was swiftly silenced by Velvet, who had reached her limit with the Iwa nin. "You've crossed a line. This is an act of war," Kuratsuchi said, shocked. "Lord Uzukage, please reconsider. Kiri needs those beasts to become stronger," Ao pleaded. "No. Those Pokémon have suffered in their own world, and I won't let them suffer here. If you don't stop your greed, Uzushio will destroy all 3 villages," Naruto declared, leaving the envoy shinobi in shock. "Very well, there will be a Kage summit for this," Samui said. "You've made a big mistake making enemies with Iwa, brat," Kuratsuchi warned. I'm sorry it has come to this, but Kiri will join Kumo and IWA in this war, Ao said as the three groups left the village in anger, leaving Naruto and his wives alone. Naruto-kun, we should do something about this, Velvet suggested. If those fools want to start a war, fine. We'll give them one, but I won't let my people and Pokémon get involved. We'll head to the Kage Summit in the Land of Iron, Naruto replied. I hope those fools don't mess with Tsunagakure, as they are our allies, Suki said. Don't worry, they won't. Or else, Naruto stated. Now then, let's head to bed, girls. I'm tired, Naruto said. What about Karen? Is she staying with us? First, she is an Uzumaki, so yes, she can stay. I want to talk to her about something, Naruto replied. What do you need to talk to her about, Naruto-kun? Mira inquired. I want her to find out if there are any more Uzumaki left so we can bring them back, Naruto explained. Sorry, cousin, but no. Only you and I are left since your former mother and her other children broke the laws of the Uzumaki family and lost their traits, Karen said. Figures, but oh well. We should keep the clan going, Naruto said. Then how about she becomes your fifth wife? The girls suggested, shocking both Naruto and Karen. What are you girls saying? I can't do that. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto is right, I won't betray his trust, Karen said firmly. You won't, and besides, it will be fine for us. The four of us are the head wives, got it? Velvet stated. Are you girls sure about this? Naruto asked. Yes, it's okay, Fu assured him. She's an Uzumaki, and we can't keep up with you in bed, Suki added, acknowledging Naruto's stamina. It's okay with us, Naruto-kun, Mira said. After some thought, Naruto and Karen agreed, realizing it was the only way forward. They shared a kiss, solidifying their new bond. Thank you, girls. I won't betray this family, Karen said sincerely. We know you won't. Now come to bed with our king, Velvet said as the five wives settled down with Naruto. Konoha Nighttime POV. Sakura and the members of the Hyuga clan were sneaking out at night, with Hanabi among them. They successfully made it out of the village. Good, now let's head to Uzushio to get our revenge, Hanabi said, unaware that Ino was watching them in shock. I need to tell the Hokage quick, Ino thought as she hurried away. The next morning, Tsunade was in her office when Ino burst in, looking terrified. Ino, what's the meaning of this? Tsunade asked, surprised by her sudden entrance. Lady Hokage. It's the Hyuga clan members and Sakura. I saw them sneaking out of the village last night, and they are heading to Uzushio to kill Naruto and his wives. Ino exclaimed. Ino shouted, her voice filled with urgency, as Tsunade stood there, a mix of shock and fury on her face. Those fools. If Naruto knew about this, he and his wives would raise hell. Nbu, call for a council meeting at once. Tsunade commanded, her voice laced with rage. Ino, trembling with fear, replied, What are we going to do? Naruto will be furious with us for our actions. Don't worry. I will try to explain to Naruto that I had no knowledge of their foolishness, Tsunade assured her. Still shaken, Ino decided to head home, while Tsunade called for Yugao, who arrived promptly. Lady Hokage, I heard everything. You know that Naruto and his wives are considering leaving the village for its safety. But find out that those members of the Hyuga clan and that other individual were behind this, I will not let them get away with it, Yugao declared fiercely. I understand, which is why I need you to explain to your students that we were unaware of the clan's actions, Tsunade instructed. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, I was seething with anger. The Uzukage had refused to hand over the Pokémon creatures, prompting him to call for a 5 Kage summit. Well then, I guess this means war. I declared, his determination unwavering. I expressed her frustration as Killer Bee and Yujito frowned at the advertisement they had just seen. We can't let that fool treat us like weapons. We need to escape, Yujito insisted. I know, Yujito, but we will be tracked down, and my brother won't like this, Killer Bee replied. I hope that Naruto person spares us during the destruction of Kumo, Yujito said. I know he will, Killer Bee reassured her. In Iwagakure, Inoki was furious. The young brat had refused to hand over power, and to make matters worse, his wife had killed one of Inoki's shinobi. There will be a 5 Kage summit to discuss the threat of Uzushio and its leader, Inoki declared, and Kuratsuchi nodded, equally furious. That brat will die by my hands, she said. In Kirigakure, Ao informed Mei about the situation, his expression serious. I see. We have no choice but to ally with Kumo and IWA to destroy the village, even if there are innocent people. It's their leader's fault for refusing to hand over those creatures and for rejecting the marriage agreement, Mei stated. Are we heading to the 5 Kage summit, Mizuki-sama? Ao asked. Ao. It's time for Kirigakure to get those Pokémon for our village, whether they like it or not, Mei replied. This won't end well for Kiri, Ao thought. At the Uzushio borders, Sakura and her companions arrived in the village, astonished by the sight of so many people and Pokémon living together in a modern and advanced environment. Their anger bubbled over. How did the demon and his allies acquire all this? A Hyuga member questioned. I don't know, but it will be ours, Hanabi declared as they moved forward. Suddenly, Officer Jenny and her squad surrounded them, trapping Sakura and Hanabi along with the other Hyuga members. Halt in the name of our rulers. We have some strange people entering without authorization, and they match your description, Jenny announced. As Sakura and Hanabi attempted to flee, Mira and Velvet blocked their path, their expressions filled with rage. Why are Konoha scum here uninvited? Mira demanded. I don't know, but Naruto-kun won't be happy about this since we're heading to the Kage summit in 3 days, Velvet added. Hanabi glared at them, her anger boiling over. You will pay for killing my family, she shouted. Mira recognized Hanabi. I know her, she's the Hyuga heiress and that brat's younger sister. It seems she wants her petty revenge. Let's take her and her clan members to Naruto. What about the pink-haired girl? Is she coming with us? Velvet asked. Yes, bring her as well, Mira ordered. Velvet used her chains to drag Sakura, who struggled in vain. Let me go. I'll fight for Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted, but Velvet punched her, knocking her unconscious. Stupid girl, why is she still alive? Velvet muttered. Good work on capturing those criminals. Mira praised Officer Jenny, who nodded along with her squad. We're just doing our job, Jenny replied as they left. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions awaited Mira and Velvet's return. When they arrived with the captured individuals, Sakura, still chained, attempted to attack Naruto. I warned that Hokage if she sends any shinobi here, then Konoha will fall, Naruto declared. I knew we couldn't trust her with such a simple task, Suki said. Should we kill them and destroy Konoha for their lies? Fu suggested. Not yet. I want to see if the Hokage did send them here. I will check their memories, Naruto replied, causing Sakura and Hanabi to feel a wave of fear. As they tried to escape, flames surrounded them, and Fu, Karen, Suki, Mira, and Velvet were ready for a fight. Please, Naruto, don't do this, Sakura pleaded, but it was too late. Naruto delved into their memories and discovered the truth, his anger boiling over. It seems they were sent by the elders and the civilian council to kill me and my wives. Sakura wanted to make Suki and Velvet her loyal followers, and Hanabi wanted to place a seal on Mira for revenge, Naruto revealed. His wives were furious. Mira had had enough and swiftly dealt with the Hyuga members, leaving only Hanabi standing, terrified and pleading for her life. Wait please. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. Hanabi cried, tears streaming down her face. Mira approached her, blade in hand. Tell that Hyuga Hinata and her cousin I said hello, she said before striking, absorbing Hanabi's chakra and leaving her lifeless on the ground. What should we do with them? First, let's bring them to Konoha and make them pay for this, Naruto decided, opening a portal for them to leave. In the Konoha council room, the elders and clan heads were puzzled by Tsunade's sudden meeting, especially since the Hyuga heiress was absent. Where is Hanabi? I don't see her, Tsum remarked. She won't be here. She and those Hyuga fools, along with Sakura, left the village at night to head to Uzushio to kill Naruto and his wives, Tsunade explained, shocking everyone. Just then, a portal opened, and Naruto and his wives stepped through, their expressions filled with fury. Hokage, you have a lot of explaining to do about why that girl and her clan members came to our home uninvited, and why Sakura was here as well. Naruto shouted. Naruto looked at Tsunade with a serious expression. I swear I didn't know about this, she said, her voice filled with concern. Doesn't matter. You're the Hokage, you're supposed to control your shinobi, Naruto replied, his tone firm. He and his wives revealed the grim scene of Hanabi and her clan members, leaving everyone in shock. We found out that the elders and the civilian council sent them to kill us, Mira added, her voice steady as she recounted the events. In a swift motion, she dealt with Koharu and Hamura, who had tried to flee but were too late. Danzo, realizing his fate, attempted to escape, but Velvet was quicker, and he met his end. She noticed the Sharingan embedded in his arm and informed Suki before incinerating the remains. The civilian council was paralyzed with fear as Fu and Karen took decisive action against them. The clan heads, wanting to intervene, were met with Naruto's fierce glare, and soon the entire council was gone. Now then, I should destroy this village, but I won't. This is your last chance, Hokage. Control your shinobi, or else, Naruto warned, his presence radiating a chilling intent that left Tsunade and the clan heads trembling. Wait, where's Sakura? Tsunade asked, her voice shaky. The truth is she's dead. We killed her, Suki and Velvet replied matter-of-factly. Now, we will head back to Uzushio for a Kage summit. Never let this happen again, Naruto stated. What do you mean, Kage summit? Tsunade inquired, confusion etched on her face. Kumo, Kiri, and IWA are declaring war on Uzushio for our power. They called a 5 Kage summit, and since Konoha lost its place among the 5 great nations, they aren't invited, Naruto explained. Tsunade and the clan heads were taken aback. It seemed unbelievable that Kumo, Kiri, and IWA would take such reckless actions. And there's more, Otogekure and Takigekure are gone. We destroyed them, Fu added. Karen turned her gaze to Kushina and Minato, her expression fierce. So, you two are the ones who made my husband suffer, she accused. Kushina's confusion faded as she recognized the Uzumaki traits in Karen. Wait, you're an Uzumaki and married to Naruto? Kushina asked, realization dawning. Yes, and I heard about what you did. You should be ashamed of yourself. But don't worry, the Uzumaki clan will continue with us, Karen replied before stepping through the portal that Naruto opened. Wait, you four. Yugao called out. Let Konoha help you with the war. Sorry, but this is our fight now. This village is peaceful and safe, but we demand all Hyuga funds belong to us for their vile acts, Naruto stated. Agreed, no. We already have the funds for you, Tsunade said, handing over the Hyuga money. Meanwhile, Mira took care of the last remaining Hyuga, ensuring the clan's complete eradication. Thanks for the money. Now we must be off, Naruto said as they prepared to leave. Yugao felt a pang of sadness. She wanted to help them. Yugao, go with them. They are your students, Tsunade urged. But why? Yugao asked, surprised. Because they might need you to spare this village from war, Tsunade explained. Grateful, Yugao set off to join her students. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki members gathered, discussing the recent events. They had heard about the 5 Kage summit and the fall of 2 villages. Uzushio was on the move, and they needed to capture the remaining tailed beasts. What are we going to do? We lost 2 Akatsuki members to those brats and failed to capture the one tail, Kazu said, frustration evident in his voice. Itachi, what do you think? Pain asked, looking to his comrade. I heard some Konoha nin tried to kill the Yuzu leader but failed. The entire Hyuga clan is gone, along with the elders, Kisame added. For now, we will head to the 5 Kage summit in the land of iron and capture the 5 Jinchuurki, Pain declared. All of us? Why? Haiden questioned. Because the Reikage will bring those 2 Jinchuuriki as well. They can't be trusted alone, and the Kazekage will be there too, Pain explained. Pain-sama, that Uzumaki boy has the Rinnegan, just like you, and his wife Mira has the Tensegan. Can we even beat them? Conan asked, concern in her voice. We will prevail because what we are doing is for peace. Uzushio wants to take control of all villages that oppose them. They are enemies to peace, and we must crush them before they become a danger to us, Pain asserted. When do we leave? I want to fight the girl who can use that sword, Kisame said eagerly. In 3 days when the Kage summit begins, Pain replied as the Akatsuki members dispersed, leaving Zetsu and Madara alone. Lord Madara, our plans aren't working. That boy and his wives are getting in your way, Zetsu said. I know. That Uzumaki has caused us enough trouble, and worse, he killed Orochimaru and destroyed his village, Madara replied, his frustration palpable. What are we going to do? Naruto and his wives have gained much power and skill in the last 4 years. We can't let them stop us, Zetsu warned. Don't worry, Zetsu. Like Orochimaru, I can also use Edo Tensei, but I can only summon one person, and I know who to call. But this will be a last resort, Madara said. Well, that's good. We should prepare for the summit, Zetsu replied as Madara left in a swirl of energy. Zetsu was then contacted by Kaguya, who wanted to speak to Mira and Naruto. Zetsu, my pawn, I need to speak to Mira and her husband right away, Kaguya instructed. Why, mother? Zetsu asked. Because I want them to free me from this seal, Kaguya explained. Hey, mother. They are heading to the 5 Kage summit. I will go there at once, Zetsu said. Hurry, pawn, Kaguya urged, and Zetsu nodded before departing. 3 days later, Naruto and his wives were on their way to the 5 Kage summit. Karen had decided to join them, and Naruto and his other wives agreed. "Do you think those fools will start a war?" Velvet asked, her voice laced with concern. "Yes, they will. That's all people do, start violence and cause death. They want our power and the village we worked so hard to build in peace. I won't let those corrupt shinobi take everything away from us," Naruto replied resolutely. "It's time for the IWA shinobi to pay for my family's death," Velvet declared. "I heard the Raikage is bringing his 2 Jinchuurki since he doesn't trust them to be alone in Kumo," Mira added. "What about the 6 Tails Jinchuurki? Has Kiri found him yet?" Suki asked. "No, but I know where he is," Naruto replied, determination in his eyes as they continued their journey. "I sent my spy to the outskirts of Kiri and discovered him with his student. Kurama had informed me that the tailed beast's name was Saiken, the slug. Fu mentioned that she wanted to help that slug as well. When will we save him?" Mira asked. "After the Kage summit, he has already met with me and is waiting to be rescued," Naruto replied. "Okay then, onward to the Kage summit," Karen said. Naruto felt a mix of happiness and unease, sensing that something bad might happen as they left for the Land of Iron. Yugao noticed them departing and hurried to catch up. "Hold on, my students. I will be there," she called out. The Land of Iron. The 4 Kage had arrived at the summit. Inoki, and Mei frowned, noticing that the Uzukage was not yet present. Gaara was there with his siblings, Temari and Kenkuro, and they glared at the 3 Kage for their ambitions that threatened to spark a war. Kazekage, I heard your village has allied with that brat. How pathetic of you to rely on that Namikaze," Inoki remarked. Gaara glared at him, suppressing the urge to retaliate against the old man. "That brat better be here. How dare he refuse to hand over those creatures? Their power is too strong for one village," I exclaimed. "I agree. I don't want to do this, but Kiri has suffered since the Civil War. With what happened during the Chunin exams, those 5 shinobi have become far too powerful. We need some of them as well," Mei added. "That brat is the son of our most hated enemy, and now he rules the village of Uzushio. He possesses more of those creatures, and he and his wives refuse to share them with us," Inoki said, his anger palpable. Just then, the door opened, and the 4 Kage saw Naruto and his 5 wives enter. They smiled at Gaara and glared at the others as they made their way to their designated spot. Mifune, the samurai leader, was also present. "Lord Uzukage, I'm glad you came. We were worried you wouldn't show up," Mifune said. "Sorry about that. We were busy helping some people on the way, but now we're here, so let's start this meeting," Naruto replied, his tone dismissive. I and Inoki glared at him, but Naruto met their gazes with disgust. "All right, please present yourselves so we can begin," Mifune said. "I'm the 4th Raikage of Kumogakure," I introduced himself. "I'm the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure," Inoki stated. "I'm the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure," Mei said. "I'm the 5th Kazekage of Sunigakure," Gaara added. "I'm the 4th Uzukage of Uzushiogakure," Naruto concluded. "Good, then the Kage summit has begun. I, Inoki, and Mei have concerns regarding Uzushio having too many Jinchuuriki from another world and refusing to share. Is this true, Uzukage?" Mifune inquired. "Yes, it's true. I am the Jinchuuriki of the Creation Trio and the Kyuubi no Yoko, and 4 of my wives are also Jinchuuriki of legendary Pokémon. We refuse to give them to those who seek power for corrupt purposes. My village desires peace, but you arrogant fools want control, which is why I will not hand over my village's Pokémon. They have suffered enough from their old world, and I will not betray my friends," Naruto declared. "That doesn't matter. You're the son of the Yandere, and you even refuse to share that power with Konoha. This is why you and your wives must be separated for the greater good," Inoki insisted. The room filled with a heavy tension as everyone noticed the fierce glares from Naruto and his 5 wives directed at Inoki. "You dare suggest separating us from our king? I will not allow it," one of his wives exclaimed, her voice filled with fury. Velvet spoke with determination. "Your old Kage will never agree to peace, only to war and chaos. We won't let that happen." The 4 Kage struggled to breathe under the immense pressure as Naruto and his wives began to calm down. "Listen carefully, foolish Kage. You were all here 4 years ago during the Chunin exams. Look at how powerful we have become. Do you really dare to start a war with us? As for the Yandere, I denounce his name. I am the heir of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, the chosen child of the prophecy. So, be quiet and leave us alone, Naruto declared. Brat, you dare insult the Kages and refuse to share your power with us? We demand that you give Kumo that Otsutsuki girl and the Uzumaki girl as well. I shouted, his anger palpable. Never, old man. I've heard how you treated your Jinchuurki like slaves and weapons. That ends now. I will rescue them from your cruelty, Naruto replied, noticing the relief on Yujito and B's faces. They are nothing more than weapons, and your wives will join them if you don't agree to my terms, I said with a smirk. In response, Naruto sent Ai flying into the wall, shocking the other Kage and preparing for battle, while Naruto's wives stood ready as well. Enough. This is neutral land, there will be no fighting. Mifune intervened, urging the 5 Kage to calm down and return to their seats as their shinobi withdrew. Lord Uzushio, we need those creatures. Why are you making this difficult? Mei asked. Because they have suffered enough at the hands of humans using them for power. The Sage of the Six Paths has granted me the power to change this world, Naruto replied firmly. The Sage of the Six Paths is a myth, not real, Inoki scoffed. It is true, you foolish old man, but I don't care what a dinosaur thinks, Naruto shot back, meeting the glares of Inoki and his granddaughter. Meanwhile, the Raikage simmered with fury, still intent on claiming that girl for his village. Naruto stood firm, facing the gathered Kage. I will not hand over my power, he declared, his voice steady. The Raikage glared at him. You will give it to us now, brat, he insisted. Mei, the Mizukage, added, and I wish you would consider marrying one of my kunoichi. She felt the intense glares from Naruto's wives, who were clearly displeased. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, chimed in, we want your head for Iwa's revenge against your father. Even if you denounce him, you still carry his blood, making you our enemy. One of your wives has killed my shinobi, and she must pay. Naruto's response was resolute. The answer is no, and I won't hear any more of this. Kazekage Gaara attempted to interject, saying, you must understand this is for the greater good. Sorry, but Yuzukage is right. I was treated poorly because of my father's actions, but my friends saved me from that suffering. I won't betray their trust, Gaara said, earning a smile from Naruto. Inoki continued, very well, after Uzushio is dealt with, Tsunagakure will be next, and then Konohagakure, since that village is the root of all this. You won't destroy Suna or Konoha. Konoha is under my protection, even if I have no love for that village. We care for one person there, and if you Kage want to start a war, then bring it, Naruto retorted. Suddenly, a portal opened, and 8 figures emerged. Akatsuki, why are you here? Naruto glared at them. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki. It seems we interrupt, Pain said as the Kage prepared for battle, glaring at the group. Akatsuki, surrender. You're outnumbered, I shouted. Why are you all here? Mei asked. To gather all Jinchuurki, and it seems all 5 of them are here, Pain replied. Suki shouted, Itachi, it's time for you to die. Sorry, sister, but you won't defeat me, Itachi responded calmly. Naruto turned to his wives. We need to handle the Akatsuki, they are a threat to us. Hold it, brat. We still want that power, so hand it over, or this means war, I warned. You're foolish. The Akatsuki are here, and you still want our power. Naruto said angrily. It seems Uzushio has its own problems. Well then, Kage, I have an offer you might like. Join the Akatsuki and crush Uzushio, as they took over Takigakure and destroyed Otogakure. They are a threat to the shinobi world, and we will use the tailed beast to create peace, Pain proposed. Mei, and Inoki contemplated this. They didn't want to join the Akatsuki, but Uzushio posed a larger threat. Naruto, seeing their hesitation, shouted, Are you fools really thinking about joining the Akatsuki? Quiet, brat. If you hand over that power, we won't join them, Inoki replied. Never, you scums. Naruto declared, his aura rising. Then we have no other choice. IWA will join you in the coming war, Inoki stated. This is your last chance, Yuzukage. You refuse, so Kiri will also join the Akatsuki, Mei said. B and Yujito looked at the Raikage, pleading with him to refuse, knowing the consequences of ice thirst for power. You've made your choice, and so have I. Kumo will join the Akatsuki for the war, I declared. You are fools. There's no way Suna will betray its allies. We won't join those who cause damage to my village, Gaara said, frowning. Well, that's a shame, Kazekage. But once Uzushio falls, Suna is next, Mei replied. Naruto, it seems that 4 villages will declare war on Yuzu and Suna. Be prepared for battle, Pain warned. Naruto looked at the Akatsuki and the 3 Kage, a smile forming on his face. You foolish idiots. I knew you would do something like this. Very well, prepare for the 4th Great Ninja War, he said as the Akatsuki departed. B and Yujito were furious with the Raikage and left, heading towards Naruto. B. Yujito! How dare you leave your Raikage? I yelled. We won't let those Akatsuki scums or Kumo control us anymore. We are joining Uzushio, Yujito declared. Bro, you messed up bad. I know how Kumo treated me and Yujito differently, and it made me mad about how I got special treatment while she got none. As of this, you are not my brother, Killer Bee said. You traitors! I can't let you both get away. I shouted, but he was pushed back by Naruto's Rinnegan, shocking everyone. No one hurts my shinobi. I grant Yujito and Bee sanctuary in my village, Naruto stated, as I and his shinobi seethed with anger, vowing to get them back. Inoki and his granddaughter left, glaring at Naruto and vowing to kill him. Mei also departed, determined to take what she wanted by force. Well, Naruto, it seems you will have your hands full, Gaara remarked. I know, but I'm not worried. My wives and I are strong. Gaara, do you want to help us? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto. We are allies and they made their choice. Let's go deal with them, Gaara agreed. They prepared to leave. Zetsu appeared, prompting Naruto and Gaara to get ready for a fight. Wait, I'm not here to fight. I want to speak to Naruto and Mira. Zetsu exclaimed. Naruto and Mira exchanged surprised glances. Why do you want to speak to us? Mira asked. Because my mother wants to speak to you, Zetsu replied. Mother who? Naruto inquired. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Zetsu said, causing Mira to gasp. Mira-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asked. Naokun, that person is the sage of the 6 Paths mother and the one who loved me after she left. I was searching for her until I crashed into the Leaf Village. Where is she? Mira asked urgently. She's trapped on the moon. Her 2 sons used a seal to trap her and stole all chakra, giving it to humans, Zetsu explained, igniting Mira's fury. Those fools. How dare they do this? I will kill them. Mira shouted. But wait. She wants to speak to you both and wants you to free her from the seal, Zetsu said. Naruto-kun, please. She's the only person I love since those Otsutsuki treated me poorly, Mira pleaded. Okay, very well, but she won't go after the tailed beasts, Naruto said. That's fine. The only reason the Akatsuki are doing this. Zetsu revealed his plan. If you free my mother, I will tell you where the Akatsuki base is and where the other tailed beasts they captured are. Naruto and Gaara exchanged thoughtful glances before agreeing. Okay, Zetsu, you have a deal. Now, how do we release your mother? Naruto asked. Simple. Head to the moon, and you will find a prison where my mother is held. You and Mira will use your dojutsu to free her, Zetsu explained. But what about the sage and his brother? Won't they interfere? Naruto inquired. Don't worry. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina assured me that the sage won't interfere, as he and his brother are now in the afterlife. Kurama reassured Naruto, who nodded in understanding. Okay then everyone, let's get ready for war. Naruto declared, and the group cheered in response. Just then, Yugao entered, catching Naruto and his wives off guard. Yugao, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Lady Hokage sent me to help you. I heard everything and want to stop those fools, Yugao replied. But Konoha won't get involved in our mess, Suki pointed out. Don't worry. Only I will help you. The others decided to stay back and let you 5 and your allies handle this, Yugao assured them. Pavens sensei, we could use your help. Come to our village, we need to start the plan, Naruto said, and Yugao nodded before leaving. In Uzushio-gakure, Naruto and his wives prepared for war. They created a massive barrier around their home, instructing their forces to remain in Uzushio to protect innocent people and Pokémon. With everyone in agreement, they began planning their strategy against the impending threat of Kika. As Zetsu revealed the location of the ghetto statue, the allied forces of Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, and AIM prepared to fulfill their promise to help Kagaya break free from her seal. They were also eager to express their gratitude to Yujito and Bee for their assistance, as both wished to join the war and defeat Kumo with the support of their tailed beasts. Naruto had also returned with Utakata and his student, Hotaru, who were determined to confront Kiri and seek peace. Now, with Yuzu and Suna boasting 6 Jinchuurki on their side, Along with the legendary Pokémon, Naruto and his 4 wives were ready for battle. Karen had been offered the chance to become a Jinchuurki but declined, choosing instead to grow stronger on her own. After 2 months of intense training, she felt prepared. Yugao had been honing her sword skills under Velvet's guidance and was now on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, ready to support her students. Before we head to the battlefield, Zetsu wants to help us free the 3-tailed beasts that were captured, Naruto announced. But first, Mira and I need to go to the moon. With our Rinnegan and Tensigan, we can free Kaguya. It won't take long, and we can recruit her to fight for us, Mira added. Hurry back, you two, Velvet urged. Please be okay, Karen expressed her concern. I hope she's strong enough to help us, Fu said. She will be, Suki reassured. All right, Mira, are you ready to head out? Naruto asked and Mira nodded. Together, they soared up to the moon while the others awaited their return. Sensei, does Konoha know about the war? Velvet inquired. Yes, they want to help, but they aren't strong enough and wish to defend their village if those 4 villages attack, Yugao replied. That's fine, it will be good for them, Suki said. For now, we wait for them to return, Fu added. Naruto and Mira reached the moon at incredible speed, arriving at a prison room where they found Kaguya. Shocked to see them, Kaguya greeted them warmly. Kaguya, it really is you. Mira exclaimed. Hello, my niece. I'm glad you're okay. I heard about how those Otsutsuki treated you. I will exterminate them all, Kaguya vowed. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm fine. I've had a good life and am now married to Naruto and my 4 other wives, Mira replied. Yes, and it's time I meet your chosen child. Now I understand why Arrakis and his children chose you to save this world, Kaguya said. Wait, you know Arrakis and the others? Naruto asked. Yes, they are my friends and I can sense them in you, along with the QB, Kaguya explained. A bright glow enveloped them, and soon all 3 of them were in Naruto's mindscape, where the Creation Trio and the Weather Trio, along with Kurama, were present. Hello, Kaguya. I'm glad you're okay, Dialga greeted. You're doing well for an old lady, Palkia teased. Palkia, be nice. She's a friend of my father, Giratina interjected. Enough, you two. It's good to see you, Groudon said, with Kyogre and Rayquaza nodding in agreement. So, grandmother, are you ready to be set free? Kurama asked. Yes, please. This prison is too confining for me, Kaguya replied. Naruto and Mira nodded, using their dojutsu to break the seal. As the cage vanished, Kaguya was free. I'm free, Kaguya exclaimed joyfully, thanking her niece and Naruto for their help. Together, they left the mindscape and returned to the planet, arriving in Uzushio. Velvet and the others spotted Naruto, Mira, and Kaguya. Zetsu rushed to Kaguya, now inside her. My pawn, I'm glad to be here. Now we will help our friends crush the Akatsuki and those 3 villages, Kaguya declared, her chakra rising to levels beyond that of a Kin, overwhelming everyone with her immense power. Okay, Zetsu, now it's time to tell us where the other tailed beasts your Akatsuki captured are, Naruto said. Yes, Naruto, I will tell you. They are underground in the Rain Village, unprotected, as no one is guarding it. Only a Rinnegan user can control it, Zetsu explained, and Naruto smirked at this revelation. Well then, I will be right back, Naruto said, vanishing in an instant. Where did he go? Hataru asked. To rescue our friends, Utakata replied. Amige Cure POV. Naruto infiltrated the underground base, cloaked in invisibility and suppressing his chakra. He spotted the ghetto statue and used his Rinnegan to locate the 3-tailed beasts. With a swift motion, he freed them and destroyed the statue. The 3, 4, and 5 tails were now liberated and expressed their gratitude to Naruto. Kurama informed them of the situation, and they agreed to join forces to defeat their enemies. Meanwhile, Madara and Pain entered the scene, shocked to find the ghetto statue destroyed and the tailed beasts gone. They could feel Kurama's chakra and were furious. Naruto Uzumaki, you dare take what is ours? Madara shouted. DMN that boy. But no worries, we will reclaim those tailed beasts, Pain said, his expression darkening. Where is Zetsu? Madara questioned. I don't know, but he's been acting strangely, Pain replied. You think he betrayed us? I hope not, Madara said. He is my will, he wouldn't dare betray us, Madara reassured. But we need to be ready. The war will begin, and the others and the Kages are waiting for us, Pain concluded, and Madara nodded in agreement. Uzushigakure POV. Naruto returned with the 3-tailed beasts, now free and ready for battle. Lord Naruto, before we go, I need to tell you about the orange-masked person who calls himself Madara. He is a fake. His true identity is Obito Uchiha, the Yandame's deceased student. He controlled the Kyuubi and caused you suffering. The one known as Pain is actually Nagato Uzumaki, one of Jiraiya's students, along with the blue-haired girl named Konan. Pain is not his real body. Lastly, Itachi Uchiha was ordered by the elders to eliminate all Uchiha except for Suki and Sasuke. The Yandame was unaware of this until it was too late. Madara, the true Madara, was the one who saved Obito, who had lived until old age, Zetsu revealed. Naruto and his group were shocked to their core. All of this chaos stemmed from that Uchiha, and their anger was palpable. Karin felt betrayed by one of her clan members, believing that such actions warranted punishment. Suki was furious with the elders for ordering her brother to eliminate their clan. Although she had little regard for those elders, her concern for her mother fueled her longing for revenge against Itachi. Yugao was stunned, realizing that Kakashi's deceased friend was the reason behind the Kyuubi's attack, which had caused Naruto so much suffering. Her anger towards Obito grew. She wanted to confront him for the pain he had caused. Sensei, can you send a message about who leads the Akatsuki and everything Zetsu revealed? Tsunade and the others need to know, Naruto said. Yes, I will, Yugao replied, summoning her small cat to write everything down in a scroll. She handed it to the cat and sent it off to Konoha. So, all this time, that Uchiha who made my life miserable is alive and has declared war. I will take him down. To think one of my clan members is working for him. Does family mean nothing to him anymore? Naruto said angrily. I'm upset about this too, but we must punish the traitor and his accomplice, Karin said. I understand why Itachi did this, but I still want to confront him for my mother, Suki added. Right, girls? Thank you. Now we should head to the battlefield to crush them all and celebrate, Naruto declared, and everyone roared in agreement. In Konoha, Tsunade was in her office when she learned that Kumo, Kiri, and IWA had declared war. To her shock, they were working with the Akatsuki. Jiraiya was equally stunned. Why would those three villages ally with the Akatsuki, who sought to take over the world? He was relieved that Konoha had been spared, but it was a wake-up call. Just then, the Nico cat arrived with a message from Yugao. Tsunade read it and was filled with shock, anger, and fury. Jiraiya noticed her expression. Tsunade, what's wrong? He asked. Tsunade called for Minato, Kushina, and the Jounin immediately, Jiraiya said, nodding and rushing off. 10 minutes later, Minato and Kushina arrived with the Jounin. Tsunade, what's going on? Minato asked. I received a message from Yugao, and what she wrote will shock you all, Tsunade replied, noting the confusion on their faces. What do you mean? Kushina asked. It seems that Obito Uchiha, who controlled the Kyuubi that day, was alive the whole time. He forced you two to make those traitors' children your Jinchuurki. Additionally, another Uzumaki is alive, and Jiraiya didn't tell us that the leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato Uzumaki, who possesses the Rinnegan like Naruto. His friend Konan is with him. Furthermore, the elders ordered Itachi to slaughter the Uchiha clan, sparing only Sasuke and Suki. Obito instigated the civil war in Kiri, and Madara was alive until he passed away from old age, Tsunade explained. The room fell silent as everyone processed this overwhelming information. Kushina was furious, realizing that the one who had pulled the Kyuubi from her and forced her to neglect Naruto was Obito. To make matters worse, one of her clan members was working for him, and she glared at Jiraiya. You knew one of my clan members was alive and had the Rinnegan. Kushina exclaimed, grabbing Jiraiya by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Kushi, I can't breathe, Jiraiya managed to say, struggling for air. Kakashi, you said Obito died in the rock pile, but did he see you kill Rin? Is that true? Minato asked, and the Jounin looked shocked. Kushina's killer intent directed at Kakashi made him uneasy. Sensei, I thought he died in the rock pile. I didn't know he was alive, and yes, I did kill Rin, but I had no choice. She was the three tails, and the seal was unstable. My only option was to use Chidori. I didn't know Obito saw it. I fell unconscious, Kakashi said sadly, only to be punched by Minato, who was furious. You fool! Why didn't you come to me and Kushina about this? You killed a fellow shinobi. You will be punished for this. Minato shouted, leaving Kakashi on the floor, crying. I can't believe Obito was the one who controlled the fox that caused so much destruction. He was trained by the legendary Uchiha himself, Madara, who we believed died in battle against the first Hokage. How did he survive? Asuma pondered. I don't know, but those elders ordered Itachi to slaughter his entire clan except for Suki and Sasuke. I wish I could take them down, Minato said. What should we do, Hokage? Kurenai asked. I think we should go after Naruto and the others to help them. You can't. This is Uzushio's fight, not Konoha's. Naruto will handle this, Tsunade said, though everyone was upset and wanted to help. They knew she was right. Damn it. See, Minato, I knew something was off with that Obito, and now I can't get my revenge, Kushina said. I know, Kushina, but we have to trust Naruto to deal with that Uchiha scum, Minato replied. What about the Uzumaki working for him? Kurenai asked. I'm not an Uzumaki anymore, so he means nothing to me. If I know Naruto and Karen, they will take down that traitor for betraying the clan, just as I did, Kushina said. Konoha had caused more trouble in the elemental nations than any other village, particularly due to the Uchiha clan and the corrupt council, as Guy lamented. Tsunade, reflecting on the situation, felt a deep sadness. Maybe Naruto and his wives were right about Konoha being so corrupt and weak that we caused all this. Kushina, determined, responded, but now we can fix this. We will make this village better than before. Asuma pointed at Kakashi, who was visibly upset. What are we going to do with the murderer right there? Tsunade sighed, house arrest and a chakra seal to genin level. He is too unstable to continue his shinobi duties. Maybe that's why he always trains Sasuke, and look what happened, he's gone. Minato added, it doesn't matter, because once the war is over, the last Uchiha will be Suki, and she will marry Naruto. Everyone felt a sense of happiness at this prospect. Naruto and his group, along with the tailed beasts and Garas forces, marched to the battlefield to meet the KIK alliance, which boasted over 100,000 warriors from 4 different villages. They exchanged smirks as they spotted the Kage and the Akatsuki, preparing for war. This is it, Naruto declared. The final battle for the world. The end of chapter end. The KIK alliance was taken aback upon seeing the Uzushio forces, who were accompanied by all the Biju and their Jinchuurki. Among them stood Ai, Inoki, and Mei, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. However, what truly caught their attention was a pale-skinned woman radiating an immense chakra that dwarfed even the combined power of the entire alliance. Madara and Pain were furious to see Zetsu among the Uzushio forces, realizing he had betrayed them and revealed the Akatsuki's goals. Damn it, I knew he would betray us, Pain exclaimed. Zetsu, why have you turned against us? Madara demanded. Itachi and the rest of the Akatsuki noticed Naruto and his wives, along with their Pokémon creatures, ready to fight. The two sides faced each other, tension thick in the air. Uzushio, why do you have Utakata and his student with you? Mei asked, anger evident in her voice. They want to see Kiri brought down, and now they will join us in doing so, Naruto replied confidently. This is unacceptable. I demand that B and Yujito return to face their punishment. I shouted. Sorry, but they have chosen to live with Uzushio for peace, Naruto retorted, dismissing the old man's concerns. That woman with horns, who is she? Inoki inquired, puzzled. She is Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of the sage of the 6 paths, whom you don't believe in, Naruto answered, his tone mocking. Why is Zetsu working for you? Pain asked, disbelief etched on his face. Because Kaguya is his mother. He was using the Akatsuki, and you too, Obito and Nagato, were merely pawns, Naruto explained, watching as shock spread across their faces. Yes, I know everything because Zetsu told me. Obito, Konoha knows about your actions, and when you go to hell, you'll join the rest of those who have fallen, Naruto continued, his voice steady. I will make you pay. Obito shouted in rage. And Nagato, for the betrayal of my clan, you will face punishment, Naruto declared. It doesn't matter, Nagato is dead. There is only Pain, Pain replied defiantly. You're no god, Pain. By the way, Jiraiya knows about you and your actions, Naruto said, causing Pain and Konan to glare at him. Now then, Kages, this is your last chance. Surrender and return to your villages with some dignity, or stay and face the consequences. Your army will fall, and your villages will be ours, Naruto warned. Never. We are the Kages. We will not fall to the likes of you. I shouted back. Naruto and Gaara exchanged smirks. Well then, it seems today is the day that Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, and Aim will fall to Uzushio and Suna. Prepare yourselves, Naruto said as he and Gaara returned to their respective armies. You're right, they won't back down. It looks like they're headed for defeat, Gaara remarked. Indeed, and once they fall, their villages will be ours, Naruto replied. What about their countries and the daimyo? Gaara asked. They will perish as well, Naruto stated as they prepared for battle. My fellow shinobi and friends, today we will crush our enemies and take everything they once held. Once they fall, this world will know peace. Who is with me? Naruto shouted, his voice ringing with determination. His wives, the Jinchuurki, the Suna Alliance, and the tailed beasts roared in agreement. We are with you, Naruto-sama, they shouted back. Good. Now charge. Naruto and his army surged toward the alliance, with the four Kages leading their forces into battle. The clash was fierce, but Naruto's forces held the advantage. Kaguya unleashed her powerful lava jutsu, engulfing thousands of Kiri shinobi, leaving Mei furious as she charged at Kaguya, only to be sent crashing to the ground, injured. So, you wish to fight me? Bring it on, Kaguya taunted. Mizukage, I'm here. Ao called out, leading 200 Kirinin with him, bringing a glimmer of hope to Mei. Thank you, Ao. Let's handle her and win. Mei declared as she and her shinobi charged at Kaguya. Meanwhile, Gaara and his siblings, Temari and Kankuro, were engaged in battle against the IWA and AIM forces when they encountered the Akatsuki members Haiden and Kaguzu. It seems we get to finish you off after all, since we no longer need the Jinchuurki, Kaguzu said with a smirk. I can't believe that traitor Zetsu has turned against us. He will pay, Haiden said, but before he could finish, Gaara swiftly dispatched him with a wave of sand. That loser needs to get a life, Gaara remarked as Kaguzu found himself surrounded by the Sand siblings, their forces overpowering the AIM shinobi. Yujito, Fu, Bi, and Utakata transformed into their tailed beast forms, joining forces to take down the Kumonin. Samui, Dori, Karui, and Omoi faced them, but Yujito's flames consumed them, while Bi and Fu unleashed their tailed beast bombs, decimating the enemy ranks. Utakata used his abilities to ensnare the IWA Nin, significantly reducing the four villages' armies. Obito and Pain, witnessing the chaos, realized they needed to summon reinforcements. Obito performed the Edo Tensei, bringing forth the legendary Madara Uchiha. Naruto and Kurama sensed his presence and felt a surge of excitement. So, the great Madara Uchiha himself. I will face him and the others, Naruto declared, determination shining in his eyes. Be careful, kid. Madara is no joke, he is incredibly strong, Kurama warned. Together, we can handle this, Naruto replied, ready for the challenge ahead as he entered his KCM form. Suki was fiercely battling the IWA and AIM ninjas when she spotted Itachi approaching her. Hello, sister. It's been a while, Itachi said, his voice calm yet filled with an underlying tension. Suki glared at him, her anger palpable. Itachi, I know everything you did, but you will still pay for killing Mother. With that, she activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, and Itachi responded by activating his own as they prepared to clash. Meanwhile, Mira, Hatoru, and Yugao were taking down numerous AIM ninjas when they encountered the Reikage and Tsuchikage, who intended to capture them for their village. Why are Konoha shinobi here? I questioned, eyeing them warily. Who cares? If they interfere, that village will fall, Anoki replied, dismissing the threat. Mira locked eyes with the Reikage, determined to fight him alone. Yugao and Hataru understood her intent and engaged Anoki while I faced Mira. Now, Reikage, I will show you the power of my clan, Mira declared, her resolve unwavering. Bring it, I challenged, ready for the fight. Elsewhere, Velvet and Karen were holding their ground against IW, taking down enemies when Kisame and Kuratsuchi confronted them. Kisame Hashigaki, I heard from Zetsu that you want to duel me with swords. I accept, Velvet said, her determination shining through. Great Brett. Let's dance, Kisame replied, and they clashed, while Karen engaged Kuratsuchi. This is for my clan, Karen said fiercely. Please, that village has always been a threat, and now you and that brat are the only two left. I will eliminate you both, Kuratsuchi retorted, her eyes filled with malice. Meanwhile, Madara woke and observed the chaos of the war. He turned to Obito, demanding to know what was happening. Obito explained everything to Madara, who was furious. About his incomplete work and the betrayal he felt from Zetsu, who had allied with his mother. As they spoke, everyone noticed Naruto approaching. Konan sent paper kunai his way, but Naruto burned them away and retaliated with fire aimed at Konan, engulfing her in flames. Pain glared at Naruto, his anger boiling over. Naruto Uzumaki, You have interfered for the last time. You will die. Pain shouted, his voice echoing with fury. Nagato declared, bring it, traitor. But it's not you I want to fight, it's those two weak Uchiha. Please brat. I'm the legendary Uchiha, you can't handle me, Madara retorted, but he was soon punched and sent flying through the air. Madara was shocked by Naruto's power as Naruto summoned the Creation Trio, who were eager to confront Nagato and Obito. Naruto agreed to their assistance. Are you ready to die, worthless humans? Dialga challenged. That Uchiha controls Kurama, he will perish, Palkia added. And that Uzumaki traitor will join him, Giratina concluded. Obito, let's hurry up and defeat them, Nagato urged, and Obito nodded as they charged at the Creation Trio. Naruto faced Madara, who was bleeding from his mouth but smirked at Naruto. You've gotten stronger. I heard the Uchiha clan was killed by one of their own, and you married a strong female Uchiha. Now I get to face you both. I won't let you near Suki-chan. You will die by my hands, Naruto vowed, activating his Dragon Sage mode and using Wood Style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. The Wood Dragon lunged at Madara, who dodged in shock at Naruto's newfound abilities. How did you learn Wood Style? Madara asked, astonished. I was born with it. Now I'm the heir of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, Naruto replied, closing his eyes to activate the Rinnegan. Madara was taken aback to see this boy wielding the Rinnegan. So, brat, you have the Rinnegan as well, Madara said, activating his own. The two Rinnegan users faced each other, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Suki was fighting her older brother, Itachi. She had the upper hand, using Thunder Shock and Earth Power to blast him, leaving him coughing on the ground. Suki, you've gotten stronger. I'm glad I spared you, Itachi said weakly. Don't you dare speak to me, you murderer. How could you kill Mom like that? You could have spared her, but you didn't. Suki shouted, her anger boiling over. And you spared me and that traitor Sasuke. Sister, why do you hate your brother so much? I know he made you angry, but this is too much. I want you both to beat me and restore the Uchiha clan, Itachi pleaded. That weakling brother of mine is pathetic. He can't even activate his Mangekyo Sharingan or the Susan. He betrayed the village for power. He's nothing but a weak little coward, and you will join him. Suki declared. Itachi knew she was right, but he still wished for reconciliation. I'm sorry to hear that, but now I have to stop you, sister. Susanoo, he called, summoning his Susanoo. Please, Itachi, from the moment we began fighting, I could tell you were getting weaker. Now it's over. Susanoo. Suki countered, summoning her own Susanoo, which appeared as a giant avatar figure. Itachi, how can you be so powerful? He asked, coughing and dropping to his knees. Suki smirked at him. Simple, brother. My husband helped me grow stronger, and now it's time for you to face your end. Suki declared, using her Susanoo to slash through Itachi and his Susanoo. As he bled and weakened, she approached him. It's over, Itachi. Now burn in hell with that clan. I will restore the Uchiha clan's good name with my husband, Suki said, igniting his body until it turned to ashes before she left. In another battle, Velvet faced Kisame, their swords clashing. Velvet was gaining the upper hand, using a red lightning slash that sent Kisame to the ground in pain. Well, brat, you've gotten strong, but this fight isn't over yet. Water style, water shark bomb. Kisame shouted, summoning a water shark that rushed at Velvet. With a confident smirk, Velvet slashed the shark with lightning, dissipating it. It's over, Kisame. You can't beat me. I have the power of the lightning element. You stand no chance, she declared, soaring into the air. One sword lightning style, Red Dragon Thor Lightning, she called, summoning a massive red dragon that charged at Kisame. This is it. I'm about to die to this powerful warrior. She truly is a swordswoman, Kisame thought as the dragon struck him with full force, reducing him to ashes. Velvet landed and looked at the remnants of Kisame. Great duel. Rest in peace, she said, taking his shark skin before walking away. Meanwhile, Karen was overpowering Kuratsuchi, unleashing her fury. You like this, huh? This is for my clan. Your village killed them, and now you dare go after my Naruto-kun? Die. Karen shouted in despair as Kuratsuchi lay injured, her life slipping away. With a fierce glare, Kuratsuchi taunted, one day, you and your demon husband will join us in hell. Frustrated and overwhelmed with emotion, Karen lashed out, tearing Kuratsuchi apart as she screamed for her to perish. Just then, Velvet intervened, placing a hand on Karen's shoulder. Karen's enough. It's over. She's gone, Velvet said gently, pulling Karen into an embrace. Karen stopped, tears streaming down her face as she realized the battle was finally over. Don't cry, Karen. It's not over yet, Velvet reassured her. With a nod, Karen composed herself, and together they left Kuratsuchi's remains behind for Velvet to handle. Meanwhile, Kaguya faced off against Mei and Ao, easily overpowering them. What is she? How can we defeat her? Ao exclaimed, panic in his voice. We can't give up. We must win this war for Kiri's future. Mei declared, determination shining in her eyes. Kaguya smirked. Your village has no future. Only my niece and her family hold the key to what lies ahead. Once you're gone, your village will belong to us. With that, she unleashed a deadly attack, turning Ao to ashes. Mei gasped in shock and fury. You monster! I will make you pay for this, she screamed, but Kaguya quickly countered with a torrent of lava. Mei had no time to evade, and the searing heat engulfed her, silencing her cries. Kaguya looked down at Mei's lifeless body, a satisfied smirk on her face. Now, your village is ours, she said before departing. In another part of the battlefield, Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari were giving Kakuzu a run for his money. With 4 of his hearts lost, Kakuzu glared at the 3 siblings. How can I lose to these weak Suna ninjas? He growled. It's over, Akatsuki scum. You're finished, Gaara stated firmly. Tell Sasori I said hello, Kankuro added. We need to wrap this up, Naruto might need us, Tamari urged. Kakuzu, filled with rage, vowed, I will have my revenge and crush your village. But before he could act, Gaara encased him in sand, crushing him under its weight. I'd rather face the artist than him, Gaara muttered, exasperated. Same here. I wish I could fight Sasori again, Kankuro replied. Can you two please focus? The war isn't over yet, Tamari reminded them, and the brothers nodded, moving on. Elsewhere, Mira, Yugao, and Hataru confronted Ai and Inoki. Well, Reikage, it seems your army is losing and soon you'll join them, Mira taunted as she charged at Ai. He attempted to strike her with lightning speed, but she was too quick. With a powerful move, Mira struck Ai's arm, causing him to bleed and scream in pain. Inoki tried to assist, but he found himself trapped by Hataru's water jutsu. And Yugao combined their attacks. Inoki fell to the ground, defeated. It's over, old man, Hataru declared. This is for my student. Your village tried to take over. Yugao added fiercely. Demon, Iwagakure won't lose to you, Konoha or Yuzushio. Inoki shouted defiantly, but his words were cut short as Yugao and Hataru executed a final blow. Mira watched as her friends defeated the Tsuchikage, and I was left in shock. How could you lose to them? He exclaimed. Seizing the moment, Mira lunged at Ai, striking his chest and pulling out his heart. As he fell lifelessly to the ground, she discarded the heart and set his body ablaze. Now, Reikage, you can reunite with the Hyuga clan in the afterlife, Mira said with a grim satisfaction. As Mira joined her friends, they exchanged glances at Ai's burning body. Good riddance. He was a scoundrel, and now Iwa and Kumo belong to Naruto, Yugao said. Yes, it's up to Naruto now, Mira agreed. In a different part of the battlefield, the legendary Pokémon Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina toyed with Nagato and Obito, who were battered and bruised. How did that boy manage to summon those 3 legendary Pokémon? This isn't fair. Obito complained. Enough whining. We need to defeat them, it's not over yet, Nagato urged. Foolish humans, it is over. Your armies lie defeated, Palkia declared. And ours stand strong, Giratina added. Face it, you're both weak, Dialga said with disdain. I won't lose to a bunch of ugly creatures. Now die. Nagato shouted, rallying for one last stand. Obito was struck down as Dialga unleashed its roar of time, while Palkia used its power to send a blast at Nagato's false body, leaving the real one lifeless from the pain. Well, that takes care of that, Dialga remarked. Now it's up to our chosen child, Palkia added. He will win, Giratina assured. Naruto and Madara faced each other, locked in a tense standoff. Naruto glanced at the remnants of his army and friends, realizing that Madara was now alone. You see, Madara, your Akatsuki allies are gone. With Obito dead, you're about to fade away and return to the afterlife, Naruto declared. I won't let you win, boy. Heaven concealed. Madara shouted, summoning his power. The sky darkened, and Suki gasped as she pointed upward. Everyone look at the sky, she shouted. A massive meteor was hurtling toward them, and Madara smirked at the chaos he had caused. Naruto glared at him. Are you trying to kill us all? You forget I am already dead. Soon, the rest of you will join me, Madara replied. But Naruto summoned his truth-seeking orb, marked with the sun and moon, and sent Madara back to the afterlife. However, the meteor continued to fall, sending everyone into a panic. Kagaya and the creation trio soared into the sky, combining their powers to destroy the meteor, saving everyone below. Don't worry, it's over. You're all safe, Kagaya reassured them. Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw the alliance of K had been victorious. Uzushio and Suna had won the war, and cheers erupted from the crowd. Everyone, the threat is gone, and now the world is at peace, Naruto announced, smiling as Gaara nodded in agreement. He descended to be embraced by his 5 wives, all sharing in the joy of their victory. It's okay, girls, it's all over now. We can go back home, Naruto said. But what about the villages? Who will take care of them? Suki asked. Gaara and I have decided that I will take Kumo and Kiri, while he will handle IWA and AIM. It's fair, Naruto explained, and Gaara nodded in agreement. Okay then, we can agree to this, Velvet said. Good. Oh, and Yugao-sensei, are you heading back to Konoha? Naruto asked. Yes, I need to inform the Hokage about everything that happened during the war, Yugao replied. Be safe, Fu said, and the others nodded as Yugao departed for her village. We will be leaving as well, Gaara said, leading his siblings and the Suna forces back to Sunagakure. Shall we head back home? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded in agreement. 10 years later, the elemental nations enjoyed a PRD of peace. Uzushio had risen to the top, followed by Suna and Konoha. Naruto decided to reconcile with his parents, and when Minato and Kushina saw him, they rushed to embrace him, tears in their eyes. Naruto smiled at his younger sister Yumi, who was delighted to see him. He also forgave Tsunade and others in Konoha, offering to share some of Uzushio's technology to help them, provided they behaved and didn't cling to prophecies. As for the villages Naruto and Gaara had taken, they decided to expand them into the 3 great nations, creating a tourist attraction for everyone. Naruto was at home with his 5 wives and their 15 children, enjoying a life of peace and balance, free from the chaos of war. The remaining Jinchuurki lived there as well, while Kagaya had gone to the Otsutsuki planet to confront those who had harmed her niece. Mira was pleased to hear of Kagaya's victory, and now Kagaya and Zetsu lived in Uzushio with Naruto and his family. In the depths of despair, the shinobi and their villainous counterparts faced their punishment for the crimes they had committed. Menma and Mito were tormented by demons, while Hinata and Hanabi were forced into servitude. Hinata pleaded with Menma for help, but he turned away, filled with anger. Sasuke and Sakura found themselves trapped in a nightmarish existence, where Sakura relentlessly pursued Sasuke, who desperately tried to escape her grasp. Ai Mei and Inoki languished in prison, upset that their village had become part of Uzushio. The teams from each region suffered under the whims of Ericus and his children. The Hyuga clan endured torment from the cage-bird seal, crying out for mercy, but the demons showed no compassion. Menma and Mito learned that their parents had moved on, leaving them behind, and they cried out for Naruto to save them, but their pleas went unanswered. Please, Naruto, we are sorry. Menma begged. Help us, Onion. Mito cried. Silence. You will suffer, the demon commanded, as they continued their eternal torment. The end.